their feet, like going crazy. So it's definitely been cool to see how hardcore the crowd is. And like every time one of our teams comes out, they all get hardcore booed and stuff. Like any little thing goes well for their team, they're all popping off. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I've got to say like the crowd environment and stuff is really cool, and you can see like why it's kind of really popular down here, and how passionate the fans are, right? And it's like CB Lol never really did much internationally, and they've never really cared, right? And LTA South, I think, is kind of continuing that, where it's just like the fans are so hardcore in supporting their teams and their favorite players that they don't really care about anything beyond kind of like the regional play and stuff. So I think it's pretty cool just seeing how into it the fans are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
I mean the booing thing is definitely different because I remember a few years back, maybe more than a few years back, there was that incident during Worlds in NA where I think one of the Asian teams that came out got booed
Hmm.
in like the Chicago theater, I think it was. And there was a big Reddit thread being like, "Oh, this is like so disrespectful, etc." And I kind of thought that too. I was like, that's not cool. But then in Brazil, it's just like expected. They're like, "Yeah, you're not Brazilian. Of course, we're gonna boo you."
and the first day, they even brought like they had fireworks outside the studio and stuff, and they like there's a guy setting up like selling cakes over here and like hot dogs over here. They have like street vendors, and it's like
Barbecue
an
and
actual
stuff.
yeah, it's like an actual party. And then for the first game that you're talking about, the pain one, I was doing the stage intros, and yeah, like 20 minutes beforehand, all the fans are all out of their seats, standing up, making noise and just yelling at them before they're even on stage, before they can even see our players. And when all the 100 Thieves players came out, they were like, you could see it on their faces. They're like smiling and stuff because they're like, oh my God, like, what is happening right now? Because the entire stadium is yelling at them. But then after I did the intros, because everyone is like booing them and like actually throwing insults at them and stuff too, I was the only person cheering. I was like, "Woo, 100 Thieves!" Like trying to give them high fives and stuff to like, give them some positive as well. But like, it is. It has been unreal the amount of energy. Some of the fans, they never sit back down. They're standing the whole time cheering for the entire game.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so different from how it is here. That's cool though. That is really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, it must be a lot of fun to be there. Like just feel the energy.
definitely. It's been really cool, and it's funny. Like your story, Kobe, it was basically the same. Like when I was doing the intros for C9, and Arrow and Reaper came over to me, and they're like, "You're our only fan here. You're gonna have to 1v9 this." So like after I did the intro, I'm like, "C9, woo, woo, woo," just like popping off and stuff. It's pretty funny. But there was actually, I will say, there were some Brazilian fans for the NA teams, which I was kind of surprised. Like for the C9 game, there was someone who had like the custom Vulcan shirt. I don't know if you saw that on Twitter or whatever. It was just like a bunch of pictures of Vulcan and stuff, and like,
Wait, really?
yeah, and like it just says like Vulcan C9 or Vulcan or whatever, and there's just like all these pictures of Vulcan all over the shirt. Like they were there. There was some C9 fan with like a big poster that was like C9 since 2013, like blah blah and all this kind of stuff. And for Liquid when they were there, they were getting some chance when Flyquest was playing. I want to say I saw like probably 4 or 5 Brazilian fans that actually had Flyquest jerseys and stuff. So it's been pretty cool. The studio itself is also really cool. They have a pretty cool setup where it's kind of like you come in and they have like a store selling the jerseys and everything like that, and they had like all these statues from Arcane. They had like the new Victor statue and Jinx and Vi and stuff. So it's a pretty cool setup for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a lot of fun. Absolutely.
And then yesterday, 'cause our day off, we did like a tour around. Me and Azael and a bunch of the crew, Flowers and everybody. And that was super cool too, just like exploring around Brazil. Unfortunate that I got the sore throat sickness or whatever during it, but I think it was super worth. What was your favorite part, Azale?
Probably Batman Alley. It was like this place where they had all these different murals and everything that the artist did, and our tour guide was telling us how they replace them like really, really regularly too. Like some of them are there for a week, some of them are there for months. It's just like the owners of the buildings. Artists will come, either they like, pay them to do it, or they just like volunteer to do it and stuff, depending on the situation. But there's like all kinds of art, and it's changing all the time. I thought that was really, really cool. It was definitely my favorite part. Yeah, I think that was my favorite part for sure.
I think I saw like you and Flowers tweeted out a cool like arcane mural.
Yeah, it was super random too. So some guy was like spam tweeting to me like 5 or 6 times that I was sponsored. Yeah, of course you're selling out. Blah blah blah. I'm like, brother, I wish they paid me to tweet about that. But we were straight up just like walking down this place, Batman Alley. I mean, Riot probably commissioned the mural. I have no idea. Maybe it was just like a random mural that someone did, or maybe it was commissioned. I don't really know. But we were walking, we just like turned the corner and we all saw like the arcane thing. And we were like, what the? Because we had seen some Jinx stickers and stuff around in the alley too. So people were like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then they saw the whole mural. So it's definitely cool to see the arcane stuff there.
I like their choice of mural too, like that Echo Jinx one from episode 7. Like, that's just such a good episode.
Yeah. The song too, so good.
The French one.
Yeah. I actually really liked it.
Yeah, no, it's a good song. Just I don't know if you ever looked up the lyrics, but it's like really depressing if you see the lyrics, like the translated lyrics. No, yeah, it's like a super sad song.
Oh, okay. I like the song though.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a banger.
What about you?
How were the games?
Oh yeah.
I watched them, but
yeah,
like, how was it
them?
there? Pretty one-sided. I mean, obviously, it was fairly dominant from LTA North, but I mean, I don't know. Brazil put up a decent fight in a lot of them, especially early game. It seemed like it just kind of fell apart for them past like 20 minutes. I don't know. I think because it was kind of like what Audie was talking to us about last week, where he was saying he thinks that, I think mechanically we're not that different from them, right? Like, I think they can hold their own in lane most of the time. They got some really good players. I think the part that's hard is the vision control and the way you play out the map.
Yeah.
Because that's something that's really hard to tell when you're just watching a game from like all vision, because like you don't. It's hard to tell what information each team has, right? But a lot of the time, at least when I was watching, I feel like where it started to fall apart for the Brazilian teams would be like they would kind of set up some level of control, but they seemed to just get very, like, it was kind of like a bull seeing red. Like, they would just see a champion on the map and just all sprint at him. And then, especially in the 100 Thieves game, I thought it was like a really, really good example of it, where they just, like, they would just see someone on side lane and just drop all lanes and just legit run at the guy. And it's like, okay, even if you killed him doing this, that would not be a net positive for you. So, I think that's definitely something that that they could probably work on a bit.
I think the thing that stood out to me the most, actually, was the Cloud9 Loud lane swap. And it was like 5 minutes into the game, and I was like, this game is so over, because they tried to dive Thanatos on topside with 4 people. So Skarner only does 3 camps, and Blabber is playing Zyra versus a Skarner, and the Skarner skips 3 camps to go dive, dies. Blabber already did a full clear on Zyra, so is super far ahead. So Loud 4-person dives topside, they die doing it, and Blabber already has Zyra lead over Skarner, and Sven and Vulcan on bottom side get like 3 plates while the rest of Cloud9 is getting kills, and it was like a 2,500 gold lead by 4.5 minutes. And then they swapped back. They sent Sven was on Corki. They sent Sven and Vulcan up to top lane, and then they killed the top laner too, who's an Olaf who needs money to even be a human. And it was just like, that game stood out the most to me by far of any game, because it was just like that early game error is the whole game, and you're just done.
Yeah, that was maybe one of the dirtiest lane swaps ever. Not even just of this tournament, of just the history of League of Legends. It was a mess. It was just because that play you were talking about with the dive, like I was actually shocked when I was watching it, because even the setup for it is like, okay, they see Zyra here. Zyra has fully cleared. She's level 4. She is just standing there. There's no surprise that she's here. It's a level 2 Cassante. You did not deny him XP. He's not even low. Like, what are you going to do, guys? And they said, we're diving him anyway. And, yeah, like, I think he buffered the Skarner E with the Cassante W. Zyra was there, and Skarner just, like, actually sprinted it. And, yeah, like you said, it ended up being, like, a massive gold lead early game. And then, like, when the wave bounced back, they killed Olaf as it crashed. And so that's one of those things where until you've really seen a lot of lane swaps and you've practiced it and you've studied it, you can really mess it up badly. And that was kind of one of those things where in the early days of LCS, you could exploit the weaker teams by just swapping, because it was like, it doesn't really matter how our lanes go. They're just probably going to mess something up because they don't know what to do. And so in a way, it's just kind of like a knowledge check. You know, it's like, on all these different timings, because there's a lot of variables. It's like, okay, where's your jungler going to start? What wave are you going to crash on? Is your top laner going to be in lane, or is he going to be with the bot lane and then TP somewhere? So there's totally a lot of things that can happen in it. And until you've like practiced it a bunch and seen all the iterations and figured out what's optimal, you can just make the wrong choice and end up like out of the game immediately.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I will say the games overall pretty much went almost exactly how I expected. Like, I do think, you know, from watching a lot of the LTA South games before, it's like they had a lot of games that were like really messy lane swap games. You know, even just against their own teams, where one team would almost be entirely out of the game, you know, off of just the lane swap because of like some really big mistakes and stuff. So that was definitely a big concern for me, for you know, their competitiveness. And you know, the one team that we pointed out as, hey, like maybe we're worried about them losing, was Liquid, right? And they were the only team that dropped the game. We can talk about the Liquid series a bit, because I think that's the one that was kind of like probably the most interesting and probably stands out the most for people, because it was a lot closer. It was a 2-1. Like, I feel a little bit bad talking about it and like harping on but it just feels like, I don't know, man. Like, he is having such a rough split, and I know he had the interview coming out. You know, it's like, okay, you can't judge me. It's just a best of 3 or 2. But then you look at a series like that after he's already been struggling a bit in NA, and he comes down here, and it's like multiple Barons stolen against him. He's getting picked into them getting Baron and Soul, into respawning and immediately getting picked again into losing the game, and it's just like, it's rough. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's all him or it's only him, but I felt like APA, you know, overall was playing better in those series. You know, like he had a really good Talia game and stuff. But yeah, MT just feels like he's really struggling. And I will say, to me, Impact on carries is still just not it. Like, Impact's a great player, but Impact on Jax, I just don't like it. Every time I see it, it doesn't look good, and he just seems to always fall behind in gold. Seems like he always is just kind of like over-grouping and playing like he's playing a tank, you know? And so I'm definitely worried for TL off the back of that. I do think it was it was nice to see that, you know, Estral was able to take a game, and I think that was like an exciting moment definitely for LTA South, and showed that, hey, you know, at least like we have someone that can compete. And I think Jose's got to be, you know, pretty happy with how the series went for him, because he had those big moments and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's tough for TL.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially that point on TL with that Jax into Gangplank game, because I was thinking pretty much the same thing watching it, where that game was actual torture for Birdall. It was like 15 straight minutes of watching a Gangplank get dove, like,
Yep.
over and over and over. And he was pretty much, by all metrics, just like gone. He was a minion. And usually in a situation like that, like, you should be able to snowball on that. Like, Gangplank is not a tanky champion at all. He's very vulnerable, doesn't really have mobility. But like you were saying, I don't know how much of it is, impact or the team, because with all these things, like even Umpty's performance to an extent, I think, I don't think he's a bad player or whatever. Like, he gets high ranked in solo queue. He obviously knows how to play the game. But sometimes I think, like, if your team is struggling, especially in a spot like Liquid's, where you're going from being this, like, number one dominant team in the whole region, everything you're doing is working, everyone sees you on your own level, and now they're kind of struggling. Not in the sense that they're, like, bottom of the standings, but I don't think many people are ranking them first anymore. And obviously, it can be hard to figure out what's going on because you go from just winning everything to not.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, sometimes maybe with Umpty, it's like there's conflicting ideas. It's like, what do I want to do versus what do I think my team wants me to do? So I could definitely see that being a struggle. And then also with Impact situation, it's like, I'm not sure how much of it is like his decision versus his team's decision, because like you said, he did overgroup a lot. They didn't really punish the Gangplank. It felt like Gangplank actually had like a really comfortable game, even after dying, I don't know, what was like 6 times or something early? Like
even more, I think.
He was just like actually
deaths.
sprinting it. Like, it felt like the dude gave up. Like, he was just actually checked out. I think he might have muted all at some point during that one. Sold all of his items for a few tiers or something, but yeah, it was really, really surprising, and definitely probably a weakness in TL's play if you're not able to play through side lanes like that, because it is one of the harder things to do in League, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
just be comfortable, because the fundamentals of League is like you want to have these like tanky comps, you push down mid, you get wards in their jungle, and you just fight them when they walk in, right? But sometimes if you're playing split push, you just don't do that. You just let them do it. And then there is risk. It's like, okay, we don't exactly know where they are. They could show up in side lane. They could show up mid. They could show up in the jungle. But you just have to be, like, really aware of what they're trying to do and then how to play around it. And it's hard. It's really hard to do that. And, yeah, it's just something teams need to practice. But I think to me, that's always been one of the things that the Eastern regions are way better at, is, like, their ability to play through side lanes is insane. And then when you do that, like, your soul laners get naturally so much more ahead because they're just always on the waves, farming a lot, and you're pressuring turrets. And a team who can play that style well is extremely hard to play against.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that it's like, even independent from this little time of struggle, it's always been my kind of criticism of Impact on these carries, is like, not that he can't mechanically press the buttons or whatever. It's just that it just seems like his tendencies don't suit it, right? Like, and Jax is a perfect example. I mean, this was a 42-minute game where it was like 6.7 CS per minute or something like that. And I just think that you have to be greedy, right? Like, if you're going to play Jax, you need to be farmed, you need to be winning in that side lane, and you need to be playing for yourself a lot of the time, right? And I liked his Shen a lot more, even though, like, people were memeing, and fair enough, like, his first ult was, like 20 minutes into the game or something like that on Shen. But they weren't really making a lot of proactive plays, and the couple times he maybe could have used it defensively, it felt like it was already kind of doomed, so sometimes those games just happen. But it's like, that allowed him to play, a style that he's super comfortable in, play heavily through side lanes, and still be able to, like, answer the plays with ult and join the team, like, always have a global up. So to me, it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with, finding other champions that, like, fit your style, like, within that kind of, pool. But it is kind of that weird thing where it's like, I feel like it becomes difficult for coaches sometimes, like you were talking about earlier, Minos, where it's like, oh, what champions are you comfortable on? I can play everything. You know what I mean? It's like,
I can do it all.
Exactly.
I got a
feel
champion ocean.
Exactly, and I think Impact definitely probably sees it that way, and maybe he can, right? Like, maybe he can pilot them that well, but I just think it's like clear that he's exceptional on tanks and in that style. So he does have his carries that I think he's done really well on in the past. To me, he was always a really good GP player, which, like, kind of allowed him to play in the side. And I think maybe it's just because he had GP ulti to, like, help out the team. They didn't feel the need to, like, group as much. He felt more comfortable just, like, surviving in the side and then, like, ulting to the team. But he's definitely had his like, carry picks and stuff like that he's done really well on. But the ones that feel like, oh, you need to straight up split push and stuff, have never felt like his bread and butter. Like I've never thought, oh, like I really want that impact Jax or that impact Camille or that impact Fiora. You know, those ones that like really have to be able to play super greedy, constantly pushing side lanes, and get advantages there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's totally fair. Definitely not something because I think does come down to his tendencies as a player. You know, like he always wants to do what's best for the team.
Yeah,
And especially when it's like self-sacrificing. So it is hard to shift gears and be like, okay, guys, like, we got to play for me now. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's something they're working on. Not sure.
yeah,
I will say a couple of things. Number one is that Spawn is flying here. It actually just landed already. He tweeted out as that game ended, like that he was getting on the plane. So that means that they had already set it up, and they're like, if we win and we're still in the tournament, you need to fly over here now to come help us solve some of our issues. Because Teal obviously is a team that wants to be number one and feels like they, deserve to be back where they were, like you're talking about last year. And so hopefully that will be a big help for him to be here with, in person and have a physical presence and, helping them out with a lot of these issues. Because, like you're saying, there were mistakes from multiple members. It wasn't just Umpty. Impact, APA, even Core JJ had some, even though the bottom lane was generally amazing. But it is like when you're looking at it, there are those issues, and you're like, we could improve on these, but then the game losing big umpty ones are just like you're saying, it's even painful to talk about because everyone looks at Baron steals and like that's obviously huge ones, but equally as bad if you're getting picked off 35 minutes into the game out over by Baron, like that was game losing right there, and then he revives and like runs down there by himself and they pick him off again, and then
I mean that Poppy game was a pretty dirty ending. Like that was hard to defend. It's like I'm trying to not just pile on Umpty because I think it's kind of obvious he's struggling a bit. But I just think that usually if a player isn't looking that good, it's not always just like him, right? Like I don't think it's just like Umpty sucks, but it could just be stuff going on within the team that can affect certain people's play.
but I feel like he's probably it's got to be at this point like somewhat of a mental thing too, right? Because it feels like he has so many big moments that you can point to that are these game losing moments, right? Across last year too, and this year. So I think to me it's like when those things happen, then you start worrying about them, and you're like, oh God, and you start kind of like it's in the back of your mind. And, oh God, what if they steal again? Like, oh God, what if I get caught here, right? It changes the way you play, and I think that can be a really, really detrimental thing, and that's why, it's such a mental game, right? And it can be very, very difficult. Like even if you have the mechanics, even if you have the skill, it's like if you're not having that same level of confidence, or you're kind of like thinking about other things during the game, it can really be a huge detriment to you.
Yeah, and it's not the same mistake over and over. There's Baron steals, getting picked off, Skarner driving Nico into your team. This is a team fight basically, and then like do you remember the Xin Zhao one? Because that was pure mechanic. Like when he's Xin Zhao,
the flash ult on his ear, that was
yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like I'm not trying to sit here and just defend Umpty blindly. He's been kind of like underperforming for sure.
Yeah.
I just
I
don't want to
move on.
Put it all on him.
Yeah. No, it's definitely not all on him. The Flyquest series, I think, again, it's funny because Flyquest did drop down. Before they even lost their series to Cloud9, I know that week on the dive, I was talking about how I thought they were like a tier of their own in the league, and it still feels like talking to people, everyone still just feels that way. It's almost like how everyone was talking about TL when they went to Worlds, where it was like TL lost to Flyquest, and everyone's like, yeah, but they're the real first seed though, And it wasn't until Flyquest did better at Worlds that then everyone kind of really started changing their tune. And I think even not just me, but even like a lot of the players and the South teams and stuff, like everyone I've talked to was still kind of looking at Flyquest as like, yeah, but Flyquest is going to win, right? Like Flyquest is still going to win the whole thing. And I will say they looked really, really disciplined overall. Like their games were never close at any point. Like it never felt like for a second that they were, in danger of losing those games. Even with the pike and like maybe some more kind of like for fun stuff. They just seemed like they were playing a really, really disciplined game. Whippo had his monster Volibear game where he was like actually just that 1v4 play in bot lane, or sorry, top lane by the inhibitor tower where he's like behind the tier 2 and he actually 1v4s and heals up and kills someone and gets out. It was just like, oh my god, you are actually stomping them
that was
so
an
hard.
insane game. And I heard people talking about it before the game too. Apparently, that's like Los Sertones pick. They're saying that like Volibear is just this insane like 90-10 matchup against Zambessa where it's completely unplayable. I mean, I haven't seen it enough, but I mean that game was. I don't know if that's how it always goes, but that game was actually crazy. How far ahead Whippo got in that matchup.
I mean, I don't think any matchup's supposed to go like that. If it's
true,
even, it's like
yeah. Because usually,
people,
if it's a bad matchup, you just like lose prio and can still farm.
Yeah.
It's. I feel like no, Flyquest definitely was like real dominant. I was a little surprised by Masu in that series. He was definitely playing below his level to some extent. Like he was just kind of dying randomly. Like, Flyquest was winning the game, and it felt like I don't know if he was just bored or something, but like it just felt like sometimes the camera would just pan to him, and he would just like be getting killed in some really random way. So I don't know if they were targeting him or what, but it was kind of funny to see.
Yeah, the Jin game, it felt like they were kind of gunning for him because it kind of felt like he was the only person they could kill, maybe. But no, I agree, and you could see it on his face in some of his reactions after he died. He looked pretty frustrated. But I was like, honestly, with how one-sided their games were, I kind of thought that they would be playing like a little bit more like for fun, a little bit more loose. But it would feel like even in situations where they could go for more, or maybe even end the game or whatever, they just like reset, Dragon, Baron. Like they're just always playing super objective focused and very disciplined. But I thought they looked really good. Inspired, as always, looked really good. I don't think he actually died a single time in that series. Let me double check. But to my recollection,
Wait, not even the
Vi
Vi game?
Pardon?
He didn't die
didn't
when he
play
played Vi?
He didn't play Vi. He played. He was 7-0-10 on Lilia, and then his other game was Sejuani. He was 0-0-19.
I'm thinking of a different inspired Vi game.
You're thinking of the week before. You're thinking of the week before in when it was still in the North. But like that's a pretty insane scoreline. He's 7-0-29.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. He was definitely smurfing. What did you think about Cloud9 and how they played?
Seemed good. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There was that one game, obviously, where they just got like so ahead so fast. So, that game, like, it was one-sided. I thought it could have been maybe a little bit cleaner from them because even though they had like the 2K gold advantage at 4 minutes or whatnot, it still felt like it wasn't completely in their hands. Like,
they died
I don't know
Herald,
how much
right?
of it was.
I think they went to Herald and 2 or 3 of them died at Herald, and then that made it a lot slower, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that like Loki's way was struggling a bit. Like, yeah, there was the grub fight where they got hard engaged on, and then I think like Loki got killed in side lane by Olaf at least once. So I don't know. They were playing way Zyro, which I haven't seen that combo before, and it seems like a little weird. I don't know. I mean, you have good range and whatnot, but I still don't know what I think about Hui as a champion. He's like, as far as mages go, he seems a lot less consistent to me than everything else. Like, he can do a lot, but I don't know. To me, I almost want to put him in like the Vel'Koz category, where it's like, if people don't know what he does, then he kind of can go crazy. I think like if you're a super good Wei player, it's probably good, but I don't know. I think if you're just permanently thinking about him and like what he's trying to do, you can dodge pretty much everything he does. So I don't know. I don't love the champion, but I could be wrong on that.
I like something that you mentioned though with the Grubs fight, because even though Cloud9 2-0'd and like dominated, there were some moments that made me worry a little bit, and it was the setup in some of those like Grub fights, and then in the second game in some of the Dragon fights where like Cloud9 had this mega early lead, and it almost felt like they like got lazy with it or something. You know, they were like, "Oh, we're so far ahead." They had Sven, who was like 1,000 gold ahead on top lane, but he didn't push the minion wave before they start the Grubs, and so then they start Grubs as 3, and Loud did a really good job of engaging on them. But in that scenario with Cloud9 with the early lead they had, like they shouldn't allow that setup to happen. And it seemed like if they had just, if they communicated and, had him push and then come down, and like they took the extra couple of seconds to coordinate on all their objective setups, then this series would have, in my very similar to like the Flyquest one.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that's the difference between Cloud9 and Flyquest. Is like Flyquest, they'll seemingly always take those extra couple of seconds of coordination, and that's why it's like so much more controlled, and the setup will look so much better. Cloud9 still blast, but then there were some of those fights where you're like, oh, if you do that versus 100 Thieves or Flyquest, then they will punish you, because like those are the teams that will also go for those like comeback big fights.
Yeah, and I think game 1, like it was kind of the Sven show. That was a lot of fun to see, especially as a C9 and Sven fan, because like he was just so ahead. He had that 1v1 with Root, however you want to say it, where he just kind of like valked on him, and then Ezreal didn't use summoners at all and just died. And then also another example of the kind of macro play I was talking about earlier, where the Brazilian teams like to just run at you on the side lane. There was that one bot lane where Thanatos TP'd out while Loud was trying to engage on him, and then the rest of C9 was kind of still in the lane. And so Loud just like sprinted at them. I think they like whiffed Leona all, whiffed Flash E on Sven, and then they sort of just got it turned around on them and all died. And so, yeah, obviously good play by Sven, but I think it also, like, it was just a really weird play by Loud. Like, I don't think you normally see plays like that when you watch, like, the top Eastern teams play. Like, just, doing some super deep chase on the side lane that doesn't work, and then you turn around and all die. Like, that's usually kind of like a, like, self-inflicted error. So, like an unforced error, or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I mean, happens, but happy to see C9 win for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we had Vulcan and Sven on Pro, so I don't know if you watched it, but they were. I was asking them about the series and stuff, and they were kind of like, "Yeah, we won, but we weren't that happy with how we played. We kind of trolled here, and we kind of trolled there, and they were pointing out some things that they were kind of disappointed in how they played. But it's going to be interesting, like because it is single limb, right? So I still think anything really can happen, and as much as I think there's kind of like obvious favorites in both of the series, I do think it really could potentially go either way, right? Like TLC9, I think almost everyone's going to be looking at C9 favored. I think when you're looking at the other side, Fly 100 Thieves, pretty much everyone's going to be looking at Flyquest favored. But even talking to some of the players, they were saying it's like, hey, it's not going to be that surprising to see like a 100 Thieves upset over Flyquest, because they have some really strong ways in. And maybe we can just talk about that series first. We didn't really talk that much about 100 Thieves, in their earlier games. But I've been really impressed with how Ayla is playing. Like, I think Ayla's just been straight up a lot better than last year throughout this split. Like, he has been doing way better, and I don't know if it's like a confidence thing or a stage thing, or if he just like actually got better. But he's playing really, really well. Partially it could just be that he's playing with FBI and they work really well together, but like even just individually, mechanically, he seems to be looking a lot better. And that to me has given such like a new dynamic to 100 Thieves, where it doesn't feel like it just has to be, please God, River and Quid carry us, right? Like, and if that doesn't happen, then okay, well, probably GG. Because I actually think it's funny because 100 Thieves look so much better this year, but I actually think Sniper's played probably a lot worse than last year. Like Sniper has had a lot of, I think, kind of rough games or so-so games, but like FBI will be doing really well. Quid will be doing really well, so it hasn't necessarily mattered. And I do think, as FBI plays with the team more and more, he's looking more and more comfortable. And I don't know, I've just been really impressed with how the 100 Thieves bot lane is playing, and I feel like it has made them a much better team. I do think that the changes in the season are really good for them as well, because it's a team that just like wants to fight 24/7. We had a stat, I don't know if you saw it, Medios, where they have the most kills and deaths in their games of any team in the world, from any league. So they have like
I did hear about that.
they have the bloodiest games. They love team fighting, and like that's kind of what this season is. It's just like go to objective, fight for it, go to the next objective, fight for it, go to the next objective, fight for it. And the C9 guys like Sven and Vulcan and Impact were kind of giving some credit to them in like the fact that they are really good team fighters. And hey, if they play well, like that could give them a real shot to actually take down Flyquest, even though I think everyone's looking still at Flyquest as big favorites.
Yeah, it's funny we're talking about like 100 Thieves, the first seed team, having to upset Flyquest still, because I do think it just goes to show how like the seeding after whatever it was, 3 games or whatever. Yeah, it's kind of like not the most legit in a way, because it's just so few games, and even in every split you have teams that could start off really good or really bad, and then once you've played every other team or whatnot, your standing looks a lot different. But no, I pretty much agree with everything you said on 100 Thieves. I think your point on Sniper was really fair too, where it seems like it's kind of just like the growth trajectory for players, especially top laners, where I think he came into the league kind of like, nothing to lose, just going to try to out-hands people. And he got a ton of solo kills and whatnot, but obviously he was still like very raw as a player, where he did have a lot of games where he could kind of like win his lane hard and then carry the game. But at the same time, games where he didn't win his lane, he kind of like could solo lose you the game as well. So I think he's just trying to have like a much more measured play style, which, he's trying to not lose his team the game. And then sometimes when you're playing like that way, you might lose out on some of your strengths of like being able to like be really lane dominant or whatnot. But I think it's just something like you have to find a balance for. I think the way he's talking about his interviews, I think he's trying to sound humble, but it's like he's kind of like what's the word, like he's saying like, yeah, I don't do anything, my team just carries me. And I'm like, I don't know if you want to say that. Like, you can give credit to your team without saying like, yeah, I'm dead weight, they could replace me with anyone and they would still win. Like that kind of thing. So I think the whole team is playing really well. I think Ayla, to me, Ayla's always been a good player on this team. Like, I've never really watched a lot of Ayla games where I'm just like, damn, this guy sucks. He's more a player where I'm just like, wow, like that was a good mind game he played. Like he was in a really smart place at a good time. So yeah, I mean, I like watching 100 Thieves games. I love that they're bloody. I love that they're just down to fight all the time, because it's just fun, That's what viewers want. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I think especially FBI's Kaisa game too. I think FBI deserves a lot of credit. Like when he goes in for the like 1v1 with Jidan, that was super high play. And this is a guy that throughout his time in NA, everyone's always like, really nice to have FBI on your team because he's standard and like comfortable later, and he'll scale and stuff. But like he's making very aggressive plays for this team too. And so I think not only does he bring a lot of the shot calling like his teammates are always talking about, but I think he deserves a lot of credit for his his actual play the last few weeks as well. To me though, this matchup, the funnest part for 100 Thieves versus Flyquest, I feel like these two teams' styles are almost diametrically opposed. They're like complete opposites. 100 Thieves are so frequently looking for fights, and then also I think they're usually at their best with like 1-3-1 comps, and having Quid on some really good split push champion, whether it be like the melee carries or Aurora or something like this. and being able to get pressure and then send a whole bunch of people into a skirmish and into a fight and collapse on people. And then Flyquest is like almost always building for 5-on-5s. They have started to put more range in their comps, but they used to be a little bit less range, but like 2 super good carries for Quad and Masu, and then like really structured team fights, whether they have an Ivern and Enchanter or just like a really beefy front line. And so that's why this, of the LCS or LTA North matchups, this one is actually one of my favorites, and like we haven't gotten to see it this year so far, and so I'm super duper looking forward to this one, because I always love when teams have really different styles and then you get to see them match up, because there will be overreactions either way, if they're able to pull it off or not. So super looking forward to the draft, especially in this one. I hope, because 100 Thieves in the past have had a lot of success with a lot of comps that have globals in them and have split push potential. So I'm hoping that we get to see some of that stuff where you try and get some 1v1s, try and get pull the map apart, and put a stop to all the Flyquest momentum that everyone's rolling with.
Yeah, I think if I was a betting man, I would still probably put my money on Flyquest for this one, just because they do look so solid.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to me, stylistically, they would do well in 100 Thieves, where I feel like 100 Thieves wants to like kind of drag you into a really chaotic game, and I just don't think that's how Flyquest usually wants to play. Like inspired,
unless Whippo gets involved.
yeah, I mean Whippo could for sure be down for that, but I to me, Inspired's just the kind of guy who's going to be like, okay, what are these guys doing? They're just like 5-man group for no reason. Like, let's just like let them int or whatever, rather than like, yo, we got to take this fight for fun or whatever. So, I would still bet on Flyquest personally, but it's not like a super one-sided match. I think it could for sure go either way.
Yeah. It was interesting on pros when I was asking Ben and Vulcan kind of about who they thought was the best bot lane in the league, because obviously there's been a lot of hype around Core and Yon and how well they're playing. But they still had Masu and Busio as best in the league, and they were kind of saying that to them it was like basically there was just kind of like differences in the strengths, like Core and Yon, to them it was about how they could push leads in really aggressive lanes, playing like Draven and Callista, and really how they could play around like the forward bushes and zone you off XP and like do these things to play really, really aggressive. And for Busio and Masu, they were just saying how they're just so consistent, and Busio is really, really good with his roaming. And when he roams, the obvious thing is like, okay, if you can't match, then you punish the AD. But they were just saying how they felt like Masu is so hard to ever punish. Like he's just never in the wrong spot kind of thing. And so they still, it sounded like to me, had Flyquest bot lane as the best in the league. So I think bot lane matchup is going to be really interesting because, Ayla and FBI are playing really well. Mid jungle, I think, speaks for itself. We got the Quid versus Quad matchup. We got, Inspire versus River. Like, that's super exciting. And I will say, I think based on how Sniper's playing, I definitely favor Bwipo pretty heavily. I favor, Flyquest and top lane pretty heavily. I think Flyquest are the more solid team, but I don't know. I mean, it's fun to go into this and not feel like, oh, it's a guaranteed Flyquest win. And last year I would have, right? I just didn't think that 100 Thieves was like solid enough to be able to realistically take a series where they're getting prepped for by a team like Flyquest. And so I think it speaks a lot to how much the team has improved from last year. And I think that's kind of like what I want from the league is when you can't tell who's going to win, it just makes the matches way more fun, way more exciting, right? When there's like more teams that can legitimately compete.
Makes you wish
Absolutely.
this was a
Big
best
test
of
for
5.
Flyquest, or 100 Thieves rather. Like they want to be in this conversation for being a top team, and even though the first seeds, like no one's really giving them their respect yet. So I think taking a Flyquest, that might change people's minds.
Yep, it is time now to talk about the next semifinal, which is going to be the TLC9 one. This one should be pretty exciting. Like I said, I think most people are going to be favoring C9 for sure. C9 seems to have started off the year really well. They had their big boot camp. TL is having their struggles, but I don't feel like it's so one-sided that you can just write off TL, especially if they can fix some of their issues.
Yeah, I think on paper this one looks real hard for TL just because of I think the strengths for C9, sorry. They match up really well against the weaknesses of TL right now, where like Thanatos' laning and just all around top laning has been so unreal this split. So I could see that being tough for TL to handle because while I do think Impact is very good at playing the kind of like weak side stuff and maybe they can, mitigate it with lane swaps or whatnot, I think that if Thanatos like can get a good matchup and get ahead, that could be really hard for them to deal with. Also, with Umpty not having his best split, I think Blabber's a player who can absolutely punish a jungler who's not playing well. So I would be a little worried if I was TL going into this one.
I would be a lot worried, especially with them like kind of hitting the emergency button, breaking the glass, fly spawn over here. Who, this year is like supposed to have it in his contract where he can spend more time with his kids in Australia. They're like, it's all hands on deck emergency situation. So you know that this week of practice for TL has got to be intense, especially for the players that have been underperforming, which is most of them besides like Jan, I guess, and Core maybe. So I just 100% agree with what Meteos is saying. Top and jungle especially just feel like Cloud9 has such big strengths there mechanically that can put pressure on some of the weak areas for TL. TL's of course going to want to play through bottom lane. I would say Umpty should start top side and clear bottom every single game. Like never even deviate from that. Always try and play to Core and Jan if it's not a lane swap, of course. But so that they can then like win bot lane, get Core roaming around, that type of thing. But Cloud9, I feel like Blabber will just match Umpty and go fight Umpty. And Blabber's mechanics are way better than Umpty's mechanics, so match dependent as far as champions that they actually pick. But I feel like Blabber can for sure press Umpty with like the types of mistakes that it seems like he's making more now. And Azil, you were talking about kind of maybe he's even getting in his own head, and maybe that makes him make more different types of mistakes. Like Blabber is definitely a jungler that will press you. I mean, Meteos talked about playing, and watching him and playing, versus him too, and what type of pressure he can put on you. So, yeah,
I will say it's funny though because even with that, like I agree, jungle's a big issue. Top lane, I don't have that much faith in Impact in some of the carries, but also like if he's playing Rumble, I'm happy to see him play Rumble. Champions like that are more, lane well early and then just like group and team fight and stuff, that you're not more side laning on, even though that is a carry style champion. I think he plays those well. So I still think he has his champions that can fit well with. It was interesting to me because on pros, at one point I was referencing, the TL style of kind of playing, three frontline like tanks and stuff, and then 2 hyper carries. And Impact's like, we didn't do that. Like, I don't play that. I was like, oh, you didn't? And so
That was a different TL.
Pardon?
I said that was a different TL, not us.
Yeah. So then, I looked up his champions played after because I was like, am I crazy? Like, did I misremember this? His most played 33 games of Cassante.
No, Cassante's an assassin bruiser.
Yeah,
he's not a
tank.
tank.
And it's kind of what he's saying. He's like, Cassante doesn't really count because they can do all this stuff. And it's like, okay, yeah, but it's still like that's kind of the style that they do. And as much as like I agree, Thanatos' laning is just way better. And who would I rather have on a carry? Obviously Thanatos. If you slap Impact on a tank and you just lane swap, like I'm pretty happy with Impact, right? Like he showed that he could do the Shen worked pretty well. If he's playing like Cassante and Shen and these style of champions, like if his 3 games are like Cassante, Shen Rumble or whatever, like variants of that, I'm pretty happy with that, and I think that he can perform really really well. I think TL's bot lane is really solid, and yeah, APA's had some oopsie moments, but I also think APA had some really good moments, and I do feel like more of his mistakes were in the North versus North teams than they were here in Brazil. And you can obviously say, well, like, it's easier opponent, so it's easier for him to look good or whatever. But I felt like APA overall was playing pretty well. So yeah, the jungle I have no like real argument because I do think that is just kind of really struggling, and I do favor Cloud9 at the end of the day, but I do think it's easy to sometimes like fall in the rabbit hole, and I find myself doing it as well, where it's like, okay, they're struggling, they just have no chance, you know. But it's like not like it was that long ago where they were really doing well. So I feel like there's a shot that they could get back to it if they play their style, if they play stuff that they're really comfortable on. I don't think it's some far fetched thing that they could beat or at least really compete with Cloud9.
As far as the Impact champion pool though, I do kind of agree with him where like yeah, like everybody plays Cassante and Pro, but he's played a lot of Ambessa, Rumble, Renekton, Jax, like Bruisers and like
Well, we were talking about last year, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do think that like you're saying, like they do have some options. It's just that their team fighting hasn't been as good as it was last year either. So if we're looking at the like weaknesses of Cloud9 that we saw here in Brazil, like even in the Loud games where they won and ended up demolishing, and we're thinking about, can TL force those fights on them like at objectives and like be more decisive and accurate in their engages, like at Grubs or at Dragons or something. I guess that's what you kind of want to bet your money on, because if they can like make room for Yawn and APA, then like they definitely could beat Cloud9 that way. But to me, I think the other series is a bit closer, and this one, with just the way things have been going, I feel a bit stronger, or like a little bit more lopsided towards Cloud9's chances.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would ask you, like, as far as the champion pool argument, right? Because it's like, yeah, Impact can play those champions, and he does play them, but top 5 most picked champions in Pro right now are Cassante, Ambessa, Jace, Rumble, and Jax. And so it's like, if you're betting your house on Team Liquid winning and they lock in Ambessa, are you happy?
I mean,
I don't think that's one of their better champs.
On the locking in Jax, are you happy?
His Ambessa game versus 100 Thieves was a little rough. Yeah.
Really off. Like, are you happy with him locking in Jax? Like, let's be honest. No, you're not. You're not happy with Ambessa. You're not happy with Jax. I don't think you're even happy with Jace. I think you're happy with Rumble, and I think you're happy with Cassante, right? And so, I'm not saying he can't pilot the champions, but it's like if you're talking about him, like who, if you're talking about him versus Thanatos, or like him versus Bwipo or whatever, like who would you, in your fighting at that level, you have to have him on his best, and his best is, to me, 2 out of the 5 top champions. And so when you're playing Fearless, and when someone is limited in that way, it's not as though these other people can't play Cassante or can't play Rumble. So you pick them away 1 or 2 games, you ban 1 or 2 things, and all of a sudden you're pushing someone down into stuff where you're out of that kind of priority. And I think that is the concern for me about Impact right now, just with where the meta is, and just with Fearless, because the meta, like you're saying, is a lot of Ambessa and Jax and Jace. Like, these are the common picks right now. Even champions like Aurora are pretty popular top lane and things like that. Obviously a bit more niche, but still, like I'd be way more comfortable, going down the tier list and looking at him like, okay, if he's playing like a Renekton or like, like a Gragas, maybe even like an Ornn, or like these types of picks and stuff, I'd be way more happy seeing him play. Like, I would way rather Impact. I don't feel like he ever plays Poppy. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I can't really remember him playing Poppy pretty much at all. But like, why don't we see more Impact Poppy? Like that's a solid answer into Ambessa and some of these champions, and into Jax and stuff, right? And I feel like fits his style so well. So that's always been something that I've wanted more from him. Is just like, there's a lot of good takes in the game. There's a lot of champions that fit your style, and you are incredible at your style. You're absolute world class at your style. So just like step away from some of the things that you're not as good at and just dominate on what you're great at.
That's true. I mean, speaking on champions, he could go the Bwipo route, pull out a Volibear. It's really good against these Ambessa carry champs.
Even Ollie, Poppy, Shen, like these champions aren't.
Yeah, I mean,
played that
even
much, but it'd be
Scion,
great.
you know, like
Yes,
we've
Scion.
seen some Scion. I think that's a totally playable champion. I think there are champs that can fit the style, absolutely.
Yeah.
I do think it can make drafts a little hard when it's like, okay, we're just like not able to play the OP champs, so we're just gonna have to give him every single game, and sometimes like it'll bait you, and it can make it weird that, like, if the other team knows you're not gonna pick it, then your trades become scuffed too, because then it's like they can leave it open and not even have to take it early, and then know they can get it later. So I can see why teams will, like, you know, want to pick those champs, even if it's not necessarily like their players or their team's best. But no, I agree with you. I think that TL would be better off probably playing more of that, like, you know, style that has worked so well for them. But I can see why they, you know, would want to follow the meta as well.
I mean, I can too, right? Like, at the end of the day, as you're saying, there is a drawback to not doing that, but there's also a drawback to picking the champion and not being good at it, right? And it's like, it's weighing, you know, which is the least damaging to your team, or which is giving you the highest percentage chance to win. And that's all you can do. Because it's like, of course, in the ideal world, every person on your team plays every champion at the elite level. And if you have that, you're probably winning worlds, right? Because you can just play everything, and you know, you're just like the best team in the world then. But that's not reality for most people. So it's about like finding the best ways to enable your team and your players. And that's where I feel like sometimes I think, you know, it's up to the coach to then be like, just picking something else, or to convince the player that, you know, the team is better served by them playing this other thing. Cool. All right.
Yep.
Well, anything more on this one?
No, I think it seems like we're all kind of in agreement on this one. C9 favored, but TL's not totally out. I would say C9's more favored over TL than I would give Flyquest over 100 Thieves, personally. I don't know how you guys feel about that one. For this one, I would put it like 2-1 for C9.
Okay.
Or like 65-35.
And then what do you have the other one at?
I would have that's closer to like a 60-40 Flyquest one.
It's like pretty similar, but like slightly
similar,
more
yeah. I mean, I don't think
Cloud9.
either of them are going to be like a total blowout stomp or anything like that.
Yeah. Are you still on Cloud9 as #1 team? Like, is that who you would predict then for the finals?
Of course.
Assuming everything goes that way. Yeah.
Of course.
The grin. What about you, Kobe?
What about me? Do I also think Cloud9's the #1 team? No.
No. Who do you think's gonna win?
Yeah, I said at the beginning. Yeah, I definitely think Cloud9 is favored in this one, and I also said that I think it's more lopsided than the previous.
For the whole event, though,
than the
who do you think's
previous
gonna win
one.
the finals?
I mean, if I put money on it, I would put my money on Flyquest, but
Yeah.
I could definitely see 100 Thieves winning. I mean, honestly, every team except for TL, you know, I think has a decent shot. I'm just, unfortunately, I'm pretty low on Team Liquid at the moment.
Cool. Well, I definitely agree. I'm on the Flyquest train, but it's going to be exciting. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked if you told me you're from the future and 100 Thieves, Cloud9, or Flyquest won. So I think it's going to be a fun.
What about TL?
You
I
wouldn't
would
be shocked
surprised.
if you met someone from the future? I would be
Nope.
really shocked if someone was from
No.
the future.
Fair. All right. Well, that's going to do it for this episode of The Dive. It's going to be a fun weekend coming up. Remember, this is The Dive driven by Kia, excuse me. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The Americas stage of the LTA Split 1 playoffs continues this Saturday, 11 a.m. Pacific. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus Flyquest. That will, of course, then be followed by Cloud9 versus TL. And then Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific, we're going to have a best-of-5 finals between the winners. Thanks for watching, and we will see you soon.
Welcome back to Finals Week in Split 1 for the LTA. It is 4 North teams remaining. Welcome to the waiting room.
We're in the North! We did it!
We did it.
Ain't no party like an LTAN party, baby.
Emily,
Sorry.
you're supposed to add to
We're
this.
not calling it LTAN? Is that not an official thing?
LTA.
Yeah, LTAN!
Yeah, LTA is not something that I have heard yet.
All right. People are talking about it. It's going to be a thing. Don't worry.
I thought we were
just like
looking at...
E.G. Hoo-ha.
Yeah. That one almost caught on.
Did you see what they did with the camera there? They were
Yeah.
zoomed in as
Yeah.
if we were there.
Yeah.
And turns out...
We're not actually
We're
there.
not
We're in
there.
LA.
Are you sure?
Jet.
That's the window.
Yeah.
I'm
No, I would
disappointed.
have remembered the flight.
We're not.
We can
Okay,
just
we're in LA.
see it.
That's Sao Paulo. Last week, the 4 North teams beat the 4 South teams, and we all picked what one of our favorite moments of the weekend was. For me, it was actually the Cloud9 lane swap, because it was a reminder of how complex the lane swap can be and how small mistakes can snowball into something larger, like placing this ward in the wrong spot, which made Loud have to guess where to go. They guessed wrong. They say, ah, crap, let's go dive. But because they were late in their response, the Olaf didn't get level 2. Thanatos did get level 2. They easily repel the dive. Blabber had done a full clear. Wiz had skipped 3 camps. The dive also fails, and then in fog, they reswap at 4:30, get another kill on Robo, and it becomes, in my opinion, the largest lane swap gap we have ever seen.
Haven't you heard the news, Jet? That's not happening anymore, all right?
Yeah.
Lane swaps are
Well,
dead.
maybe this
Soon
weekend.
enough.
The moment you start the swap, the moment you get hit,
Lane swap
Mark
is
Z
dead.
will do that personally.
One-shot champions.
Yeah.
So funny.
We're-
But what was it 7 errors? You counted it up during the Jet segment last week, and I think it was 7 mistakes.
It
That was
was-
so
7
many.
mistakes.
It was quite possibly the worst lane swap I've
Yeah.
seen in a really long
The
time.
Cloud9
Everything that could
was
go wrong.
flawless.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pulled it off great. My favorite moment, though, was actually from 100 Thieves, because if you remember, we had a back door, kind of, last weekend. It was a Quid going for the side lane while everybody else is trying to back, and then it's a 4v5 engage from the rest of 100 Thieves. Quid, the hero, man. Quid had an insane performance overall, but like this was game 1 and really just already solidified, yeah, they're going to win this series when you see that they're able to stop the backs and still almost win the fight 4v5.
Yeah, and Quid's return to like spring dominance has been amazing to watch. We were kind of wondering how he'd do in Fearless, especially with the meta being cited as one of the reasons why 100 Thieves struggled a bit more last summer. He's played 8 unique champions in 8 of his games, been absolutely stellar for 100 Thieves.
You could probably go through 100 Thieves history and just like start making a tier list of their backdoors, because they've had a few ones throughout. Their one versus Team Liquid like 2 years ago is a great example of that. I know LoL Esports did like a list of all of the greatest backdoors in history. Like that one was just fun because 100 Thieves was playing with their food on that one. I enjoyed that. But speaking of playing with their food and just overall dominance, Flyquest came to the semifinals by just dominating the competition, and you got to see it through a whole host of means. So, like game 2 was a lot of scrapping, and then for me it was just like basically Whippo in just being annoying is the best way to put it. And so like the Volibear play that he was like
This one.
1v4ing, this is the exact example of it, while his teammates were just dealing with the Ambessa on the back line and then dealing with the turret itself. He was buying so much time and still got what was like, I think, a 1.3k healing done with that W bite.
Sometimes it's about sending a message, because I don't think that was the optimal play in the situation. I think he incurred a little bit more risk than necessary, but it gives you the highlight play and it makes you remember his name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so TL, it falls to me to talk about TL. And I actually think, even though TL are the LTA North team that struggled the most, I've been really, really impressed with Jan and Core. And I actually wanted to pull this clip from Jan kind of chatting about the Brazilian fans, too, since they've been a highlight of our last week.
It'd be very nice if you guys supported us, instead of that one guy who was screaming at me. So I'm pretty sure that guy had a Jackie Love jersey, and he was like, "This is your daddy" or something. I have no idea what he was saying, but like, it sounded like that.
It's actually really famous, and here's him taking pictures afterwards. He's like, it's really, really famous. I had them pull this graphic just for fun. The most interesting thing, actually, this is thus far this split. it. I didn't make the title of the graphic. Don't come for me.
Jackie Love, we have done the test. You are not the father.
Jackie Love has played 10 games to Jan's 11, actually. Just because of formats, he'll probably end up playing a lot more later, at least one more best of 5. But yeah, their numbers like pretty close, right? Yeah?
This is the most Jackie Love thing, being 7 CS up in terms of your opponents and then still being gold down.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what is happening in those games? Jackie Love, it is not my fault.
In fairness, I also love Jackie Love, so
I just love the fan afterwards being like almost apologetically friendly to Jan. Be like, it was just in the spirit of the moment, man. Just thanks for the picture.
Now he's a Team Liquid fan, I bet. He's going to have a Jan jersey next time.
I'm pretty sure he tweeted at me too. But as we wrap up going through all of the, oh my gosh, all of the teams, all 4 North teams won.
That's true.
Okay, you know,
that means.
Yeah, why are you not shaved?
Is it time, Raz? Where's the razor?
Absolutely not. You know what we do to Benedict Arnold's? A public execution!
Oh, come on.
Not here, not when there's nobody here to witness it. Tomorrow when we have a block party to see it go away. You thought you could get off easily?
I'll do it.
For anyone that's confused, Kangas said a South team would beat a North team. Raz said they would not.
Yes, Raz said they would not. Raz, everyone wanted you to grow a mustache. I need you to know what you just denied the people.
To the Raz stash.
Will you do it anyway, Raz?
No.
It's worth asking.
Then what's the point of the bet? Okay, so that's going to be tomorrow at the very start, top of waiting room. Execution on stage for our block party. But also there's another award for the Fearless Split. It is the Kia Most Fearless Player. Now, there's a South award and a North award. And since the North did take care of business, South isn't playing any more games. So we can award the South's Most Fearless Player to Robo for playing 11 unique champions throughout the split.
That's a lot of champions.
Look, respect to a top player that's willing to play Cho'Gath and like Olaf and all these things. Robo has always been willing to test his pool. So shout out to Robo out there.
Let's check in on the leaderboard for the LTA North as well. We will have the final weekend of play here. So the best of 3s today and then the best of 5s tomorrow, likely to decide it. This is the current leaders. 3 people tied at 8.
Yeah.
Notably still 3 behind Robo.
True. But they will play at least one more series. The big thing I did want to point out that I mentioned previously is that Quid has played a different champion in every single one of 100 Thieves games, which I just think, again, is really fun. And for anyone who had questions about how well he'd do in Fearless, they've been answered. He's great.
Exactly. And on top of that, for me, a lot of our players kind of prove the point of their champion pool. Sometimes like coaches or fans would question like, look, you've been playing Alistar or whatever for 5 games in a row, or Cassante 10 games in a row. The champion pools, I feel like for this split have really been showing like a good amount. Like for me, it was been Blippo. In his champion pool, we got to see Swain in the first leg of the tournament. We got to see his Volibear in the next. Like, he's somebody that will always come out with new picks, and he challenges people to really. First of all, you can't predict him, but you kind of have to try and stop him.
But also shout out to Jan, because in past metas and past formats, when we didn't have Fearless, it's very common for AD carry to get picked very early, and we see 5 champs played by an AD carry in a single split. Jan being tied for most Fearless in the North right now is, I think, really impressive and shows how fun the Fearless draft system is.
True.
That we're getting even AD carries up there at the top of the list.
Yeah, and talking to them, it's one of the positions where they are like, thank goodness I can play more things. And Jan has actually always been willing to do that. We saw like the Samira come out for him. He's always kind of had these pocket picks. So for him to be able to bring out variety of champions on stage is really fun.
Yeah, Corn, Jan, both a big fan. I actually haven't talked to a pro who will openly say they don't like Fearless. I'm sure there's a couple of them that only play a few champions, but most of them are professionals and they play a ton of stuff. Let's look at the bracket for what we have in store this weekend and what has happened in the past. So this is the Americas bracket. It is the 8-team single elimination bracket to find our split 1 winner. You can see the North absolutely took care of business in that first week, and now we have a all-northern semifinals and finals. Best of 3s, 2 of them today, and then a best of 5 tomorrow.
But it was so close for Team Liquid. It's the Team Liquid and Isthmus Estral. I think even though the numbers will be pretty damning, except for that 3-game series that we finally got between TL and Isthmus Estral. But as a reminder, the Pain versus 100 Thieves series is also very close. Like, Pain had an early game lead in all those. But still, took care of business, and now we move on to the finals weekend.
Yeah, Cloud9 and Team Liquid will face off in our second series of the day. So for a quick preview, we have casters in the South. What do you guys think?
Hello, we are casters in the South, and we have got to talk about TL a little bit here. I think the elephant in the room is, of course,
Yep.
Has
the
been
Baron
struggling.
steals, the deaths getting caught out. It's been rough.
It has been rough. We know he can play a lot better than he has shown, but he has got to step up, right? And I think every time you make one of these mistakes, it really kind of weighs on you, and it can be in the back of your head every time you come into a big moment, every time you're looking for a big play. Are you thinking about that Baron steal? Are you thinking about that time you get caught? And that can really affect you. But I don't want to pin it all on because all of Team Liquid has room for improvement. Besides maybe Jan. Jan's playing pretty damn well.
He's at the top for sure.
He's at the top. He's the star pupil. But I feel like Impact has struggled a little bit in Fearless. His Ambessa game did not look great. His Jax game did not look great. APA has had some moments where he's made some mistakes, as has Core. I do think the bot lane has been the shining light. But TL as a whole do need to step up if they want to be able to win.
And they clearly feel that themselves too, because they hit the emergency glass. Spawn was tweeting out after their series win. He's like, I'm scrambling to get on the plane now. I'm flying over there immediately. He didn't say I'm going to save the day, but it's implied he's supposed to come save
but
the
he's
day.
wearing the Superman cape.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like Superman. He's wearing the cape. He's flying over here. Honestly, like, Spawn has had such a big impact on every team that he's coached at Team Liquid through Academy and up into the main team as well. So we will see how quick of an impact, because that has to be like immediately when he lands to clean up a lot of stuff, like you're saying, for Team Liquid. But I don't want to paint this picture like it's everybody looking at Team Liquid, because Cloud9, even in some of their wins versus Loud, their setups around Grub's second pack especially, there are a couple of points where they're kind of getting lazy in their setup for some of these team fights. Even when they had the advantage, they lost a couple of team fights, so they also have to be careful.
Yep, I think it's going to be an exciting series, and we'll see how much work Spawn's been able to get done.
Thanks for that, guys. Looking forward to hearing the call later. I think for me, one of the things with Team Liquid, as they illustrated, was Impact, maybe
Yes.
APA not performing, but the team overall, let's look at how much they've dropped off, because they are still in this tournament. So I pulled some stats from the LCS summer split in 2024 when they went undefeated and then lost in Game 4 of the finals to now, and the stats are still okay, actually. The one stat that I would call into attention is it's one we haven't seen before: gold difference change between 14 and 20 minutes. That's how much they are able to increase their gold lead between 14 and 20, which previously was one of the greatest strengths of this team, has definitely been subdued. Their mid game has been a little bit less. They haven't been controlling Rift Heralds, accelerating the lead through turrets, and then you're seeing some of the issues that showed at Worlds appear in 2025.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, again, a lot of meta changes that kind of make that 14 through 20 minute mark a lot more like staged, in terms of you have to get to specific and certain objectives to team fight. And that is where I think TL have kind of struggled in the current meta to find some coordination.
Yeah, on top of that, I think the point that Azael was making as well, overall throughout this split, like, different members have had difficulties. Like, even just zeroing in on APA, last split, even just last year, he was the best mid laner. Like, that has been the case. And now, of course, but he had, of course, gotten cleaned up his play. I thought his last series was great. It was Umpty that I think has been really, for me, the primary focus. Where end of last split in summer, I thought he was a top 4, top 3 jungler. Because he is definitely the glue that Team Liquid required. Right now, what we are seeing from him, I think he is way in his own head. A lot of the mistakes are mistakes that we have not seen throughout all of last year, unless if it was like in key moments in big games internationally. We're seeing a lot of mistakes that should be easy to clean up. We'll have to see if we're seeing a different Umpty today.
Yeah, and it's hard to convey that in just the stats. A lot of it is the eye test of what he's actually doing, the decisions that he's making in-game, which are the big concern for Team Liquid. Because, I mean, even back to just their last series, Poppy trying to stop the Vi from getting on top of him. He's wasting 2 abilities, and then Vi still gets into the Baron pit and steals the Baron. So it's those types of things that, like, a stat's not going to catch that, but our eyes definitely did, and that's why people are concerned.
And then by contrast, we've talked about TL's kind of lack of coordination in certain things. I actually think, as critical as I was of C9 for not looking coordinated in their team fights, they've looked really great in team fights. And I pulled some comms from last week to take a listen to just hear how clean they are.
They're looking tier 2.
Okay. Come base.
Hey, Loki, can you look TP behind or something? Oh, he's mid, no?
I'm gonna look TP.
Yeah.
I'm looking guys TP, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, slowly.
Looking.
Okay. Zay's kind of far from this.
Yeah.
Go.
Go.
Look,
Sage art.
Okay. Yeah.
She's done. Look,
Cancel wall. Loki wall.
Yeah.
Cancel 1 HP.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's good.
Wow.
Look, take us. Snap on now. Kai'Sa dead. Nice, guys.
Nice. Give me.
Nice. Go drink.
Okay,
pull it out, guys. They can try steal. Okay, we don't have jungler.
Carry the bush.
And the reason why I pulled these ones specifically is just because you can hear how much Loki and Thanatos are contributing, which I think is a big deal. Like Blabber has talked about how well he gets along with Loki, how Loki really listens to a lot of his calls. And here you can hear them both like participating in the setup of that entire fight.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would be surprised because coming into this split, not a lot of people were extremely excited for the pickup of Loki. They were even saying Synced was better. But then, of course, what we were seeing, even hearing from Quid when he was talking about who's like the top 3 mid laners of the split, he mentioned Loki as a top 3. That was from his own opinion. He's been performing in lane. The team fights have been great. Thanatos has actually been, for me, the biggest, glow up because his laning phase has still been strong. But it's the team fighting that you've even seen there, where he is he knows his role in every team fight that we've seen, and a lot of that has contributed to them taking down Flyquest in the first leg of the tournament and being at a higher seed and being doing it through team fighting.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching these two bot lanes go against each other, though. It's the history of it all for me. Just the fact that we have Sven and Vulcan playing together again after they actually had a very successful run several years ago. And then CoreJJ and Yon almost sneakily have been together an incredibly long amount of time. It's Core's longest tenured LCS teammate in terms of total games, second to Ruler. So they really have a lot of synergy built up, and you can see multiple championships for the Vulcan Sven duo, multiple Worlds appearances for the CoreJJ and Yon duo. So both of them trying to go against each other to have a shot to go to another international event tomorrow would be pretty awesome.
133 games. You're right. That one was something that I didn't expect that CoreJJ and Yon played together. That's a really cool
It's a lot of games.
But keeping track, Jan's name has been said next to Jackie Love and Ruler today, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. He's doing well.
Said next to.
Context doesn't matter. Context doesn't
Studies
matter.
suggest it may improve.
Look, Jan has been performing really, really well. Again, in a lot of our evaluations of like, what's wrong with Team Liquid? Jan has never come up and has actually bailed them out in a lot of team fights. He and Core, I mean, I think in a lot of these games as well, Core has been an absolute menace roaming around the map as a support. So they've definitely been the bright light on TL.
Yeah, he has just been, I guess, the Superman in the game. I know, Kobe was talking about Jake being the Superman to the team coming in. But, just coming, because, there were games internationally where, especially the Pain series at Worlds, where you're like, oh, this one's going to be a tough one. You have a loss in the lead and all these. But then Jan hard carries the game off his Kai'Sa. You even saw it in the last series where, his Xayah, his Kai'Sa play, when you see him have the kills and playing that well and that focused, you're like, they can just win off of his gameplay alone.
Yeah, even the loss, they almost won it because of his Kai'Sa.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's look at the schedule for today and I think the rest of the weekend. So that Team Liquid series is going to be second. First up, 100 Thieves versus Flyquest. The times are just an estimation. At the conclusion of the 100 Thieves versus Fly series, we will immediately be playing Cloud9 versus TL, and that will give us the 2 teams for the best of 5 final tomorrow. But now let's turn our attention to 100 Thieves versus Flyquest. Sniper understands the assignment. I think he needs to do a lot better this time than he did in the past against Bwipo.
Yeah, I mean, the last time these two teams met was not a fun time for Sniper. It was basically Flyquest lane swapping and then keeping Sniper down, and then Bwipo absolutely owning him in side lanes. But this is, our actual #1 seed in 100 Thieves versus the team that everyone is still saying by default is #1 in Flyquest.
Look, I'm just saying, if you look at the bracket, only one of those teams has an actual #1 next to them. 100 Thieves earned that, and I think a lot of people have just been writing them off so far coming into this series, thinking Flyquest are favorites still regardless.
Yeah.
And yes, Flyquest look very good, but I think there's still an argument that 100 Thieves can still win this and can continue to show that they deserve that #1 seed spot.
They're just hard to predict as a team, right? They came into this one having a struggle versus, if I remember, DSG. They had a little bit of a struggle versus Pain, but then they had a monstrous performance versus Team Liquid to get that seed, of course, and take that BO1 seed tiebreaker versus Cloud9. They're a team that I think is really creative within the draft. Certain players are playing excellently. Like, you look at Ayla, who has had a real glow up since the last year. FBI, who's been playing really damn well, I think, in every game that they've had. And of course, name that we kept mentioning is Quid.
Yeah, and these are highlights from the losers bracket final of the LCS Championship last year. So this was the dominance that Flyquest had over them in that series.
But important to note that the roster has slightly changed for 100 Thieves. So everything that you're seeing on here was last year's version of 100 Thieves. They did make a roster swap with FBI coming in, and they have looked like a much stronger team. So I don't think that what you see on your screen right here is going to be the same. Now, that's not a preview of what this match coming up is going to look like.
Yeah, and for me, it definitely comes down to blood, right? Because we're gonna bring up the combined kills per minute leaderboard, right? Where we do have the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks going up in the standings, surpassing LGD. But 100 Thieves are still up there, even after their series where they had a comparatively lower combined kills per minute. I think it was like at about 0.9, 0.8 in between there.
Something like that.
Thank you, Rez. And I think the big thing now in this meta is that there is so much more team fighting, right? And I do think that is 100 Thieves' window, despite the fact that Flyquest are still really good team fighters, that is their window in overcoming Flyquest in the series.
It definitely is. I think the comparison, the contrast is going to be what makes this fight. It's like whenever you talk about a boxing match or an MMA fight, it's like the styles make the fight. In both these teams, she's already posing up. That's not what I'm talking about.
You can see it on camera.
You will lose this fight.
Yes, I will.
Anyways, it's the stylistic differences between these teams where Flyquest is the most controlled team. They will consistently have the highest, of course, LTA in terms of major leads in a game. Like they will consistently have a large lead, and then when they have that lead, they will end the game. They will win with that lead that they've been able to attain.
That's crazy.
And so, even just watching their games, you get to kind of witness how strong they are at being able to control the map, whereas 100 Thieves will try and do the opposite and trying to drag you into the mud. Historically, as we mentioned, that has not looked good for 100 Thieves. I think the tweaks that 100 Thieves have made them a little bit more of like a smarter team in the mid game, but we need to see consistency from this team today.
Yeah, we do. Bwipo has also been performing well.
Yeah.
When it doesn't go well for Bwipo, it's also one of the times it doesn't go well for Flyquest because he is a relatively high variance player. He's had quite the experience over in the South. Also, almost extending the same things that he was showing when he was talking about streaming scrims over here in the North.
Yeah, it was really fun to see Bwipo tweet this out and then see players come out with responses being like, oh my gosh, Bwipo is actually amazing. He helped coach me. It's been great. He's been coaching a bunch of people in solo queue. I know I believe he visited the Loud facility as well. We're going to have a little feature on that later. But yeah, he's really, in this case, practicing what he was preaching with like, I want the entire region to improve. And yeah, he's done that through coaching and reaching out to a lot of the Brazilian players.
You just can't hate this guy. I mean, it's after practice. Like, he just spent all day playing League. He's going to go back and help other people get better at League. That's the type of ambassador that you want to have for your sport, especially when we're in this kind of cross-conference play right now, or cross-region play with the two conferences. So I think it's really cool that Bwipo's doing that.
I will say, you can hate him.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can.
So 9 months ago, a lot of people did.
Yeah.
So there's levels of Bwipo.
He's taking the ammunition away from him.
Currently, he's currently taking the ammunition away. Let's pull up Sniper versus Bwipo, because for me, this is the most important matchup of the series, because I think it was the most important matchup the last time that they played. So Bwipo has been very good so far this year. He had that highlight solo kill against Surdy earlier on. He's had the Swain game. He's had a lot of giant performances. But specifically for me, I'd say he's been a high performer, and Sniper has not necessarily shown me that much so far this split. This is their head-to-head in their career against each other, and this would include that series that they played last year. 7 wins to 1. And massive differences in the laning phase. Bwipo has absolutely dominated Sniper in this matchup.
Look, today wasn't the first paternity test we've done. It wasn't the first one. Probably won't be the last one. We walked down this path before. What's going to be funny is that Sniper will always have that inbuilt confidence that, like, look, I do not care about history. I do not care about the past. It will happen again, and I will be come out on top this time.
Yeah, and I want to show this one as well, because these are just their stats within 2025 when they haven't played against each other. Still quite Bwipo favored, because I think this shows that Sniper is actually having a bit of a down year compared to the way he started last split, and 100 Thieves has been getting away with it. But I feel like if Bwipo is going to be super far ahead of his lane opponent, that's when Flyquest becomes a little bit unbeatable, which is why I really need to watch this matchup for the series.
But I just don't know if it's going to matter because I don't think that like Sniper is the win condition for the team. I think that FBI doing well, Quid doing well, that matters more.
And another thing, too, is like I do think that there's going to be an issue about one player having consistency in champion pool. But if we talk about champion pool, we have to talk about mid lane. It's Quid versus Quad, the top 2 mid laners in the LTA with just A, Player of the Week champions, or B, the fact that they're able to get series MVP and stuff like this. But if you look at their champion pool, you've already mentioned this, Emily, just like how Quid has played a different champion every game.
Yeah, and not only that, but I think you can also just see their varying styles, right? Where Quad has the 2 ADs and then a lot of mages. You still have the melee champions that we kind of know Quid for a bit more. The Ambessa and the Galio would fit in there too. And I think that is the big thing for me, is also having Quid open up and be able to play a variety of things for this 100 Thieves team in a lot of fights. His Victor game was the one I was most nervous about, and he was phenomenal in that.
Yeah, there's going to be really interesting matchups in the mid and the top lane in this series. And Lau, she caught up with both top laners ahead of the series, so let's listen to that.
Hi everyone, it's Lau, and we are here with your 2 favorite top laner for this first match. Bwipo and a Sniper, thank you for joining us in this preview, because Sniper, you are coming in a first seed, but everyone is still like, favoring Flyquest for this series. Do you think 100 Thieves is maybe underrated?
I wouldn't really say we're like underrated, to be honest, because we are like very inconsistent, and I feel like Flyquest is a team that's like pretty consistent, to be honest, but if we play our game today and if we play our best, then we'll definitely be able to beat them. So I'm very excited to get my revenge against Bwipo today, hopefully. That's the plan.
We are so excited too, because Bwipo, you are the Brazilian part, the Brazilian representative today. And do you feel any pressure knowing the Brazilian fans, knowing the crowd? How do you feel about it?
No pressure. I'm just happy that people are cheering for us. I think ultimately it's a privilege, and every time I go on a stage where I know people like to watch me, I feel more confident to play my own game. So for me, the most important thing for today is just to play my own game, because I feel like 100 Thieves need their pace to be a certain wavelength, and whenever I can throw wrenches into that, they usually struggle as a team. So I feel like if I can get a good champion to make sure that's hard for them to do, I think it'll be very, very comfortable for us, and I think I can take the brunt of what they're trying to accomplish. So that's my focus. I'm pretty confident that I can do that for today, and that's why I said I think it'll just be a good way to start our final weekend.
When a Sniper was talking about the revenge, I need your prediction for today.
My prediction? I would say it's a 2-0 if the drafts go our way. I do think if they can get a good draft where they can play to their strengths, 2-1 is possible, but I have a really hard time believing we're going to lose 2 games today. Obviously, the fun of competition is that every team can win and every team can lose, so I'm looking forward for a good match, and hopefully we can keep it exciting for everyone, at the very least.
Awesome. 2-0, Sniper. What are you thinking about that, and predictions for today?
I mean, I definitely wouldn't say we're going to 2-0 off the bat, I feel like Bwipo was saying as well, if we have a good draft and we're playing what we're comfortable on, then it could potentially be a 2-0. It could also be a 2-1, but at the end of the day, like I said, we got a good draft that will be comfortable, and we'll definitely have the advantage over them, I feel like. But yeah, I mean, I honestly love entertaining the fans as well, just like Bwipo does. And that's like one of my goals as like a professional player, I guess. So I also love doing that too, so I'm very excited for that.
Awesome. We are so excited for that. 100 Thieves against Flyquest is coming up next.
Thank you, Lau. We have a few seconds left. Let's look at our predictions. I'm still with the quotation marks #1, as is everyone but Candace.
Oh, yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, I said 100 Thieves take a game.
They're the #1 seed, damn it. Put respect on them. Everyone's hyping up Flyquest too much. I think Thieves can do it.
Let's hope for a good series. Let's get into the games.
Olá, Brazil. Hello, LTA North. Please welcome to the stage the bloodiest team in the world and the #1 seed from the LTA 100 Thieves.
Coming in as the #1 seed from LTA North, 100 Thieves looking to prove the doubters wrong that are still thinking that Flyquest is the top dog. Coming into this weekend, they'll definitely have plenty of people to prove that to. I am among the group that still sees Flyquest as the titan to take down, but the Thieves are ready to prove everybody wrong. They already upset to get here and be the #1 seed in the first place. They're looking to do it again and earn themselves a spot in the best-of-5 finals tomorrow for their opportunity to go even further into not just cross-conference, but international competition and make their way to first stand in Korea next month. 100 Thieves are a fast, furious type of team, and I feel like it's exactly what Whippo said. They got to do that here today.
De todos os tempos, seed 3 da LTA Norte. Vamos fazer muito barulho para Flyquest.
And now their opponents taking the stage, the squad that everybody is still thinking are the ones to beat coming into finals weekend. It is Flyquest. Yes, they did drop to C9 earlier in the bracket, back in LA, back in LTA North, to only come in as one of the lower seeds here competing in our cross-conference play, but a lot of people still got them as favorites. So we got Zale joining me in the booth now after doing the intros. Well done, sir.
Thank you. I'm excited, man. And it really does feel interesting here for Flyquest, because now it's kind of like the shoe is on the other foot. You know, going into Worlds last year, they were the #1 seed. Everyone's like, yeah, you won LCS, but the real #1 seed is TL. Now it's the inverse.
Yeah, exactly.
It's my first time going to Brazil, and I like it a lot here so far.
The fans have been pretty awesome, I would say. Like, they were booing us when we were going on stage. I don't know about you guys, but it happened to us too. It kind of like pumped me up.
It was like a nice experience to see how passionate they are about their teams.
The crowd was going crazy. I was like, is my life over? Like, why is everyone against me?
It was really nice to see how many of them were fans of like C9. And I'm sure a lot of them were fans of TL too, but it's like a lot of them were fans of the NA teams. It's kind of like why you're a pro player. It's like you really want to win in front of like the fans.
People will make Sniper and I rivals just because we're pretty close in terms of skill level coming into the league.
We're pretty close? We're pretty good. Yeah, who's better than the other?
I don't know. But people saw us coming in as the next like generation, I guess.
At least from the start of my career, it's always felt like TL was like the hardest team to beat.
We were always the top team contending for the winning. We kind of know each other how he want to play, how I want to play. He's always like playing like beast.
Thank you.
Sometimes too much, but it's okay. You cannot stop it.
I definitely prefer playing towards the crowds to just entertain the fans in a way. But I mean, someone won Rookie of the Year and I didn't. So like, maybe that's what's holding me back, you know? Maybe I need to be like nonchalant, like Masu is.
Sniper for sure, he's like a good comedian. And I'm just like more reserved, play the game and focus on it. And
wait,
I don't really have...
Are you saying I'm not focused on the game, bro? Hello?
No.
Sniper's into the back, he wants to go after Chitan, he jumps back over the wall, Sniper gets one on Karaoke, 200 Thieves!
Since this is the new season of the America League, I want to make a really big impression for all the fans who didn't cheer for me in the past. Now it's time for you to join for JJ Trade.
It's not easy for me to win over a Brazilian crowd or a crowd in general because I'm just not really like a showman.
Kind of same for me. I hope like APA is doing something good.
I feel like it's going to be in Masu's favor just because they have Whippo on their team and he's Brazilian.
We have home court advantage at this point.
Being the first to win something, even if later on another team dominates or we don't win again, you set the new standard. All I'm gonna say is this guy already has a title under his belt, so like it's my turn now, you know, like we can take turns.
One of the things I always wanted to do as a professional player is always be remembered. If we win here, I will be more remembered in the South America too.
That's true.
To the rhythm of carimbo, from bada to samba. No, the rhythm don't let me go. Veneno, let me go. To the timing of the tempo, close my eyes, I'm so high. No, the rhythm don't let me go.
They have Bippo on their team, and he's Brazilian.
We have home court advantage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. It's time for our finals weekend here in Brazil as we're going to figure out which one of our 4 remaining teams we are sending to Korea for first stand, the inaugural first stand next month.
Some might even say it's the first stand.
The first stand, first squared first stand. It'll be a good time, but only one team gets to go. After last week's
first.
Oh yeah, only the team that comes first gets to go to the first squared first stand. You better believe it. And you're going to see it here first. So the thing is, after last week's competition, all 4 Southern teams were eliminated by their Northern counterparts. The North now, those 4 teams have to duke it out. The first matchup is going to be 100 Thieves versus Flyquest, a best of 3. Flyquest, of course, being the team that got upset by Cloud9. Everybody was expecting Flyquest and TL to kind of come into this cross-conference play being number 1 and 2. They weren't, and now they got to make sure they don't fall into that same type of a trap up against 100 Thieves, who have shown themselves to be capable.
Absolutely. I mean, 100 Thieves have been a very strong team fighter. That is what everyone I talk to on the pro teams is telling me, you know, how good this team is just mechanically in 5v5. It's really suiting their style, how heavily you've got a team fight in this season. We're already ripping through the picks and bans. It's first pick, Jace here for 100 Thieves. Varus grabbed up by Flyquest. And we have some of the usual suspects against Flyquest on the ban list. You know, Ivor and Cassio Poppy, all picks that are pretty highly prized by Flyquest and thus pretty highly prized bans against them.
Meanwhile, over on the other side, Skarner banned, Yone banned, Callista banned, all of these kind of among those usual suspects like you're talking about. These champions rarely get to see the Rift itself, but the Varus locked in like you're talking about. We got the Vi locked in alongside it. I always get a little bit worried when I see the Nidalee hovers last longer than a second. I never want to see that champion. But
and you usually are not a Vi fan, but you have told me that Inspired has a Vi card.
Yeah, Inspired gets the Vi card. Ever since he had that crazy 1v3 triple kill a couple of years ago in one of his games in the enemy jungle, I feel like this guy is always finding great angles on the champion. He's very, very good at maximizing his farm while also making plays to get the team ahead. Over on the other side, we're going to see the Corki picked up. Remember, this could be a flex into either mid or AD carry position alongside the Sejuani in the jungle for River.
Yeah, it's actually the third Sejuani game now for River in this split. He has been playing it quite a lot. You know, when they played against TL, he actually prioritized taking away the tank junglers from Umti, and here going to be going with the same. Going with that Sejuani. They do have a Jace as one solo lane. We don't know if Corki's going to be mid or bot, but I am assuming it will be bot for now, as it kind of pretty commonly is. Cassante left up, though, for Bwippo, and he is not going to be busting out anything too crazy. You can tell that they're still worried about this being a mid lane Jace because Ambessa is the 4th ban there for Flyquest, so concerned about any potential bad matchups there for Bwippo in the top lane.
Yeah, they want to make sure, and we even heard Bwippo kind of talking about this in the interview that he had with Sniper and Lau before the series began, saying that 100 Thieves needs to play at a certain pace if they want to win. He just wants to be able to throw wrenches into that plan, because if they can't hit that pace, they're going to struggle a lot. So if he can keep Sniper off of something like an Ambessa, something that can go a little bit crazy and make the game messy, well, that'll just fit right into Flyquest's plan. So banning that one away. Also now the Talia going to be banned out by 100 Thieves. Final ban of the draft for Flyquest, Pantheon.
Yep, Pantheon support becoming very popular. We have seen Ayla play it, had a pretty good game on it. And, you know, Sniper's is not really known for his Jace. He hasn't brought it out yet this split. Did play it some, you know, last year, but not a tremendous amount. And so I do think they are thinking there's a higher than normal chance of this being a quid Jace. He has not played the Jace either yet this split, but he was pretty pretty well known for it last year. Definitely a strong AD mid player. And that is kind of, I think, Quid's style. He is the more aggressive of the Quid Quad matchup here. He is more the kind of melee champion specialist, where Quad I see more as that controlled style player who really specializes in scaling well, in absorbing blows early on and in dominating in team fights.
Okay, let's see what Flyquest wants to go with here. Unlike the draft of 100 Thieves, they don't really have any flex in their first 3 picks, so we know where everything's going. They are going to draft the mid laner 4th pick, saving that last slot for support, and it'll be Quad piloting the Azir.
Yeah, Azir going to be locked in here, looking pretty standard over on their side. Akali would not surprise me. Akali, a pretty common matchup into the Azir. Mel could also be interesting, but Akali is something that we've seen for a couple years now as an answer. People do like this matchup quite a lot, but of course, we don't know exactly where they are going to go, so I'm just going to stop talking about hovers as they do lock in the rel. Of course, it could still just be Corki versus Azir mid. Something that we know, but I'm not going to say love.
Yeah, I definitely don't love that one.
You know it, you tolerate it.
Yeah, I don't even know if I do that, honestly, at this point, Isaac. It's been a lot of years playing League of Legends, but one thing that I am noticing on 100 Thieves is a severe lack of magic damage.
Ooh.
There we go. There's the antidote to the problem. Sylas locked in. Whenever you see Sylas locked, the first thing you think of is what ults does he have available to steal? Vi ult could be a way to enter into the fight. Varus ulti for extra pick potential, and we know that Azir's ult can be a big team fight tool as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad ults, but it's not amazing ones either. Like you said, Varus can be used as a pick tool, but again, it's most of the power in the Varus ult is actually popping the blight stacks, right? And doing that. You do have a good way in with the Vial. The Azir ult's not bad, Braum ult not bad, but there's not any of the like really premium ones like Alistar or Gnar or things like that that are really going to make you want that very heavily. Maokai as well, another one of those top ones, but this is just Quid's style. He really does thrive on these melee champions, on these aggressive champions. He's played Mbessa mid, he's played Yone mid, he's already played Sylas, he's played Akali, he's played Galio. He wants to be playing a lot of these melee champions that can be the playmakers for the team, and I do think Quid is at his best playing that style. And we have seen him this split, really, I want to say, look like he is back in MVP form. He has been playing out of his mind, and 100 Thieves are such a threat, not just because of Quid, being at that level. It's because of the additional threat now of the bot lane. I feel like last year it was so much about, Quid and River have got to carry or else they're not going to be able to get it done. Now Ayla is playing so much better. The addition of FBI has really leveled them up in the bot lane, and I feel like they have true second carry threats here, which has made their team fight such a problem for other teams in the LTA.
And on the other side, when you're looking at the bot lane of Flyquest, when you're looking at Masu, when you're looking at the North American player that I think impressed international audiences the most last year at Worlds with his performances, with his own standout mechanical play, there's a lot of carry potential on both of these teams. I do agree with you when you're talking about Quid being back in MVP form. When we're talking about Quid and Quad, I think we're talking about the 2 best mid laners in the North.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not even a question at this time. I don't think APA or Loki and any of the other guys that are in that top 4 have been on their level so far this split. Of course, it is just the beginning of the year, so we'll see if that story changes. But for now, these are the teams that people are looking at for those elite mid-jungle duos. These are the ones that everyone is really paying attention to. And I think it's going to be such an exciting battle as a result. We have some of the best bot lanes in the league, some of the best mid-jungles in the league. It is going to be a real slugfest here, I think. 100 Thieves just love playing at a very high pace and really pushing the tempo and drawing their opponents into an absolute brawl where they can thrive.
And Flyquest, on the other hand, more than happy to play it more slowly, more than happy to just allow things move forward according to expectation and not rock the boat too much, because as long as Flyquest aren't completely losing the plot in the early game, they do a great job playing as a team, securing mid-game advantages, and snowballing even minor leads into greater things.
Absolutely, and I mean, I would say they're our most disciplined team. When we look back towards last weekend's games, they were a team that took no risks. And Bwipo, has been such a big part of their success. I would say Bwipo is the biggest mismatch with Sniper in this series. I am looking towards him and seeing what he is going to be cooking up. He has been bringing out all kinds of different stuff. The Garen, the Volibear, and he has, I think it's like 4 or 5 champions that he's the only top laner in all of the LTA to have played it so far this split. He really is kind of playing his own game, walking his own style, and succeeding so much while doing it, which just brings this different element to a series like this that is so hard to prepare for. You can't practice against Bwipo except by playing against Bwipo.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I really like about Fearless. I'm a big fan of this format, of the increased champion diversity that we get out of having everything banned out from the previous games. And Bwipo just seems to be loving the effects of it. We'll see how much he loves this top lane, obviously, early on versus Jace as a melee champion. You're not supposed to have a whole lot of fun, but I will be interested in seeing how well Sniper does on this Jace that you already mentioned back in draft. Even though it's something he's played before, it's not something we've seen from him so far this year. I want to see how sharp it is. I want to see how well he can deal with Bwipo. I want to see if we can get some of that killer instinct that could give 100 Thieves the edge they need to make this game fast and make this game bloody.
Yeah, I mean, I think that where Sniper has leveled up so far this year is his team fighting. I do think he's more consistently on the same page with the team, but I do think he has kind of lost a little bit of that kind of craziness, that aggression that endeared him to so many people at the beginning of his time in the LCS last year when he came in as a rookie. He was just solo killing people left and right. So far, though, the top lane going very well for him, and that is a good trade from Quid.
Back at mid, yeah, Quid just knocking Quad down to barely over 100 HP. The Emperor still having a potion to eat there. Quick shot of the crowd here in Sao Paulo with the Thunder Sticks ready to go. The crowd has been just electric so far playing here in Brazil. I'm loving the amount of energy that you get every time any kind of a play goes off. It's a ton of fun to be around.
Yeah, and I've got to give a shout out to the crowd, to the fans coming in and supporting these North teams. And all the South teams got eliminated. I wasn't sure how excited they were going to be to cheer for the Northern squads. This place is completely packed. The fans are having a lot of fun enjoying the games, and it's been cool to hear from the fans, just how excited they seem to be for these games.
I love the preview that we got during waiting room, the look back at the fan telling Jan that, oh, hold on now 1 second. Okay, all right. I was slightly concerned because I knew that Sniper still had the knockback. I was like, hold on, what if he knocks Bwipo a little bit further back away from the turret? But looks like River's showing up now. 100 Thieves look for what could be a dive, but Bwipo sniffs it out. He doesn't want anything to do with this. Gets himself far enough away. Should be able to safely take the recall here, as Sniper's just going to keep on forcing this wave down. Bwipo retreats, and he'll be able to teleport right back into lane.
Oh yeah, this is a little bit of an aggressive teleport location for him, but of course the early teleports take an eternity. Just wanted to make sure that Sniper was a little bit scared, saying, oh, hey, maybe someone's coming, you got to back off. So Sniper, unfortunately, gets that wave very low, but doesn't actually kill any of it, so he is going to lose that entire wave. Not going to get the experience or gold from that. Bwipo did have Inspired running straight up towards top, so if Sniper overstayed, could have looked for a punish, but of course we know that did not happen. And that's something that when I talk to 100 Thieves and their coaching staff, that they have really talked about with Sniper is that, yeah, okay, maybe he's not as crazy, doesn't have quite as many individual pop-off moments, but he's way more measured in his play. And one of the things that they have really credited him with is when he can create advantages, he's much more likely to keep that advantage than he was last year, because he's paying a lot more respect to the map movements.
River making another attempt, this time over in mid. Shows up, but doesn't really get any summoners or anything of value from Quad as Inspired. Also going to pass through the area here. Ayla hanging out nearby. Supports have taken their first recalls, so their rotations are also going to bring them towards the mid lane, as neither one of the junglers is really going to find an opportunity here just yet.
And Inspired, we have got to talk about this guy. He has been on a mission for Flyquest, as we are going to have a bit of a skirmish here.
Yeah, the full engage onto Quad, who has to flash away. Immediately now returning with some damage of his own to the soldiers. Quid down to 200 HP, has to make some distance of his own. So Summoner Spell blown there on the mid laner of Flyquest. Quad losing that one should open up opportunity for a return gank here from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it looked like Ayla flashed as well, but Inspired perfect last week. Not a single death. He was like 0-0 and 19 on Sejuani. That is the perfect Sejuani scoreline, not taking a single kill. And then he had a monster Lilia game, 7-0 and 10, if I recall correctly. This guy has just been so consistent, such a monster for the squad. He has won MVPs across multiple leagues, and he just plays so consistently at a high level that it really is incredible to watch. And picking up right where he left off last year, just trying to be that big threat for Flyquest.
And if we're talking about things that are a joy to watch, down here in the bot lane, Masu and Busio just controlling things during the laning phase. You can see a 2-wave advantage, even with the extra minions left to farm here for FBI and Ayla. And now with Inspired showing up, they might just try to force the issue, but the wave clear is enough. FBI and Ayla are going to stay safe for now, but 52 to 39, nearly a 300 gold lead. That's a champion kill worth of gold just in the minion advantage for Masu early on.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting that straight up 2v2 matchup, and while Sniper has had pressure in top lane, you know, every time we go up there, it feels like he's beating Whippo up. The farm is dead even, so he's not really opening up that big gold lead. He's very close to taking the first plate on top, which would be a nice little boon to him, but it's been about the Flyquest bot lane, who, when you talk to all the bot lanes in the league, this is the one they are really pointing to as the best in the league right now. So much credit given to how Busio actually plays on the map, how he moves around the map with his team. His roams are very, very impactful and consistent, is what I hear most from those bot laners. And the thing that you always look towards when, okay, this guy roams, we'll just punish his AD. But that is something that Masu gets a tremendous amount of credit for never being out of position, for really being so hard to punish. Every time he's left alone in the 1v2, he seems to know exactly how far he can go. He gives up the minimum and never really puts himself in a spot to get fully punished.
And you can see those bot laners now switching up to the top side of the map. Masu will arrive there first. Observers pan down here to the bottom lane to show the wave that got crashed by FBI and Ayla as they made sure to get that one in before they took the recall of their own. So now FBI will be arriving up into the top lane to mirror Masu's movements as Sniper and Whippo will take their places down on the bottom half of the map. Now, important to note, since the Dragon was taken first by Inspired and then shortly thereafter the first set of grubs was taken by River, it's a 1-for-1 even trade on those neutral objectives. But normally, if they're taken at the same time, the timers are going to leave them staggered. Yeah. Since the takes were staggered, those second spawns are going to be nearly identical.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if it just results in another trade or if both teams are going to try to commit towards the grubs. You know, 6 grubs obviously very, very valuable. But thus far, it has felt like a Flyquest-paced game, right? This has not felt like a 100 Thieves game.
Oh, but now the immediate engage coming out from River. Quad is in danger. Tries to get himself back away. Stun back up from Ayla, but it's first blood over to Whippo in the meantime. Looks like a problem over here in the mid lane. A 1-for-1 trade so far as Ayla's going to be knocked down next. And Flyquest make it a 2-for-1 trade.
And Whippo really making the difference there. They had the extra man showing up, and they couldn't quite burst down Quad. They got him so incredibly low, but the heal from Busio, the Guardian from Busio, all of this making the difference to have Quad survive at very low health, pump out a ton of damage before he went down, and really allowing them to get that big edge. But there is a cost down on the bot side because Sniper was farming plates. He's pushing in waves, and we'll see if he's going to be able to get any sort of an edge as a result of it.
Yeah, I love the fact that Whippo was ready to go for it, but a nice punish from Sniper like you're talking about to keep that gold pretty even. Let's take another look at how this started. Both teams knew something was happening here.
Exactly, but it's really the reaction here from Whippo. He gets up there so much faster. You can see that stolen Azir, but then Inspired. The peel comes through, in comes Busio. There's the Guardian. He's blocking damage as well from Ayla. You know, throws out that heal. All of that really buying time for Quad to get a lot of damage down onto Quid before he dies. Yes, FBI arrives, but it is too little, too late. And there's, I think, Whippo's family cheering him on in the crowd. It was really cool to see them coming in.
I love to see that, man. Cheering on Whippo as he's making the moves to get his team up to a 1-kill lead here just 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and Whippo's mom, you know, born in Brazil, lives in Belgium, so coming back here to be able to watch the games in Brazil, very cool kind of, you know, crossing of worlds moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Back to where it all began.
Exactly.
And here we are with Flyquest and 100 Thieves still neck and neck here in this game with about 30 seconds until we get our second round of those neutral objectives. Flyquest only need a single kill further in order to secure the feat of warfare for themselves. Both teams still needing a couple more to get those neutral objective feats. And with the still, what, 3.5 minutes that's on the clock until the turret plating goes down, I think we're still a ways away from some fancy shoes for either one of these squads. But honestly, Isaac, it's been a pretty quiet early game.
Yeah, it really has. And, you know, as I was saying, I do think that is Flyquest's preferred pace, right? 100 Thieves is the team that is known as just ramping it up into this insanity and forcing you to fight after fight after fight after fight. And they have so much practice doing this because that is how they scrim. That is how they practice. This is a team that will just fight you every second of every game. And Flyquest plays that more controlled, measured style here. It's 100 Thieves, though, on the grubs, looking to see if they can actually threaten to get this 6 grubs here. But it is Flyquest that had push in mid, and they're getting push in top. So Inspired just looking to steal one away.
Okay, Inspired's going to secure that first one. River's still hanging around now. He'll be the thief. Inspired has used his smite charge on that first grub to guarantee it. So now River should be able to jump in, guarantee at least one for himself. Flyquest is just calling it. They're saying, all right, you can have the other 2. It doesn't matter. As long as we get at least 1, you're going to stop them from hitting the full 6 for the power of all the baby grubbies. You're going to stop them from getting the credit towards the feet. They're fine just giving them 5. I feel like if you can't fight for the full 3, you know they're going to get Void Mites one way or the other. So the difference between 4 and 5, you're willing to let it go to take priority over the Drake Pit instead.
Exactly. I think this is absolutely the right play. You know, you just take away the 1 grub. As you say, they get no feet for it. They run down. They get a dragon of their own. They deny the 6. This is definitely a win for Flyquest, as they are now 1 kill away from the Feat of Warfare. You know, 1 objective away from getting that one as well. So they're now quite close to a potential fancy feat upgrade.
You know, I looked at it the other day because I was trying to figure it out. What were the names of the other feats? Because Feat of Warfare is the kill one.
There's Feat of Objectives and Feat of
Tower.
Killing Tower.
Yeah, that's what I realized, because I looked for it. They don't have fancy names. The other ones don't. It's just Feat of Killing Stuff and Feat of Tower. I really wish that they would give them a name. Or maybe I don't know what I'm looking for, and maybe I just completely missed it.
Dragon Slaying Feat.
But, I mean, that one does sound really cool, right? Feat of Dragon Slaying.
The Feat of Destruction for the towers.
Yeah, that would sound really awesome.
All right, well, we just figured it out.
All right, well, we've got them named.
We got
that
the
does
Feat of
sound pretty
Warfare,
cool.
the Feat of Destruction,
and the Feat of Dragon Slaying. Even though it also counts for weird space slugs, but you know what? We'll take that sometime.
Monster Slaying.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
Monster Slaying feat.
Yeah, Monster Slaying, that works.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's do it. Cool.
Yeah, put it in the
I'm down
game.
with that.
Ship it, Freak.
Put it on the wiki.
Yeah.
Freak, let's do it, buddy. Let's get that in there. Hold on. Whipple's getting in there. Going in after Sniper. Hits him there with a Pathmaker, but you're still just Cassante unless you go all out. There's no real kill threat on the guy, and he doesn't want to fully force that here just yet. Busio getting stunned up. River commits the Glacial Prison. Follow-up from Ayla and Quid. They got the damage, and Busio was just a little bit too far in harm's way. Meanwhile, Sniper going to get taken all out, all in, all day. Feat of Warfare, Flyquest.
They're going to grab it. Nicely done. Making a counterpunch up on that top side, and it is the bigger kill because now there's going to be some plates to be able to grab up here potentially before the does fall down. But it was at that tower. FBI trying to push up mid lane here. And Busio, even with the Merc Treads and even with that early wall getting thrown up, was still able to be CC'd forever and knocked down. But Flyquest, again, just feel like they're getting that little bit extra.
And just that little bit, this is what we were talking about back at the start of the game. Flyquest, they don't need to have the explosive, chaotic early game. You build a very modest lead, you plant that seed, and you grow it into a big, beautiful tree.
It's a big, wide Whippo.
Yes, a big, wide Whippo tree. As here's how Busio's tree got cut down in its prime.
Yeah, I mean, Busio here, you know, the E is pretty well timed. He throws out the ulti, and then right when he's going to get stunned, he knows it. But the follow-up here is just immaculate. The CC chain, pretty much nothing Busio could do. You can see Masu moving over. You know, we're seeing if he could actually hop out to safety, but likes to hold on to the flash, and I think that was the correct choice. Once Quid got in, he was always going to go down. And then back up towards this top side, it's just Inspired sneaking into the brush. And surprise, you get caught checking that bush. Got spotted by the sweeper. Easy Q to start it off. He flashes away. The ulti is there to follow. Inspired so good at never overcommitting on these abilities. Always seems to have the answer.
And I feel like the flash there from Sniper was a bit of a panic. The Vault Breaker had already been used to be right on top of him. You flash away. You're flashing out of a brush. He's chasing you with that ulti every time.
And you can hear the crowd there with the Whippo, Whippo chants. Definitely getting some of that home field advantage here.
I mean, I love that, man. Whippo was even like tweeting earlier on in the week talking about wanting to help the LTA South teams, being like, hey, anybody want to work on some stuff? Let's talk about how you can improve your game. This guy's just all about the building aspect of the leagues, of the conferences, of everything. And I feel like in a time where we're kind of merging the two regions, the two conferences together, that is just doing so much for him to build an identity, build a reputation for himself and for Flyquest.
I agree, and I think it's very much the thought process of, you know, rising tides raise all ships, right? You know, what makes the league stronger makes Whippo stronger because he is then better competition. I think it's really that thought process, which is something that I definitely agree to. You know, and it's one of those things where sometimes people can feel like, it's right to just hoard information and not practice against the best teams and try to hide everything. But that only gets you so far, right? And it is by, you know, improving your opponents that you also are able to improve yourself.
I mean, it was his same thought process, his same rationale for the streaming scrims thing, right? He's like, look, we'll tell you what we're doing. We just want to make sure that everybody's getting better, so we're all improving at the same time. And now it looks like 100 Thieves are going after the Rift Herald. There is no attempt from Flyquest to try to come in and stop this one. Whippo moving back up to the tier 1 turret here as Flyquest do have Quad just lone sieging that tier 1 in the bottom lane. Whippo interfering with 100 Thieves efforts in the top side to guarantee the first turret bottom. Meanwhile, the dive back in mid thanks to Inspired. Now Whippo here at the top side going in for the 1v2. Needs to take out Quid or Sniper to try to turn it into an even fight. Both are low. Nobody's dead just yet. Whippo looking to get away. He finds the third and Tofu strike. You gotta be kidding me. Whippo is wide. And 100 Thieves died a 1v2 for the big man top side.
What a play from Whippo in the top side, pulling off the monster outplay in the 1v2, and Flyquest making more plays down on bot.
We aren't done. River's got to try to get away now as he and Ayla are forced to flee their own jungle. Quad coming in to reinforce his guys as now the Drake is the target. Flyquest, they claimed the first turret in the bottom lane. Whippo got the 1v2 outplay in the top lane. Now Flyquest have control over the Drake pit to earn themselves Soul Point 17 minutes into the game.
They are really cruising now. We'll see if River can find some. What a cleanse!
Nicely done. Captain Jack from Masu getting right away from it. Ayla's ready for the follow-up with a Magnet Storm. However, Flyquest trying to defend with Whippo making his entry into the fight here with the TP. 1 for 1 so far. Quad for Ayla. Quid's about to drop, making a 2 for 1 special for Flyquest. This is exactly how they wanted this game to look 17 minutes in.
Yeah, and that teleport felt like a little bit of desperation when they get nothing from that. That hurts. I want to see this cleanse again because that was sick, but let's watch this. 100 Thieves, double soul lanes, go up towards top. They're trying to force the tower down, but while they are doing this, while they're hitting that tower, he is hitting them. Softens up Sniper quite a lot, and then does a great job of just trying to kite back through this, being able to dodge as many of the Qs coming in through from Quid as he possibly can. He is just going crazy. Flashes another Q detonation. That's 2 or 3 that he was able to actually avoid there from Quid. This last one gets him with the very edge of the detonation, but that was huge from Whippo, playing that excellently. Instead of just backing off, knows, you're going to take the tower in my face? I'm going to kill you.
The grin and eyebrow combo of Whippo classic, and then we go down here.
Watch this cleanse. You can't even see the CC hit him. That was picture perfect there from Masu. Felt like the character didn't even slow down. That was sick.
Never broke stride, just kept walking, and then they turn it around. They make the 2 for 1 here as Quid gets caught on the back end of things. 8-4 game now for Flyquest. When coaches are happy, you know the game is going well.
I mean, this is, you couldn't have drawn it up better, right? It's a slower early game. Flyquest are the ones choosing the fights. They're the ones playing with a better scaling comp as well. And they are now very far ahead. 19 minutes in, big gold lead, Soul Point, denied 6 grubs. This is a recipe for success. And when they are ahead at 14, they don't miss. This team has not lost a single game while ahead, and they are ahead.
I mean, I feel like we see those kinds of stats a lot, but not at that level, right? Like, oh, they win 90% of the time when they're ahead, or they win 85% of the time when they're ahead. But not dropping a single time when you've got that lead at 14 means 100 Thieves are staring down a pretty nasty game state, and Flyquest, it's theirs to lose.
Absolutely, and the other side of that stat was, you know, we have this one team that never loses when they're ahead, and we have this other team that is just this action-packed team, is the bloodiest team in the world, the most combined kills and deaths in their games of any team in any region coming into this series. This has not been that kind of game. You know, yes, it's not bloodless. Yes, it's not, you know, an LCK first blood at 25 minutes, but it is one of those games that is much more controlled, and it's, again, Flyquest choosing the fights and Flyquest outscaling you while they do it.
So I like this total damage chart because it tells a really interesting story. Normally, when you have a ranged top laner playing into a tank, that guy's going to have highest damage in the game pretty easily because of the fact that he's just shooting the tank the entire time. You're just getting so much added damage. The only one higher than Sniper, the guy shooting the tank, is the tank. Bwipo is now the unstoppable force and the immovable object.
See, that's where he went wrong, and assuming K'Sante was a tank.
Ah, yes. I see my error
because
at this point.
he's Go-Go Power Rangers, and he turns into an assassin when he goes all out, and that's probably where all of his damage comes from.
He's his own Megazord. Instead of summoning a robot, he just gets big.
Summons himself. I mean, it would be fun to see a damage chart like that and see how much damage was while all out. You know, like how much of that 10,000 damage was just in the couple times he pressed R.
Right, because I mean, it's a ton of the character's kit, right?
Yeah,
like you pretty much just morph into a bruiser. But right now, 100 Thieves have, I feel like, a very, very quickly shrinking window to try to salvage the game. And that window is looking an awful lot like a 62-second timer on an Ocean Drake that will be Ocean Soul for Flyquest if they secure it. This is not a good sign for 100 Thieves. The pressure is on. They need to find some way to answer this.
And I have to give Busio credit because I think a lot of people, when they're playing something like Braum, they just always default to these kind of tankier support items. I think Mikhail's is 1,000% the correct choice here. You know, what are you going to do to come back as 100 Thieves? Well, you're going to fish for a Sejuani ult, right? And you're going to hope to hit that Sejuani ult on a carry, burst them 100 to 0, and have that essentially negate your disadvantage. Mikhail's completely stops that. And you could say, yeah, well, throw the ulti at the Braum. Well, if you're going to Sejuani out the Braum, you're probably not winning the fight.
You just throw up the door, stand there. I mean, I feel like Braum is probably the champion in League of Legends Pro Play that I have seen the most games lost by a team engaging on him. And now, Ayla's got to get over the wall. Flash from the Rel. That is a massive team fight tool no longer available. I'm talking about 100 Thieves needing to figure out a way to navigate this fight so Flyquest doesn't get a 22-minute soul. No Rel Flash makes that navigation so much harder. The compass just broke.
Yeah, I mean, you have no Rel Flash for the engage, so now you're 100% all in on finding a perfect Sejuani ult, which is just going to be Mikhail's or Cleansed. And so I really struggle to see them finding a way unless there's some massive mispositioning here from Flyquest, and we'll see if 100 Thieves can make a miracle happen.
All right, River is in that brush inside the Drake pit. Nice sidestep there on the accelerated shock blast from Flyquest. Now they want to go in after River, just trying to burst down the Sejuani. Masu's not going to find anything there with the Chains of Corruption. Quid going in, tries to steal away the Braum ulti. 100 Thieves have made their play. Inspired's going to be killed off first. Flyquest looking for a little bit more damage back. They're going to grab Sniper. Make it 2. Now 100 Thieves have lost their AD carry. A double kill for Quad. 3 dead in 100 Thieves jerseys, and Ocean Soul for Flyquest.
Nicely done there by Flyquest. River goes in. I think he's just really trying to focus on drawing a lot of attention there and trying to soak the damage, saying, okay, well, if they commit to me, maybe we can get some damage out, build some space for my team. You know, he's clearly not going for a 50-50 because he goes in with the Dragons at 7,000 health. He goes in, but the problem here is Masu and Quad on the side are kind of untouched. Busio just immediately peeling back to cover for Masu. Masu flashes back over the wall and then gets so much damage here down onto Quid. Quid is essentially completely out of the fight, and the rest of the time, Quad is just working on this Corki. FBI really cannot get involved. River was on the run. As soon as Bwipo rejoins, this fight is just all over. And now Bwipo, this far ahead, has the Ocean Soul as well. This guy's going to be a brick wall.
How do you kill him, dude? He's got so much armor. The only enemy AP threat is a Silas who has Proto Belt and a couple of garage sale pieces. Okay, Quad had a bit of a happy ult there, but it doesn't really matter because you're already 2,500 gold ahead with that Drake Soul. I just don't see a way where Bwipo dies without just going completely ham for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would have to be a real overextension, you know, catch him with a lot of different members here. Quad just going to be able to knock down that tower, though, and they have full control of this area. Summon the Azir turret, looking towards Otacon. Of course, you have to be careful, you know, around Otacon. If you do take too many stacks, you get pretty squishy. You know, it is cutting down your armor and your MR. But Flyquest don't need to pressure anything because they have the push down in bot, and they're just slowly but surely creating more space.
Ooh, big hit on Quad there from Sniper. Knocks him down to about 40%, but River's going to be your target on 100 Thieves side yet again. Down to 300 HP here on the Sejuani. They don't overcommit any further towards him. And again, these situations, these heavy trades favor Flyquest so much because of the Ocean Soul.
Exactly. You know, this is Azir essentially being like gifted a Bloodthirster, right? He just heals back up by hitting the wave. You know, normally you are in such a risk, but instead they put River so low, they know he has to go back to base, they know he has no flash, so they're straight in on the Otacon. I don't think there's anything 100 Thieves can do about this.
No, sir, not with Varus and Azir DPS in the thing. Now Quid's gonna be slammed into the wall, has to flash over just to survive, but Bwipo is all out, going after FBI, and Bwipo is the one who knocks Flyquest unafraid to keep going forward. Whippo's looking for another solo kill, this time on the Quid. Doesn't even matter. A double kill back for Quad. A dead bottom lane for 100 Thieves. Flyquest just got Otacon as the entree. They got the bot lane on the side, and it's Baron for dessert.
Exactly, right back to Baron. You have on-hit Varus and Azir, some of the fastest objective takers in the game, by the way. So they're just still topped off from this Ocean Soul. They're going to claim the Baron as well, and then they are going to be marching on the base. Baron plus Otacon plus Soul at 25 minutes. That is complete control, and that is how you do it.
And the entire time, Whippo just standing there as a brick wall. No way for River to even approach and try to make that one a 50-50. I feel like we are in go next territory for 100 Thieves after this fight.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, this one is just completely one-sided. There's not too much to talk about it. Whippo just runs straight in, takes down FBI. Quid doesn't even bother trying to help him because he knows he has no chance. They'll just get 1v2'd. On the other side, they're losing as well. There's the Otacon GAs. They're still pretty much full health by the end of it. It is just complete domination here from Flyquest. This is this team at their very best, controlling the map, controlling objectives, fighting on their terms, and they really do look bulletproof when they play like this.
And we saw in an interview from Whippo after the loss to C9 in the... Oh, hold on. Got a bit of an engage coming out on Namasu here. 100 Thieves going in for the carry of Flyquest. They need a little bit more damage to find him, but they just don't have it. Masu stays alive, and everybody on 100 Thieves is now overextended. Their play is ended. Quad coming around to guarantee this is the last nail in the coffin. Flyquest aren't even worried about it, and they will continue their push straight down the mid lane with a triple kill from Masu. The Varus, the only man on the Rift that has not even died these 27 minutes. And with all those black and white screens on 100 Thieves, this base is in shambles.
Yeah, they're just going to take all 3 inhibitors at the same time, but you can't blame 100 Thieves for a look like that. They knew there was no cleanse on Masu. He's a little separated from the team. It's desperation times, right? It is that 1% chance that you're looking for in a game like this. They took their swing. Flyquest was ready to answer. Don't even get the Otacon GA off of Masu for insult to injury.
Oh, man, that is a rough one. But what I was saying before, 100 Thieves tried to take their swing. Hold on, we might see another swing in the meantime. Let's see if Flyquest want to leave. Doesn't look like it. They are ready to just keep this one going. Still 5 minutes strong. That's the power of the Ocean Soul. 20 minutes into the game, you're just immediately still topped off on all your resources. Flank coming around from Quid, but that control ward's going to see him. Flyquest is fully aware of what's going on. First Nexus turret already down. Only one structure beside the Nexus still standing here in the base. Ayla's in the front line, immediately killed by Masu as they try to engage once more, but no, it's only 2 more deaths. It's all in vain for 100 Thieves. It's another triple for Masu and Flyquest. 20-5, 29 minutes into the game. Make quick work of 100 Thieves in game number 1 of this best of 3.
Inspired even getting a solo kill on Quid, up 2 levels over the enemy mid laner at the end of that game, by the way. Level 16 on the Vi. This was domination, start to finish. Flyquest really gave 100 Thieves no chances at all.
I tried to say it twice, and Flyquest cut me off both times to punch the Thieves in the mouth, but it really feels like they fell into their trap game once during the Cloud9 series to qualify into the conference play, and now they're sharp and they're ready to go.
Absolutely. It's going to be a really exciting one. We'll see if 100 Thieves can bounce back or what they're going to be able to get done, because they need to change something up.
All right, we're going to go ahead and toss this one back to the lounge now to go ahead and break that one down. I'm excited to see what they got cooking, but remember, if you're looking to get cooking, you don't have to feed, you can get fed. Use Uber Eats right now. You can scan the QR code on your screen to get some LTA deals exclusively on Uber Eats. We'll be right back after this.
I know you. All right, nice to meet you. We'll have a date tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
So you guys do your little review here? Yeah. Nice, that's nice. This is me. How did I go from this guy, 2018, random? I was a random. How do I go from this to 4 quarters, worlds? Very simple. Trust. So what I want to help you guys is, how do you build trust through your gameplay? Anyone want to take a guess? Anyone, any ideas? You guys have played together, do you trust each other? How do you trust? How do I make my teammates trust me? Every game. I don't tell them to trust me, I play the game and people trust me. They trusted me in 2018, Fnatic, they trust me. 2019, people trust me. 2020, people trust me. 2021, people trust me. 2022, people don't trust me. Years, I don't go to Worlds. Why now? I take a year break, 2023, I don't play. And I say, well, let's come back. 2024, I go back to Worlds. Why? People trust me. How? Feel free, guess. No one? Staff can guess too.
Connection, talking, getting to know each other more.
Okay. Look.
Consistency.
Is this consistency? There you go. Consistency. Unity Carry is a very good player, right? Would you consider yourself to be a very good player? You can translate. Do you think you're strong? Strong player? You think you're good? Can you carry in this region? Yes. Help him prove it. I believe him. I've seen him play. That's it. I can show you any vault. What's your favorite AD carry? Deft. Hey, a classic. Let's have a look. What does Deft do? What's your favorite year? Any year you want to watch? Deft?
2021.
2021 Deft?
22 to win the World Cup.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's pull up his World Finals games. Oh, 22, whatever. Game 5. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what our good friend Deft is doing and how he plays the game. And I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be anything special. He's going to just play a stable game of League of Legends. He's not going to take any risks. He is getting and he does it gracefully. It's okay. This is a matchup. It's not my game to carry. But I want to make it easier for other people to carry me. That's what he does. That is trust, my friend. He trusts his teammates. It's all trust, all the way. Obviously, you need to be smart too. You know, make some good plans, some good set plays. But the point is that this game, just trust it.
Hi everybody, Flyquest beats first, and we are here with a special guest. Weeble's mom is in the LTA Arena in Sao Paulo. Ana, muito obrigada por você estar aqui com a gente. Eu quero saber primeiro que nada de você, como é viver, né? Como é viver essa experiência, porque é a primeira vez que o Weeble joga aqui no Brasil. Você é brasileira, ele tem essa metade brasileira. Como é para você viver esse dia?
Emocionante. Né? Nós fizemos questão de viajar, eu saí da Bélgica especialmente para vir vê-lo, para apoiar, e não só eu, o irmão, e a minha mãe também, a avó dele e a tia, fazer questão de vir para apoiá-lo, porque eu sei que é muito importante para ele, então se é importante para ele, é importante para nós também.
Ah, que bonito. I asked her about the first day, because it's the first time her watch Weeble played in Brazil, because she's Brazilian, Weeble have a half part Brazilian, and she told she's so glad and happy to be here, because she's traveled from Belgium from stay here for today, and with the Weeble's daughter, Weeble's son, the Weeble's brother, yes. Grandmother, and she's so happy because if it's important to Weeble, it's important to her also. But now I need to know, what is it to live this experience as a mother, you know? How do you live a game day as a mother perspective?
Muito nervosa, né? Você fica nervosa, ansiosa também, né? Porque tudo pode acontecer, né? Mesmo que nesse dia, especialmente hoje, o time deles é o favorito. É sempre um jogo. Então a gente fica na expectativa. Eu tô nervosa, ansiosa, mas vai dar tudo certo, se Deus quiser.
I'm so nervous because, you know, even Flyquest is favored for today. Everything is gonna be happens today, but I'm so nervous. My heart is like a small, and I'm so nervous. And finally, do you have any message for NA fans?
Oh, claro, claro. Eu gostaria muito de agradecer a todos os fãs o apoio que eles sempre deram a Gabriel e o carinho também, claro, né? Que tem por ele, porque não é, vamos falar assim, um estilo de vida simples e fácil, né? É como ganha, perde, perde, ganha. Então, mesmo assim, eu agradeço muito, muito mesmo, de todo o meu coração, todo o apoio e o suporte que eles têm dado para ele, que é muito importante para ele.
I'm so grateful for all the support because, you know, it's not an easy lifestyle because you lost and even you're gonna win and you lost and win, but I'm so grateful for all of this love and support for people. E muito obrigada por você estar aqui.
Muito obrigada a você, muito obrigada pelo carinho também.
And we're gonna break and back soon.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%.
Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fish out. We are coming, we're coming.
Yeah, looks decent. Can you...
I'm ulting the Silas.
Yeah, I'm coming for Silas.
Nice.
Look at Rel.
Quirky's moving.
It's fine,
Yeah, it's fine. We will.
Round of flash. Just kill him and back.
He's dropping top.
Yeah, it's fine, we're fine.
Look back.
We can look ready.
They use all 3 ult. Yes, boss. Done. It's all you said. I'm done. Oh. Wow.
But it's fine, right?
Keep being on the tower.
Yeah, I'm fine.
If they come in, like, it could be interesting.
They're hitting.
Yeah, they're hitting. It could be interesting. Nice. I'm here. I don't think I can reach him. Oh, okay, you can. Holy, you're a beast. Well played, bro.
I'm ulting Corki.
There's one who's out of the fight. I'm coming in.
Corki flash and W already. Corki's gonna die.
Corki's gonna die.
Round of flash. Silas 1 HP too.
Yeah, Sejuani's one as well over the wall, okay?
Yeah, everyone left.
I want to
Stop Sejuani. Stop Sejuani.
I don't see us as rivals, especially because we're in different roles. It's kind of hard to see that, even though we were competing for the same achievement, I guess.
I feel like Masu and like Flyquest are like one step ahead of us because they already like beat us last year during the semifinals, I think is what it was, and they like destroyed us. You know, it wasn't even close. It was just like 0-3. So this is kind of like, I kind of want to get my revenge on Buppo especially because I just really want to beat him. Buppo is very good for the LTA because he has like a lot of energy, I feel like. He's like a fan favorite to a lot of people, to honestly the majority of the LTA. And I feel like his personality, his gameplay as well is just like very good. And he's someone I actually like learned a lot from, especially last year. I was learning a lot from just playing against him and just seeing what he does in game. So now that I've like gotten the experience and I like know what he's good at, I know what he does, I feel like this time around I have like an advantage against him in a way, but I don't want to get too cocky, you know. I want to just, stay calm and be humble.
Welcome back to the LTA. If you missed game number 1, I would say that Whippo and Flyquest humbled 100 Thieves pretty well. That game was a little bit of a slow to start, but then immediately Flyquest just in control of everything. It started in the draft, and we are back into the draft here for this second one. Aurora, Pantheon, Ambessa, Skarner, Ivern, all of these are champions. Callista as well. All 6 champions were also ones that were banned out in the previous game, although all 6 weren't exactly banned in the first half of the draft. So we'll see how things adapt this time around with Flyquest playing from the blue side.
And you can see all the fearless bans that they're in the middle, and I really feel like for 100 Thieves, it's time to try to spice it up. You know, you can't go with anything too standard. You want to be able to create some chaos. They need, I think, a lot of forms of engage because that game was too slow. It really needs to be a faster pace. I think if 100 Thieves are going to win, it is Quad, though, being able to grab the Yone here, which is a quit special. And so it is a bit of a takeaway there. And I think it's a really smart pick to be able to have the playmaking on your side and deny those tools from your opponent.
And remember, in the previous game, I said that these were all bans from game number 1, but not exactly first half. When Flyquest is on red side, they ban Yone first half against 100 Thieves because they don't want to give Quid that same first pick. Now they'll use it against him. But the response, Poppy immediately going to be locked in for 100 Thieves. This denies so many champions their mobility and their dashes, and then also locking in the Akali, saying, all right, I see your melee carry mid challenge, and I'm ready to answer.
Absolutely. And I mean, if this is going to be Poppy jungle inspired, going towards the Zyra would make a lot of sense. Of course, we know this could be, Poppy support or something along those lines, but if you are working under the assumption that it is going to be jungle, Poppy is going to get outpaced so heavily by the Zyra, especially an inspired Zyra. This guy knows how to maximize farm. I touched on it briefly at the end of the last game. He had something like 200 farm, at the end of the game on Vi, with 2 levels up in the enemy mid laner. It's just ridiculous. He really knows how to optimize, how to be in the right place at the right time here. And we're just waiting to see what the third pick of the draft is going to be. Would not be surprised to see double physical soul laners to pair alongside that Zyra, but instead we are going to be getting a Sion coming through. So could be a lane swap on the table here. Sion, I think it is the best top laner for lane swap, simply because even if you manage to pull off a dive, it just doesn't even matter. The guy just comes back in zombie form, picks up all the farm, picks up all the experience, teleports right back, and you don't have the tools to get it done again. And you really can be quite effective, even as far as the damage you can put out, as you scale on later into the game. Sion is not to be messed with. So we have to see, where does Sniper go from here? You can go towards the Gnar, but honestly, if you don't get a big advantage on the Gnar early, well, you're probably not getting an advantage at all, because Sion very quickly becomes a brick wall against these types of matchups. So I was going to be interested to see, are we going to get something a little bit more spicy, like a Mordekaiser or something a little bit more out there? With the Gnar, you will get pushed, but again, Bwipo should always be looking for the swap. Gnar and Mini at level 1 is much easier to abuse, though you do have the Boomerang to try to pick up some CS and get a little bit of experience. You are a lot easier to dive if they want to commit to that. And if you don't get way ahead, you're just not going to get ahead. And if you go into that lane swap situation, you're going to come out so low economy that I don't think he's ever really going to be able to create a big advantage on what Bwipo can do.
And it kind of reminds me of what we were checking in on with the state of the lanes in game number 1, where every time the camera panned up top, yes, Sniper was bullying Bwipo. He was taking control over the lane. He was pushing Bwipo back. He was winning out in trades. But in terms of the gold, in terms of the farm, there was no damage done. Bwipo was able to stay even with Sniper. The only meaningful difference was down in the bot lane, where Masu and Busio were the ones carving out a lead for themselves. So if Sniper wasn't able to get an advantage with the Jace, I'm right there with you. I'm like, I don't know how effective this Gnar is really going to be. But hey, we'll see. The second half of the bans are rolling in now. It is Xayah banned out by 100 Thieves. They don't want to allow that get-out-of-jail-free ulti to deal with their dive. They're also going to ban out the Elise, one of those powerful laning supports. Again, talking about Masu and Busio's lane dominance in the previous game. Over on the other side, Flyquest is going jungle, jungle, jungle. They do not believe that the Poppy is the jungle pick. They are going to double ban towards River, knocking out the Nocturne and the Wukong.
And I mean, the Elise was getting covered, earlier in the draft, but they're going to be able to ban that out. Ezreal would not surprise me. MF would a bit, honestly. When there's this heavy dive to be going in towards the MF would be a bit surprising. So I think the Ezreal is the obvious pick. They ban out the one safe AD carry. You pick the other safe AD carry because they're playing dive. And so now we have to find out, what is that final pick going to be? Of course, there's a 99% chance that it is, Zyra in the jungle. So we're just looking for an engaged support here because they are pretty light on the hard engage. You do have, follow-up in the form of the Yone and the Scion, but you do really need that go button. Though kind of surprising to see 3-12 in the LTA is the Leona's record. That's not doing so hot.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Like, that is, if you're locking in your 3-12 champ in our game, it better be flex queue. Like, I do not want any solo queue action with a 3-12, but maybe Busio has the magic to deal with it. I do like Leona in this composition. You say go button. I look at this champion and think that is one of the best ones in the game. Obviously, with Fearless being in play, you can't pick Rel, which would normally be the priority champ there, I would feel like.
I just feel like Flyquest crushed this draft. Like, I don't think it's even a little close. I think it is very, very difficult. 100 Thieves have this very kind of scrappy, early mid-gamey type of composition that is really short range and wants to fight. What do they have none of? Engage. They have no engage. And Zyra is really good as far as the counter engage. Sion is great at being able to absorb that. Ezreal is great at avoiding that. So that is my real concern here. You're depending upon like a Poppy flash stun or, Gnar hitting Mega, then finding an angle. There's not a lot of consistent ways to start those fights that I think they're desperately going to need if they don't just get hard outscaled in this game. Because when I look at top lane, Sion versus Gnar, Sion heavily outscales. When I look at Yone versus Akali, Yone heavily outscales. When I look at Ezreal, versus the Kai'Sa, I really do feel the same way. So I have a lot of concerns for 100 Thieves based on what we just saw last game and then their draft coming into this one. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the kind of game that they need to make this draft work, which is a scrappy, aggressive game. I think Flyquest is just going to refuse to fight them, scale up, and then we're going to see one 5v5 where they get crushed and it's going to be game over.
And the thing is, it's not like you're just basing this purely on conjecture. We just saw a game
where
that went down, right? We just saw a game with a very quiet early game with very few kills to speak of, with not a whole lot of jungle ganks paying a lot of dividends. Yeah, we got one gank early that blew a flash, and then later we had 100 Thieves go in to punish the flash while it was still on cooldown, but then they lose that scrap 1 for 2.
Well, the craziest thing to me is that we saw that game, but they had Rel and Sejuani, and they just traded that out for a Poppy and a Xin, right? Like, they don't really have the ways to engage. So, the way this kind of comp functions is you get in your opponent's face, you show up first to objectives, and you snowball the game super, super hard. You try to force them into fighting you. So the early game becomes of the utmost importance. If you do not get very far ahead and have the ability to say, you know what, we're going to get Soul and that's going to lose you the game, so you must walk into us and fight us, then you don't really have any agency on when and where you fight. So early game is a must for 100 Thieves. If they fall behind, I think this one is wraps.
It's really, really pressure on for 100 Thieves right now. Remember, this is just, single bracket, one elimination, you're done. You win today, you get to play tomorrow in the best of 5. Whoever wins that, only one team from the LTA gets to go to first stand in Korea in March. That one's going to be a lightning fast tournament as well. Brand new.
I think 7 days straight of games.
Yeah, just super, super fast paced. And you know that everybody wants to be the inaugural representative for this, for
First
the
LTA
region.
winner.
Yeah, it's huge. But for Flyquest, they are the ones looking way stronger after that first game. They are definitely looking like they are putting some truth behind that real #1 seed talk. I mean, I said at the beginning of the day when you were still doing the intros down there, I'm certainly in the camp where I still think that Flyquest is the best team in the LTA.
Yeah.
I think that 100 Thieves definitely surprised everyone by being able to achieve that #1 seeding for this competition.
And these are some kid photos here from Bwipo. His family is here watching. You know, one of his siblings is here, his mom is here, his grandma's here, his aunt is here. They've all, you know, flown out, traveled to be here. And, you know, not only does he have the home field advantage with the fans cheering him on, he's got the whole family here backing him up.
I love that,
And you have to feel like that gives you that little bit extra energy to really lock in and be able to show up on the day. You know, Bwipo has all the motivation he could possibly need.
A little bit of extra mental clarity, a little bit of extra purpose right
Do it
there.
for Mom.
Right there in front of you, right there in the stands, cheering you on as we do have the minions finally colliding, and we'll see how this one goes. Let me go ahead and ask you, because we're putting so much pressure on 100 Thieves to be able to make this game bloody early, because they need to turn this into a wild game of League of Legends, so much of that is going to be on River on this Xin Zhao pick. Where do you want to see him go?
I want to see him go to the objectives, because I think that's the only way you're actually going to be able to force Flyquest to fight you later on. You know, fight you before they are ready to, is by stacking dragons. You know, play around bot side, stack dragons, stack grubs, just try to go to every single objective here.
Oh, Busio with the early roam here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, topside, blink and you'll miss it. Sniper got a solo kill for first blood.
That is huge. That's the kind of advantage you really want to see him being able to get. And that's Sniper from spring last year. This guy came in the league. First game of his LCS career was against Impact, and he solo killed him. Now taking down Bwipo. That is big. You know, they're able to survive that mid roam here with Busio blowing his flash, but Bwipo just going to TP down towards bot, and the top lane is already under fire here from Masu and Busio, who have gone straight up there. So even with the kill, it's Flyquest that are kind of first on the move, and we're going to watch this one more time. Sniper down a level, but uses the wall up there, interrupts the Q, or at least doesn't allow him to charge it up very heavily. Got that last minion to get level 3, and then it's just a chase down, lands another stun, boulder toss, picked up, locked down, flash to follow, gets the auto, finishes him off. Nicely done there. And Bwipo, he's the one always kind of laughing when he gets the outplay. Well, he's still laughing when he's the one getting outplayed.
He's just someone who enjoys the game of League of Legends, man. And you know Sniper is happy about that one. We said if this Gnar doesn't get ahead early, the Scion quickly hits the point of inevitable tankiness. But hey, this is great news for Sniper early on.
It absolutely is. But what is not great news is look at the farm. It's 29-12.
Yeah.
You know, Scion immediately TP'd down to bot and caught a wave as Masu and Busio were moving out towards topside. Sniper did not really have the ability to get down there because the wave was actually crashing out of the tower that Bwipo caught. Yes, there are all these minions pushing in towards him. So as he picks up all this farm, you know, Sniper is going to be able to equalize. He does still have that teleport advantage, but he is down for now a full level and 20 CS. So he's actually down gold even after getting the solo kill. Again, this will equalize because the wave is coming towards him. But that is kind of, you know, the power of the Flyquest map movements here. And you can see that Bwipo is just going to be going and proxying. He's already playing between the two towers. Call him Basso.
So what you're telling me is the solo death at level 3 was a good death.
It was a good death.
Good death for Bwipo starting things off. The best way to begin the game as a Scion is 0-1, but up in gold over your opponent.
It feels like Sniper got like none of that farm. Either the wave was a lot smaller coming in than I thought, or he missed a lot of it under a tower because he is still down. Even after the wave crashed, he's still down 20 CS.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, finally going
I mean, he's just behind straight up. Like, he's down, you know, over half a level, and the gold is 6 in his favor. It's completely irrelevant, so Bwipo's ahead after getting solo killed. That's just the map movements there. And really, he didn't create that himself. That was more, you know, Masu and Busio getting pushed, resetting early, going top, the waves coming in, as he TP's down. That's a team play that allows Bwipo to get into a really good spot, even after, you know, a little bit of an oopsie in the 1v1.
And you can tell Bwipo now at that point where he's like, okay, this is just a farm lane. They both have their call. They're both just going to be stacking up in that department. So, yeah, honestly, it's such a frustrating feeling to feel like, oh, yeah, I should be ahead now. I got that solo kill. But because of the rest of the team, like you're talking about, because of the macro play offsetting the micro play, it's just not amounting to a whole lot of anything. Gold is still even between the teams. Level 6 available for both of our mid laners. Busio going to make a potential entrance towards the mid lane here. Clears out the ward, but Quid and River back away for now. Oh, Bwipo goes for the slam. He charges the Decimate. He wanted to charge it that extra fraction of a second to guarantee the knock-up on Sniper, but that last little bit of time is enough for the small Yordle to get away. Bwipo is taking a lot of damage here from the turret. Sniper almost ready to transform. Quid nearly dies in the mid lane. Busio just barely misses out there with the Zenith Blade. No flash available on the Leona to guarantee the hit on that one, so Quid lives to see another day.
Yeah, Sniper very nearly getting solo killed by Bwipo. If that first Q that he was charging up there, he didn't get sidestepped by Sniper, I think he's dead to rights. Even with that, Sion able to obey it, very tanky, takes a couple tower shots. It doesn't even matter. You can see Soul Furnace already giving him, you know, 250 health just for free there. So he is stacking up. He is going to become that brick wall, and he is going to be putting himself in a really good spot. Going to be curious to see what the first item is here for Bwipo. He has that early longsword. You know, some people do really love the Overlord's Bloodmail as a late item. Some people even like Titanic Rush as an item. Some people even go Sterix because there is a lot of base AD on this champion, so it'll be interesting to see.
Okay, nice smite steal from River there. He hits the Gromp when it only has about 80 HP left. Inspired early smited it because he wasn't ready for this invade. Meant that the plant was still just whittling away at it. River smiting that high value single target camp means he gets a bunch of EXP, and now the exact opposite situation of what you would expect is occurring. River, level 6, 80% of the way to 7. Inspired, level 5, 80% of the way to 6. Full level lead for the Xin Zhao in the jungle.
Yeah, and that's great. But, you know, as I say, I really want to see them get towards these objectives, start to stack them up. No dragons have been taken just yet this game. But I feel like they need a way to force Flyquest to come to them before they are ready to fight. And really, dragons is the tool to do that. Nice ulti comes in from Masu, interrupts the base from Sniper. He has no TP, so now he's lost tempo. That's going to cost him probably a couple extra minions at the very least up on top side, because that's a delay of, you know, 8 to 10 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
So that is pretty big. It means a full plate should go over to Bwipo and minus a couple more CS for Sniper. So these little plays just add up, and they continually are building into a bigger and bigger edge that Flyquest then uses to really slam home later on in the game.
I always like to say that League of Legends is a game of inches, the small things adding up over time. Unless you're playing some wild solo queue game at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's not going to be the explosive 5-man level 1 play that just destroys the entire game most of the time. It's going to be these small incremental leads like what Flyquest likes to build. River should be able to secure this first Drake. Doesn't look like there will be any contest from Flyquest over this one.
I just really like the map movement though. Bwipo gets a play top, pushes that in. You can see quads going for the base. So Bwipo moves from top down to mid. He pushes out mid lane. Quid cannot threaten him at all, by the way. You just don't even hurt the Scion. So now Yone's going up top. He's going to catch that wave right as that crashes from Sniper. This is just a beautiful map movement that you love to see. You know, he loses one melee there off the move, but covers mid, pushes that in. And this is just great stuff here from Flyquest. This is what you want to see from a top level team in the world, moving around the map, creating advantages without having to rely on getting kills.
I always look at the macro movements of a team as how believable is it that one guy is controlling all 5 characters, right? That's what I really hold the bar at, because then you know there's no selfishness between players. There's no, oh, I want that resource.
My games look like that. It's just a really dumb guy is controlling the characters.
One guy that can barely turn his computer on without help.
Exactly.
He's half drunk. He doesn't know what he's clicking on.
He's never played the game before. But it is one guy.
It is, okay. As long as it's one guy, that means you're on the right page. River did want to steal away that Gromp. again with the wind becomes lightning there, but the delay a little bit too long. Inspired securing his Gromp that time. Still a full 1-level lead for River over Inspired. You can see that Whippo did connect there with the E onto the recalling Ayla. However, because it was just at that last fraction of a second of the recall, Ayla still does manage to make that recall happen. We have 30 seconds until the second set of grub spawns. Flyquest again with a 2-1 lead in those. Could be able to get themselves up to 5. If they acquire that, they'll also get their first bit of work towards the feet. Different from last game. 100 Thieves does have more progress towards feats overall compared to Flyquest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bot lane, remember last time, was really going rough for FBI and Ayla. This time, going great. You know, they have that slight CS advantage. Mid lane, it's a 2-wave advantage right now for Quid. So things are going well for them. You talked about River a number of times, you know, getting those invades. Gnar has kind of equalized a little bit as far as things were going there. You know, he's been farming pretty well, pushes up, gets a couple plates. So, you know, things are definitely still in a decent spot for 100 Thieves, but it's just always that concern of scaling in the back of my mind and of 100 Thieves being able to accelerate the game enough. Can they get enough here? River, of course, is up on those grubs and trying to do just that. Looking to try to get 4, so they should be able to get the grub spawn here. Yeah. And then I just really want to see them, again, in 230, be right as it spawns, get down to Dragon, try to take that, and then have that window in a couple minutes after on that 3rd Dragon spawn to threaten a Soul point where maybe Flyquest aren't really wanting to fight. Maybe they're still on 1 item. Maybe they still haven't completed that 2nd. And you can maybe get a scrappy fight where you could either really cement a big advantage or at least they back off and you get Soul point and you have a threat to win the game at Soul.
Well, Flyquest, they are not having as good of an early game as in the previous game. So 100 Thieves, they are up 4 grubs to 2. They are up 1 Drake to nothing. They're up a very modest, meager amount of gold. So I have to ask.
A pittance of gold.
Yes, a pittance, a small peasant's coin purse of gold. Is that enough?
I mean, to me, it's going to be only enough to win the fights early, right? You know, if this game goes to 3 items and everyone just sits on 3 items and then you 5v5, I feel like Flyquest probably win almost every single time. Okay. So I'm less concerned about it now. I'm more concerned about it, you know, in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. So it's going to be about execution because, again, well, the reason I keep harping on objectives is because they're so light on engage. They have no real way to start the fight except just being to the objective and the other team realizing, oh crap, if they get this, they're going to get Soul. We have to go there.
Ayla, FBI, and River moving in. They want to steal the blue buff away from Inspired, but Inspired gets it with the plant. Now the counterattack coming out from Flyquest. A ton of damage onto Ayla, and he's already killed. 100 Thieves have made a critical error, and they will be punished for it all the way to the grave. River wants to turn it around a little bit, but it ain't going to happen. Quinn into the back line, but the back line is his epitaph, man. He's got to get out of there. Whippo flashes over the wall to follow, hits him with another scream, forces the flash onto the Akali. Decimating smash to try to keep Sniper around at the same time. 100 Thieves thought they were being so damn clever to steal away the blue. They don't even get that, and they pay for it so heavily.
Yeah, Quad makes the roam down from top. Whippo instant TP arrives very, very quickly. They even get the blue buff for Inspired, and just like that, the wheels start to fall off. We can watch it one more time. Ayla in position, but this gave them the early warning. Look how much earlier Whippo is TPing. He's already there. Flyquest already know they're going to be committing to this fight. They get the initial pick onto Ayla. That is great, but as you blast going over, straight into the knock up there from the ulti on Whippo, right into the fate is sealed there from Quad. Great combo from the Soul Laners. Quid arrives, but the TP is so late that the fight is already decided. He's got to use the ult, he's got to use the Shuriken Flip, he's got to use the flash, everything just to survive and get out.
Tough outcome there for the Thieves as Whippo wanted to show up here in the top lane in time to stop Sniper from taking the tier 1 turret, but he can't quite do it. Now Sniper with that Trinity Force, pretty strong, returning that damage onto Whippo, but the Scion without his ulti cannot close that last little bit of the gap to catch up to the Gnar there. 100 Thieves now going to claim the feats for themselves with the take of that 2nd Drake. That's 3 neutral objectives. That's first turret up there in the top lane. The extra boots will at least give him a bit more kick.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going to be a lot of damage here up front with the Titanic Hydra. Yes, Scion is a tank, but he rushed Hydra, you know, and he's not stacking tank items just yet. It's just going to be all about the HP. Hydra gives you a lot of burst. If you can get a full channeled Q into, you know, W, E, auto, and then Hydra reset auto, like you can really chunk, if not just straight up kill sometimes, the carries. So it becomes this really kind of explosive play style that I think suits Whippo very, very well. And it turns Scion, you know, early game into into kind of this like pseudo bruiser style where you can get a lot of upfront damage if you're really in the right place at the right time. So it's a very fun style to watch. And of course, you can just have so much wave clear with that Hydra as well, which is going to be fantastic for pro play. You get the push, you move, and you're there first to the fight.
I feel like Hydra items are just so valuable, specifically in coordinated environments, because everybody thinks about the wave clear, but you're exactly right. The extra little bit of burst that you get to add to your combo with the active of any Hydra just feels like it gives you everything that you want in an item. As Sniper versus Whippo, once again, that 1v1 nicely buffered from Whippo there, using the Scion ultimate, the unstoppability of that one to make sure he doesn't get knocked back by the Mega Gnar ulti.
Yep, and he knows that if he gets fully chased down, locked into a 100-0 fight, he could get ran down there by Sniper, could be in some danger. So trades out the ulti, very well timed, still maintains that 25 CS advantage. Inspired now has caught up to where River is. This is where you really just start to outpace him as you get more and more items. You just get faster and faster and faster. It gets very difficult, and they have a ton of poke here as well. You can see 100 Thieves still trying to go towards the objective, so they're on the same page as me. They know they need to be going for these objectives each and every time.
Exactly. That's what I love to see from the Thieves. This whole time, these first 16 minutes, you've been talking about how 100 Thieves have got to be there first. They don't have engage, they can't afford to do it second, and they're doing exactly that. Even forcing the flash out of Inspired in the mid lane at the same time. 100 Thieves is not going down without a fight here in the second game.
No, sir, and I think this next dragon is going to be so incredibly important. I do think they kind of need this next dragon to keep that pressure up, because if Flyquest steal away the dragon, and then you're looking at, a 23-minute, 24-minute spawn on the next dragon to just get to Soul Point, not Soul itself, you're buying so much time for Flyquest comp to get those 2-3 items that they're really going to need to just absolutely take over. So this next one is so important. If 100 Thieves can take it, I do think they have a real shot, to be able to force at Soul, maybe make something happen, maybe be able to snowball the game at Otacon. But if Flyquest can set up and really stop them in their tracks, I think it's going to be very tough for 100 Thieves.
A showdown at high noon at the Drake Pit. I like the sound of that as 100 Thieves going after Quad. He's already used the Soul Unbound to snap back to his previous position, and River wants to keep the chase going. He's got Quid right behind him, and he's got the rest of the boys right over the wall. Beautiful pick from 100 Thieves. Busio and Inspired were hoping that Ayla or FBI would step a little bit closer, maybe overplay their hand a little bit, but the Thieves are happy to take their freebie.
Yeah, that's great. They already had Feat of Warfare, as well, the two other ones for first tower, as well as the objectives, so they do have the feats of strength. You have the upgraded boots. Now they get a shutdown there onto FBI. That is very important. Get the gold on this Kaisa. He's really their only true consistent damage in a team fight, so he is very, very important in this situation. And you can see Whippo, lucky number 7, already 777 health from the Soul Furnace there, is stacking up and has cashed out on his Cole, working towards that second item. It's going to be in pretty quick.
To put it in item context, remember that Giant's belt is 350 HP, so that is 2 free belts worth of extra health already on this Scion.
Gold right there.
3,700 or 3,904. It even updated while I'm talking about it. The guy's nearly 4K in terms of the HP sponge, but he's got to be careful here. A lot of times Scions like to say, all right, we'll just have a good death, go for the turret, but it's 35 seconds on the clock. If he dies here, it could seriously hamper Flyquest's effort to stop 100 Thieves from securing that Drake like we're talking about, but it looks like Whippo has resigned to his fate. He knows there's no way to get out of this one, so he'll just take the wave. His respawn timer is going to be dastardly and dangerously close to that dragon spawn as the Rift Herald summoned up in the bottom side river, walking now towards the bottom lane for 100 Thieves. Quad pushing up here on the top side. Quid going in after him. Busio wants to help out his mid laner. Nicely done there with the Fate sealed, buffering through where Quid is going to be in the smoke, but Quad cannot re-enter into the fight.
Yeah, Quad has a flash out even in the 1v2. Nicely done there by Quid, forcing out those resources. Whippo had to push though. He cut that wave while Quad was pushing topside, so they have the tempo, and it's just going to be them not choosing to fight. They are going to TP down towards this bottom lane tier 2, but meanwhile, FBI and River are taking the dragon. They're going to be able to get this. They got a tier 1 back on bot side, so Flyquest said, you know what, with the death on Whippo, we'll just take the tier 1 top, we'll push in the waves, we'll collect as much gold as possible. We're not going to bet the game here. We're going to buy 5 more minutes, and we're going to wait to try to fight them at Soul. Of course, that has risks of its own, because now one fight goes wrong, you give over that Infernal Soul, and maybe that can make the difference. And this is just Whippo knowing he's dead, committing to taking down the wave, looking like boss out there, going for the good death, trying to get it down. And we'll see. You can see him in the background kind of laughing.
Always having a good time, man. But 100 Thieves, I've got to applaud them. Because coming into this game, I think we were both worried that this could quickly turn into a turbo stomp if 100 Thieves made a single misstep because of the way that they drafted for the second game. So far, after 20 minutes, almost 21 minutes of gameplay, they are at Soul Point. They are ahead in grubs. They are like slightly ahead in gold. Still nothing to write a postcard home about, but they've still got a shot to take this game.
Absolutely, they do have a shot. And I gotta say, Unending Despair gonna be insane this game. I mean, there's essentially 4 melees. You know, in a big team fight, Nar's probably gonna be in Mega, and you just have all of this short range here that is gonna be so difficult because he's just gonna be healing off of everybody. And Flyquest now have the push here, walking forward, gonna be able to knock down the mid lane tower.
Massive damage from Masu there, just hitting everything like it's point and click onto Ezreal. The Trinity Force plus Muramana combo takes FBI down to 20% HP. Yes, he's got Flash. Yes, he's got Cleanse. Yes, he's got Killer Instinct. No, he has no way, no business staying in that fight any longer. Sniper jumps in for a Mega Gnar there on Inspired, but not really a whole lot of value to be found out of that one. 100 Thieves can at least take the opportunity to try to secure some vision up here in the top side river, but Flyquest now back in a very small gold lead of their own.
Yeah, just fishing for something. I mean, it's a 40-second cooldown. It's basically going to be ready, you know, by the time he goes Mega again. 100 Thieves saying, you know what, we got to keep speeding up the pace of the game here. They're on Otacon, and they are trying to rush this down. Bwipo's walking up. He does have his ulti to join, so I think they're going to be here, but are they going to be here in time to fight?
No, it doesn't look like it. This thing's burning down very rapidly. Quid just wasting the time of Flyquest, but the Otacon is already secured, and you can see Bwipo saying, nope, he cuts off the ulti. They don't want to full send any further. They know that once that false life has already been claimed by 100 Thieves, it's massively risky to try to engage in a fight after that. So Flyquest decide, all right, they got it.
I mean, this is great for 100 Thieves, but the question is, how much can you get with it? Because remember, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds is how long it lasts. It will not be there for the soul fight. It will not be there for the Baron spawn. So, you know, this is the nerf version of this, where you're still giving over a fair bit of gold, and it's a long respawn. So it's hard to really force if it's not around an objective. So great, they took it off the map. Great, they got it for themselves. Then they're going to get that little bit of bonus gold when they get kills and so on. But can they really get something significant from it? Because I think Flyquest are just going to turtle up, stand at their towers, and if you try to dive them, I'm not sure it really even goes beneficially for you.
It's the perfectly unlucky timer expiring just right before both of those buffs would spawn.
And it's just, again, the weakness of this kind of comp where you're really low on engage. Because if your opponents don't want to fight you, and you don't have Baron to be able to force them, or you don't have an objective to pull them to, they don't really have to fight you, right? They have good wave clear. They have safe wave clear here. You know, Zyra can just even join around one of these towers, sit there with Ezreal, throw down plants, and look to just thin out these waves.
And speaking of the Zyra, Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed. You want to talk about the difficulty of engage, trying to go anywhere near Zyra with plants empowered by the Stranglethorns. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you're walking through these Rylai slowing plants that are dotting you up, and a Scion with Unending Despair, you know, trying to be the brick wall in between you, and you're having to get to an Ezreal who is already a big ask without any hard engage. But we'll see. They're going for an invade again.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is looking for it. Quad stepping up, knocking half of River's health bar off, but now Quad's got to be careful himself. Massive damage back on a Sniper. Inspired uses the ulti for it. Ayla goes in for the Poppy ult, but it doesn't hit anybody. TP ready to arrive from Bwipo as Flyquest is still looking to find a counter here on 100 Thieves. They don't want to overcommit onto the false lives again. Sniper jumping right back in, wants the Mega Gnar into the wall, finds it there onto Bwipo, but again, he's so damn tanky. River hits him with the wind, becomes lightning. Bwipo still just keeps walking it off, turns around, flashes away to stay alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight over on the other side of the jungle is going to go the way of Flyquest. 2 kills in their pocket, and Quid might just be the third. Bucio with a shield at Daybreak breaks his jaw, and once again, Flyquest outplay the fight.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they know that they have to force. They know they need something, so I think it's the right play to go for this invade, because there's no objectives to fight around, so they go for the blue buff. They start some action, but they go for Bwipo, who is just too damn tanky. The entire Gnar combo was absorbed by his W shield. Everything from it. Yeah. Yes, they almost did knock him down, but at the end of the day, they spend so much time, so much energy going for it, and they lose out on the other side. Dragons up. This could be the game on this fight. We'll see if 100 Thieves can get it.
So the big thing, Ayla's the only one on 100 Thieves who doesn't have his ult. Nobody else on the squad spent theirs. There's still perfect execution on the Akali, Killer Instinct, Crescent Guard, all of these things. Over on Flyquest side, they still don't have Fate sealed up yet. They still don't have the ulti for the Scion. The Fate sealed is the big one that I'm looking at that's going to limit the Yone's efficacy.
Sniper as well has the Mega Gnar bar in a great spot here. We'll see if they can find the fight.
Masu wanted to jump forward, but instead Flyquest going to try to turn it right back around onto Sniper and Ayla instead. FBI flies in here with a Killer Instinct, a lot of damage down to Quad, who's going to try to get away there with a Q3, flashes back in, looking to take down Sniper, but he ain't going to find it. 100 Thieves making the moves, 2 dead on Flyquest. Whippo wants to get one back as Busio scrapping with Quid over by the Drake. A triple kill for the 100 Thieves mid laner, an ace for 100 Thieves, and an Infernal Soul on top.
They're going to be able to grab it. What a fight. So close. The health bar is incredibly low there, but they're able to take it down. And so much came off this initial play. Flyquest decided to lay a trap for Sniper, and they're betting it on being able to burst him down. But look at Ayla coming in. Immediate stun on the wall, then the wallop, the Mega Gnar stun, jumps right in on top of him. Quad decides, you know what, I'm flashing back in, trying to take him down. But Sniper wins out in the 1v1. And on the other side, Quid gets work done, takes out Masu. Masu goes down without using the flash. Quid is making it happen. Quad is getting locked down and knocked down, and that is the difference in this one. 100 Thieves knew that was a must-win on the fight. They get the soul, and now can they continue to snowball the game? Because they are not guaranteed to win by any means. They have a big advantage. They need to keep pushing the pace, though. They need to keep moving towards the Baron and getting these game-ending objectives, because Flyquest will scale to infinity.
But FBI 2-0-5, man, on this Kai'Sa. Back in game number 1, before the game even started, you were talking about how 100 Thieves has a multi-threat team now. It's not the previous version of this team that was just like, oh, River and Quid better carry it, better be mid-jungle. FBI on this Kai'Sa with 7 out of 8 kill participation. No deaths yet. 2 items fully completed, working on the 3rd there in the Nashor's Tooth. He can absolutely be the warhead that sends them straight to the Nexus.
Absolutely. I mean, especially you're building in towards AP. You have Infernal Soul. That is the poke. Like, he is really the only poke on their team, but that is going to make him very, very annoying to deal with, especially if he's building in towards things like a death cap next. That poke really can start to ramp up here. And you can see Sniper obviously has been on the Black Cleaver for quite a while, so shredding some of that armor for the rest of the squad. And we'll see what 100 Thieves can get done in these next couple minutes. They're getting the waves, moving in the right direction, but Flyquest are going to stay patient. They're going to believe in the scaling that they've drafted for. They're going to believe in their team comp here, and they are not going to rush things. They are not going to feel desperate. They are going to force 100 Thieves to be the ones to start up the Baron, to make that risky move.
All right, there's your immediate Leona ulti onto River, but the Flyquest follow-up isn't there. The enemy jungler drops down to 1,000 HP, but it's not enough to secure a kill.
Yeah, and I think that was the right call. You know, Busio throws out the ulti, hits him, realizes, you know what, we see Ayla there, we see the other members that are going to be around. This would be an overcommitment to go in on River when he has the Crescent Guard available. You'd probably be getting baited in. He has Sterix, he has Sundered Sky to heal back up. You're not going to knock him down 100-0 from that spot. So, yeah, it costs you the ulti, but they back off, they don't overcommit, and what that does gain them is vision around the Baron. When you look at the minimap now, look at all of these wards covering that area, because Flyquest knows it's not enough for 100 Thieves to just get soul and then go AFK. They need to keep pushing towards these super objectives. They need towards, you know, move towards the Baron because they have very little engage, and their siege is really bad because they're so low range. So Baron is basically like a must. You either get Baron or you go for Elder and you ace them. Like, those are kind of the only ways you can really push and actually kill them off.
All right, Flyquest trying to answer the mid lane tier 1 push from 100 Thieves. Now they will keep that tier 1 turret alive for now. Baron live on the map. Elder still 3 minutes away. 100 Thieves now the ones once again in control over the vision in top side River. There is a lot of damage potential for either team to take the Baron down very quickly if they get the opportunity. Kai'Sa can shred this thing. At the same time, it's Yone plus Zyra. I mean, Baron doesn't even get to blink his eyes and he dies to that.
Exactly. And I really love those deep wards that Flyquest had gotten. Those were actually so critical, because while 100 Thieves controlled full vision in the pit, these wards over the walls saw River moving back to farm his jungle, saw Ayla actually looking to go back to base.
Oh, Quad in trouble. Sniper's looking to get the solo kill here again. It needs another shot, and he finds it. Sniper has now solo killed both Flyquest solo laners in the same game. Meanwhile, Quid getting the work done in the top side fight at the same time. Solo lanes for 100 Thieves showing up in game 2.
Man, Sniper is really showing up. I think this is his best game of the year so far, and with that kill, with the TP off Bwipo going towards bot side, it's Baron o'clock because neither solo laner can get there. They're going to be able to grab this. Sniper makes the huge play and is going to get them those massive rewards, but Inspired trying to get over here.
Masu wants the kill on Quid, and he shuts him down. Nice shot coming out from the Ezreal. Ayla doing a good job using his ulti, the Keeper's Verdict, to keep Inspired away from the Baron, stop any chance of a steal there. Masu gets back a little bit, the smallest thing for Flyquest, but damn if 100 Thieves is not ready for a fight in this one.
Yeah, that is really good for 100 Thieves being able to grab that Baron. Of course, it does slow down the Baron push because they lost their mid laner, and it was something like, I want to say 868 gold I saw pop up for Masu, so he gets a big injection. He's now done 4 items here, and is going to be looking really strong on the Ezreal. So we have to see how much can they get done with this Baron. It looks like they're going to be posturing mostly in towards the Elder and trying to play for that.
Okay, Bwipo wanted to find the ulti here on River. Decimating Smash hits him for the knock-up, but it's only Bwipo and Busio here on the front line. There's no firepower behind them just yet. Inspired throws out the grasping roots, but they aren't going to find anybody here just yet. Ayla's going to be the first to die, but FBI has already killed off Quad. Now 100 Thieves are ready to fire in retaliation. Bwipo with a decimating strike, but it decimates nothing. Into the back line goes Quid, and into the ground goes Busio. 100 Thieves are taking no prisoners. A double kill for the Akali yet again, and Flyquest are wiped off the map. Masu's the only one left, stuck farming the mid lane while 100 Thieves hoist their heads as trophies.
Oh man, this is just a massive fight here coming in on the side. Quad just gets erased by FBI, can't even get involved. Sniper comes in, forces a flash, gets Busio into the wall. He gets his flash as well, and then in goes Quid straight into the back line. Eyes on Inspired, knocks him down. Masu is pushed out by FBI. This is exactly what 100 Thieves needed to get done. They play towards the game plan, are going to be able to secure the Elder. They've got Baron, they've got Elder, they've got Soul. They have everything they need to try to clean up this game. This is a draft that could have gone so bad so easily. They would have been criticized so heavily for. They believed in their ability to execute, and they've executed so well in a very tough game against a team that everyone is looking at as the best in the league.
And everybody is executing here. Quid and FBI picking their moments right, dealing absolutely massive damage amounts in every single fight. Sniper solo killing enemy opponents. That was redundant. Solo killing whoever is his opponent in the side lane, whether at the beginning or mid or late stages of the game, while River and Ayla are role-playing very well, constantly providing this interference, making it so everybody else can deal that damage they need to deal. Now 100 Thieves, they're looking to keep this march going straight down mid lane. They've got the Baron, they've got the Elder, they've got carte blanche to do whatever they want to do on Summoner's Rift. They'll knock down the tier 2 in mid lane, and now Sniper pushing on the tier 3 in the bottom side guarantees an easy entry straight through the front door of the Flyquest base.
Sniper level 18, getting solo kills on both of the soul laners here from Flyquest in this game. Such a difference maker for the team. They knock down the first inhib. The wave's coming in. They're going for Bwipo.
Bwipo, he might have a lot of health, but FBI's got a lot of damage. Sniper gets the execute on him. The Leona ulti's not going to get a lot of value here just yet as Quid jumps back with a shuriken flip. Bwipo's dead not once, but twice, and 100 Thieves are ready to keep it going. Quid will take his recall. He has no teleport, so 100 Thieves will have to be a little bit careful about this one. Does look like they want to see if they can force down this second inhibitor. A little bit more poke coming in from FBI over the wall. Masu's going to get jumped on now. Fires back onto River, but the Crescent Guard keeps him safe. Quad comes in, looks for a little bit more there onto Sniper, but he doesn't find enough to take him down just yet. River grabbing the execution here on Busio. 100 Thieves still firing off these killer instincts, these massive void spikes coming out from the Kaisa. A little bit more damage onto any target's going to hit him at that execution threshold. FBI is on a rampage. The Elder is ready to go. A beautiful zone used to keep himself alive as Ayla's going to block the shots, but it ain't going to be enough. Flyquest stay alive as 100 Thieves overstay their welcome.
Flyquest barely able to stay alive there. They get Ayla, they get FBI. Quid, though, still pushing up top. Sniper going to be heading back to base here. This lead, though, is now massive. 9,000 gold. Plus, of course, they're still going to have that power of the soul. the objective bounties have spawned, but at this point, it just may not be enough. 100 Thieves looking incredible from this spot. Masu getting pushed back, and you can see how much damage is getting put in. Sniper again, Mega's out, finds the stun into the wall. They get the kill onto Busio. They're pushing forward. Masu, though, doing a good job alongside Inspired and Quad, getting damage back, allowing them to stay alive in a very difficult spot. That ulti barely got the tag onto the Xin Zhao. And then again, Masu going aggressive here, steps forward, perfectly timed route out of that Zonia's by Inspired. They knock them both down, and they do hang on for now. But the Baron is going to be spawning once again pretty soon, and Flyquest will be asked a question they may not have the answer for.
I thought Sniper looked like he was typing something, and I'm pulling up the chat, and he typed Rookie of the Year. Wow. Give it some props to Masu for his play in that fight. Beautiful stuff there. But the game goes on. 100 Thieves with such a massive advantage in the current game state, but they got to get it to the Nexus.
Yep, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Sniper again pushing up on that bot side. I've got to give him credit. He has actually had such good timing on the Mega Gnar, on his Gnar bar, really controlling that well. Every time he's joining the fight, it feels like he has the perfect timing on it. Has been a beast in the split push now, on 4 fully completed items, has the upgraded boots as well. You can see most of the members are going for those upgrades now. The full top side from 100 Thieves has upgraded their boots. Inspired, is farming very heavily here. They're trying to keep relevant. Masu is closing in on his final item as well. So Flyquest still has a chance to make a miracle happen here, but it's getting really, really hard. As just kind of a full court press, the minions are going to be coming in from all sides, and it feels like no one can answer Sniper. Quad is just so far down in the game. I really can't remember Quad being this far down almost ever in a game. Like, he's almost completely out of this. Nearly 4,000 gold is the mid lane lead just for Quid.
Yeah, I feel like I rarely see a Yone unable to impact the fights like this, but for Quad, he's just been suffocated by the burst damage of 100 Thieves in the fights between the Kaisa and the Akali. They're just destroying them. Now Flyquest have to try to find a way to step up here. Inspired's plants are going to be the dummies checking those void shots there from the Kaisa, but River and FBI can duo Baron so quickly. This is what I was talking about earlier. Kaisa can do this thing so fast. River's going to take a little bit more damage though. Sniper down there in the bottom lane at the same time, going to keep that split push alive like you're talking about. Quid could be in a little bit of danger here. Solar Flare going to force the flash back into the Akali. Not a lot of value there out of Inspired's ultimate on the Zyra. Now he's channeling. He's going to go recall. It's 100 Thieves looking to commit a TP. Maybe they go for the end just like this. Flyquest, the backs are being stopped. Quid and Sniper in the base, but it's Quad and Whippo against him. They're looking to take these guys down as River has already killed off Inspired. Now Masu and Busio versus the remaining 3 Thieves. The push for the end has failed. Whippo and Quad win the 2v2, but the 3v3 goes the way of the Thieves. It's Inspired for Quid at the end of the day.
Yeah, really well handled there. Whippo instant TPs. As soon as he sees Quid is going, he knows he needs to answer. They're able to tag team and take down Quid. They spot that the Baron is not being taken. They have the man advantage on the map. Flyquest staying alive here. The scaling really starting to kick in, but it's Elder now on the map here, and it's FBI immediately back onto it. Flyquest have got to know that this is going to be the target here. Whippo can't spend time to base. He has no TP, so they're just going to go right over.
And it's not like this is Baron. This dragon melts so fast. It's such an easy objective to take with River and FBI both here. Surely 100 Thieves should just be able to force this down. There's no Inspired on the map. The Elder is going to go the way of 100 Thieves, and Flyquest march to their own doom. Sniper's got Busio slowed down, but he cannot complete the chase. That last Void Missile just barely missing from FBI. The maximum range exceeded by Busio as Flyquest have to continue trying to disengage. Sniper goes in for the Mega Gnar, but he ain't going to find it. FBI's got the damage anyway. He's now golden, trying to keep himself alive and make the plays. Masu wanted to be the hero, but not today. River gets the kill, and everybody except Inspired is dead on Flyquest. 2 waves of super minions marching into the base. Inspired stuck outside his own walls. 100 Thieves, 39 minutes into the game. They bounce back in game 2, and they're taking us to a game 3.
What a performance from 100 Thieves after an absolute dominating game one. 100 Thieves have the confidence to double down. They go on a very low engaged comp that needed to dominate the early game, needed to control all objectives to force their opponents to come to them. They do dominate that objective game. They force Flyquest to come, and they win the 5v5s.
Beautifully played from 100 Thieves all around. Major props to the whole squad. Now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Me and Emily we're going to be breaking down what felt like the part of the game that broke this game wide open for 100 Thieves and allowed them to take this win.
Yep. So we're going to start up here. Raz, let's go through this kind of setup because initially it does look like 100 Thieves are going to, they've just come off of having Otacon buff after a pretty audacious dive on topside.
Exactly, and so it's Vodacon, so even though 100 Thieves they lose the fight, they're down in gold, they're the ones that have to now fight into Flyquest's vision. They're able to actually take up position towards the bot side. Quid is going to be able to clear out this bot side minion wave, but as you can see, Flyquest are just kind of zeroing in on these two control wards right here, so it's going to be difficult for 100 Thieves to be able to fight into their vision if they're taking it through mid lane.
Yep, and then I want you to do something kind of cool here because this fight ends up getting split into two parts.
True.
So I want you to toggle it to our friends on Flyquest on the blue side vision only.
Oh.
Yeah, and then go back to 25-13. So they're essentially going to spot Quid on this wave down here, right? And then Quid is going to end up making his way wrapping around into the fight. So as we play it through, they actually are not going to spot him out until 25-28, and then he's going to go into Shroud almost immediately afterwards. So yep, then he disappears. Meanwhile, reappears, is then able to get the ult on both Inspired and Masu, which is a massive part of this team fight.
And it's crazy too, because at least from Flyquest's side, we were just talking about how they wanted to focus on this what's it called, two control wards and taking the fight up here. You even see basically Whippo who's just pivoting in this direction. So yes, they didn't expect it at all. They saw at least a colleague come up from the minion wave here. But when they see Sniper move in, they go in straight for the engage. So two of them are basically fighting up on the top side. FBI is joining up, but yeah, they did not even expect both River and Quid to be ravaging the backside of the fight. So it was a major win for 100 Thieves. Just as a reminder, this was their Soul. So they're able to get Soul off of this one, and it breaks the game completely open and turns this into a massive 100 Thieves win. That's much better than my handwriting.
I messed it up. Anyway.
Too much pressure.
It's triple kill for Quid, and that is because we have this composition, right, where you are relying on melee. And they talked about so many times how many tools Flyquest had to kind of potentially kite back and deal with them coming in. This is the thing that set up 100 Thieves for success, and this is a very classic 100 Thieves comp.
I'm glad you brought that up because their success is found when they're able to fight a lot.
Yes.
And I think it's also interesting, I know it's going back to the draft a bit, but the fact that they chose red side, gave up Yone to then pick this composition into it, because they just wanted a game where they were going to be able to force as many fights as possible and also have the Poppy support for Ayla ready in his back pocket. And they just executed team fights well over and over again. I'd actually say, outside of the team fights, they were getting outplayed a little bit by Flyquest. Whippo was getting up in experience, but it was them just dominating the fight after fight.
But we did notice that River was actually playing the early game jungling very well. This is a point that you were talking about, Jet, off screen, that it's a Zyra versus Zinja. When I see Zyra versus Zinja, I'm expecting the Zyra to be ahead a couple of camps by the 20-minute mark. But River was constantly invading, getting up in the business, and not allowing this hard farm style to kind of work.
All right, that's...
Oh, no, I was just going to say that's very anti-River, right? From him.
Yeah, game 3 is going to be up next. Let's head to break.
I'm basing and running top.
No W, no E.
Let's go, Quan.
No W, no E. Oh. My bad.
It's okay, it's okay.
I fucked up. Nar killed me top.
Careful top.
Yeah, we're killing San, guys. San's dead.
He's dead.
We have to hold, okay?
Watch me.
If you can give me rip, it's pretty good. Yeah. Thanks.
I'm coming with one time piece.
Yeah, it's fine. He's just gonna try
Lena
to
was
get the...
tough.
Zyra, no flash.
Nice.
This guy just trolling.
No flash now. I'm
We
done,
are
okay, guys?
hard winning, but we killed two people already.
I'm killing this guy. He can't move. He's gonna try and kill me, maybe.
They are coming attack, okay?
Nice job.
I'm flanking, I'm flanking.
I have good flank. I have good flank too. We can fight, guys.
Yeah, I'm walking in.
Andrew
Ezreal E.
I'm looking Leona. I'm fine.
Sun.
Yeah, just kill Leona. Kill Leona. Leona dead, guys. Oh, Leona's
Play
not
for
dead.
fight
Leona's
after.
not
Look
dead.
dragon.
Oh, Leona's dead.
Look dragon. Zyra one hit.
Sign, no flash. Kill San. Oh,
Dragon's up, guys. Dragon's
Are
up.
you kidding?
Get Drake.
His ult came up?
You guys get Drake.
How is his ult?
I don't have any.
Yeah, just careful. He can get it, guys. Oh,
Get Drake, okay?
As I went through last year, the more and more games I played, the more tournaments I went to, I slowly had a lot of reality checks. I think Worlds, MSI, international tournaments in general help a lot with that, because realistically you might get smacked around the first few weeks at an international tournament, but if you have a good mindset, if you can learn what to take away from those games, and you see yourself improve and kind of match the best players, then it gives you a sense of confidence. The confidence I've built kind of helps me in a do or die situation, because when I see an angle, or maybe I see a potential play, or I know something can happen in the game, before I might have shied away from saying it, or I might have thought, no, everyone else just knows better. Now I'm more inclined to kind of give my 2 cents. I will give my opinion on the game, or what the enemy can do, or what we can do. So the confidence just kind of helps me give information to my team, which in turn helps them make a better decision and helps me make a better decision. This year I am a lot more consistent in how focused I am in the game and how locked in I am, I guess. But I think my Worlds form was still the most focused I've been. So that's something I'm striving to kind of bring back and surpass even.
Last year, obviously I wasn't consistent at all. So I feel because of especially my coaches, to be honest, because they always call out my mistakes and they're always criticizing me, flaming me and all this kind of stuff in a good way. I'm learning a lot from it. I feel I can identify my mistakes more, and that's been helping me improve a lot faster than what happened last year. So I definitely feel I've been playing more consistent because of that, and more confident as well, compared to Worlds last year, for example.
See, Flowers, that's why I'm always criticizing your ganks. I just really want what's best for you, you know?
Which ganks? I'm getting the objectives.
Exactly.
Welcome back, everybody. In case you missed it so far today, we are here for the semifinals of our LTA cross-conference play. The winner of today gets to go on and play in the final tomorrow in a best-of-5 for a chance to make it to first stand in Korea next month. Flyquest came out swinging in game number 1. Final score was 20-5. Wasn't even close. Made 100 Thieves look completely foolish. But then in game number 2, 100 Thieves completely turned it around.
Yeah.
The draft was one that demanded execution, and they executed. Flyquest were the ones with their heads in a bucket.
And I think it's so impressive to be able to pull off a draft like that against Flyquest, because Flyquest is the consistent team, I feel like, in our league right now. And they had heavy scaling advantages. They had the ability to actually choose when and where you fought because they were the ones with the engage. But 100 Thieves were just relentless. Even when that invade went bad on the blue buff, they just immediately show up to the next dragon. They say, you know what, that went bad. That's the way we have to play our comp. We're just going to keep fighting no matter what. We're going to be at every single objective, which they were. I don't think they missed a single objective the entire game. Like, yes, they gave over some grubs, but they were around and fighting for literally every objective the whole game, it felt like. And that forced Flyquest to come to them. That forced Flyquest to be able to, go into these fights where now all of a sudden the fact that you don't have range, that you don't have engage, those tools aren't really handicapping you nearly as much. And it was just such a well-played game from 100 Thieves. I was super doubting them in the draft.
And one thing that really, really stood out to me, and you pointed it out as well in game number 2, just how ineffective Quad was on the Yone. Right? We talk about Yone being an anime protagonist. Well, this is the arc where he gets his ass kicked before he powers up because he was just in the dirt 24/7.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Quid was popping off on the Akali. We saw in the draft that it was Flyquest first picking the Yone on blue side. They're doing it as a denial. It's a power pick anyway, but it just didn't seem to really fit for Quad that well, and they got stomped with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I have to give so much credit over to me, in particular to Sniper and Ayla in that, because it felt like every time that Quad went in, he's getting walloped, then he's getting Mega Gnar stunned to the wall, then he's getting wall stunned by the Poppy, then he's getting knocked up by the Poppy ult. He's just getting perma-CC'd, and they weren't really overlapping anything, so it was just stun after stun after stun after stun, and then even if he survives, he snaps back with 5% health, and then either FBI kills him or gets chased down by Sniper. It was just so well done in, exploiting one of the few weaknesses that this champion has. It's so hard to pin him down, but they were able to do it perfectly.
So one thing that's immediately jumping out at me is Misfortune first pick for 100 Thieves in this game. This feels very risky to me since this champion can really be hard countered by certain drafts. We do have the Ivern, the Lilia, the Cassiopeia banned out by 100 Thieves, Ambessa, Callista, Skarner banned out by Flyquest, and the Pantheon that's been getting banned recently is locked in for Fly alongside the Jhin.
I will say, I think Fearless is helping out the MF in this spot. Two of the worst supports to play against, Leona, because the ulti can just answer your ulti very easily, and Braum, both gone from Fearless, right? So I do think some of those answers are already gone that are making things more difficult. Varus is gone as well, which is a really strong laner and can be difficult to deal with, but it is a champion that requires a lot of setup here. They do have the Alistar for the engage, and it is going to be Quid on the Victor, and I will cast your mind back to him playing this in the North, where he had a monster game on it, really was dominating. And he had some of the best team fighting, I felt like, on that Victor. And you're looking over on the other side. I feel like MF and Jhin are pretty similar in kind of how they function, right? It's like a stand-in fire ulti. I do think...
It's a turret character.
Exactly. It's kind of that turret character that requires a lot of setup. You don't really make the plays, you follow up on the plays.
Well, there's also going to be two similar champions in the mid lane with these control mages, the Victor versus the Orianna of Quad, both of these having some massive AoE potential. The Alistar also locked in early, so interestingly enough, mirrored picks so far in the first half of the draft. Both bot laners for each team drafted, both mid laners for each team drafted. So top lane and jungle should be the focus of our bans in the second half. And Jarvan is the first one knocked out. This is a River classic. Goes back all the way to when he first joined the LCS. It was just Jarvan game after Jarvan game after Jarvan game. And they don't want to see him on this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And while I am expecting it to be a Busio Pantheon, when you look globally, there is still a lot of it played in the jungle. Pantheon's actually played more in the jungle recently than it has been as support. Obviously, in our league, it has been mostly in support. We've even seen a little bit of top Pantheon, of mid Pantheon around the world. So there is always a chance that it could be getting flexed. And when I think of players like Blippo, I was like, you know, maybe he would do it.
Yeah, anything's possible with Blippo.
Exactly, but we are getting more of these jungle bans here from Flyquest. It is going to be the Wukong, it is going to be the Jarvan over the other side. The Nocturne's going to get taken out, and the Urgot, the Blippo special. So now I'm really curious, do you take jungle here and try to pinch the pool that much more to really limit, you know, where River can go?
And I remember back in game number 1, you talking about, you know, Blippo kind of taking advantage of the Fearless system, playing all these champions nobody else is playing. Blippo, if I remember correctly, was the first one playing Urgot, even in prior years in LCS, being the guy who's saying, no, I'm willing to slam this in certain matchups. They don't want to deal with that in this game, and we are going to have the Bard locked in for Flyquest saying, yeah, not support Pantheon.
Yep, so it is going to be that Bard. We still don't know. We're assuming now it's jungle, right? But of course they can flex based on last pick, based on the matchups. Will we see, you know, a repeat of a jungler, something like the Viego or the Maokai that is available for River is up and available, and so it is going to be a repeat. It is going to be the Maokai. You know, it's always one of these things where people talk about how limited the champion pools are, and you have to pick this, and you have to pick that, and then you kind of realize, well, it's actually, there's a lot of champions that may not be the SS tier, but are kind of just below that and really can fit in well. So obviously can't go Sion because that was already picked, but kind of just hovering that a little bit for fun. And we'll see what the pick is going to be from Sniper. So it is going to be Jax. And I don't think that would be what you'd want to play Pantheon into. You would get outscaled pretty hard in that 1v1. You know, maybe if you can really dominate the early game. So I am expecting this to be an inspired Pantheon and see Whippo's counter pick up on top side, but we'll see if he surprises me here.
All right, there it is. The Garen locked in against the Jax. You can still damage him with your spin even while he's using his Counter-Strike. Your ulti obviously does not care about the Counter-Strike even a little bit. So plenty of early bully potential there.
Absolutely, and you have the W to be able to answer his Counter-Strike as well when he gets that stun. If you time it well, it is basically immuning that stun practically. It lasts such a little amount of time if you can get it in that first, you know, quarter second or so or of the W. So you definitely can get the push. You know, you're not going to be, you know, struggling with mana at all. It can be really, really powerful. And you can also prey on low mobility carries. You know, think back to finals even against TL last year in summer, where he was playing like even, I think he even built an Infinity Edge in that game in finals. And it's like, gets to the point where if you build for these really high damage builds, you flash on an MF, you flash on a Victor, a champion like that, and they can just die 100-0 in the silence.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how this one breaks down, but I got to ask you, both of the previous games, I feel like we were both on the side of Flyquest in terms of which draft we like better. How are you feeling going into this third one?
I actually think it's really even. I mean, I think it's a very interesting draft. Both teams, you know, have their ways to start fights, have their advantages, but overall, you have some pretty equivalent, you know, scaling as far as mid lane, as far as AD. I do think that you're going to see better scaling from the Maokai and from the Jax on the 100 Thieves side, but I think it really does come down to execution. The Bard is always such an X factor because it is such a playmaking tool, and I think side lanes, you know, while you want to give that to Jax, become much harder when there is a Bard and there is Pantheon ult to deal with. So that kind of throws a wrinkle in the gears too. And I really think it's pretty even, and it's going to come down heavily to execution.
So one thing worth pointing out, this is something I always like to look at when Garen is in the game. Keystone choice, since he is one of the champions that does have like a couple of equally viable different keystones. This is a Conqueror game for Whippo, going more for the direct combat power as opposed to the kind of like trade altering pattern
Quid versus Quad for this game
of the phase rush. So that's one of the ones that I always like to look at. Less mobility, less of that ability to dive in and out of the fight, while at the same time he's going to have the extra damage, wants to be able to make sure that he can keep up with Sniper in those side lane situations. So now into the game. Looks like we've got nothing too crazy early on as our lines of scrimmage are being drawn. And 100 Thieves, a couple of laughing Brahms, some kick W's there. They're probably feeling way better coming into this game than they were going into the previous one.
Yeah, absolutely. The confidence will start to get built up here. And this is going to be an exciting one. I do think it's going to be pretty spicy potentially. It looks like we're going to get just matched lanes once again, which I enjoy watching so much more. It is a lot of fun to see these two players battling it up. Down with lane swaps. And actually, lane swaps are going down, but we got to talk about Quid versus Quad. two of the stars of these two teams, Quad, did really struggle last game. Wasn't able to have that big of an effect on the Yone. I feel like that's one of the only games I could ever remember from Quad where it didn't feel like he was being a big contributor. Even from the very start when he joined, he was making such a difference for this team. And Quid really had a very different path, I will say. Quid came in, and there were so many calls for Quid to be replaced in his first split, saying that he was really kind of the Achilles heel of the team. But this guy went from that to MVP, from getting called for replace this guy, he's washed, he's no good, to winning the MVP was really incredible to see. And both have just been such an important part of their team's success.
So top side, that early trading, both champions starting with the E. The extra AoE of that also influencing the minion wave if they trade excessively in that. That's why you can see the second trade back and forth. Bwipo cut it off early with that judgment over in mid lane. Quad just trying to play aggressively against Quid here early on with the power of that Orianna and the clockwork wind-up auto attacks, giving her the extra edge and the extended trades early on when the abilities aren't nearly as powerful compared to the auto attacks. And once again, it's Masu and Busio with control over the bot lane push. Bwipo and Sniper continuing to trade back and forth, but it's Bwipo getting the better end of the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of expected. And now Sniper is in a bit of an awkward spot. He still has a biscuit, and he is on the D shield, so has a little bit of sustain left in there. But this is sometimes the problem in some of these Jax matchups. You really just want to get the push, get it pushed in, and be able to look for those early resets. And I think that's exactly what he's going to be able to get done here. Bwipo will try to hold this away, though. You can see that he gets up to level 3, and he's going to pull the wave a little bit here to try to make Sniper stay around, which Sniper really doesn't want to do, but there's not enough that it's going to be much of a difference. The wave is going to stack and push to him, so Sniper should definitely base.
And I think we saw there exactly what you were talking about, the ability to use that W on the Garen to remove the vast majority of the stun from the Jax. It stuns you for a microsecond. It feels like it's more of a stutter step than a stun, and you're not really feeling too bad about it as Busio makes an early roam over to the mid lane. Quid going to be forced back by that pressure as Quad just again keeps control over the wave, keeps control over the momentum in mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. Quad doing well so far. And Busio, when you go for these little roams, sometimes they really look pretty ineffective, but the reality is you do a little bit of damage to the enemy mid laner, you drop a couple health packs, and all of a sudden, it's like a pretty big HP swing, right? It's the advantage of a couple hundred health, and that can win an entire fight there for the squad. So it is nice, when Bard is moving around. It's 75, I believe, per health pack that you are dropping, so you can go and then be able to, drop 2 of those, and it's pretty nice.
Very good stuff considering a potion is just, what, two health shrines? So feels pretty great. Quad's going to continue keeping that pressure on. Comet plus auto plus ball. Easy hits there onto Quid, who will try to trade back. But again, the extra pressure from the support, the extra value of that. I don't actually know. I always call them hot cocos, even though they're only hot cocoa with the snow bard, because that was the only skin that people used for like 10 straight years. So the hot cocoa really does make the difference, even if it's not hot cocoa. But Busio now looking for a way back down to the bottom lane as Masu's going to go for his first recall.
And this is the game 2 stats from both of these guys in that last game. Look at the damage per minute put out by both sides. Some pretty monster performances. Even in the loss, Masu was really hanging on and trying to make a big difference for the squad.
I mean, Masu was the possible X factor, I think, in that game, too, for them to have a chance of maybe bringing it back. You could see him constantly trying to push to the edge and make the play that might have the chance to win. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough. 100 Thieves got way too far ahead, so Flyquest will now have to try to redeem themselves here in this third, and what could be their final game until the next split. If you don't win here, you can't go to first stand. You're done until we start up again in April, back in LA. Still no kills on the board 5 minutes into the game. We do have the first Drake live. Is a Mountain Drake the hardest one to kill? So generally those are not going to be a fast first objective for anybody. Meanwhile, back up here in the top lane, Sniper getting the better of Bwipo here in the trades. And you can see both of them have already used the teleports.
Yep, both have used those teleports. Bwipo, of course, got a better buy because he teleported back late. And again, his job is really just kind of taxing the resources here. And now he hits 6, so he might actually try to interrupt Sniper. We'll see. Sniper is going to cancel his base. Knows that he would lose this full wave, but FBI is moving out towards top already. You can see Inspired is heading in towards the Dragon, so they know this. They are going to be pulling this off. It is going to be the Grubs, trading out here for the Dragon, and both teams setting up for that.
All right, another nice handshake of the neutral objectives. Feel like we see this more often than not with these first sets of objectives, as Bwipo is still waiting in the brush. FBI happy to just farm up here. I don't believe that Bwipo should be able to 100 to 0 him
he has
here.
barrier. There's no way. I mean, you're just on a longsword. You could do a lot of damage if he walked past you and way overextended, then maybe. But I think Bwipo is just happy soaking some experience and seeing, all right, if you go way too far, maybe I can make something happen.
Yep, just wants to jump in, grab your decisive strike there on the cannon minion. You can use the shield to block the counterattack there from the MF. Meanwhile, Inspire just finishing up on that, like I said, very slow first Drake with the Earth Dragon, but they'll at least secure that one for themselves. Have a little bit of extra defense, 5% armor and magic resist. Isn't a ton in the early game, but hey, whatever. At least you're stacking towards something. As Quid finds Busio here in the Herald Pit, and Busio's ready to try to get out, but Ayla with a beautiful job, pulverized with a flash headbutt to knock Busio back, and now the Flyquest support, dead to the death ray, beautifully done from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Ayla. Quid just kind of pushes him in to that pit, and Ayla is waiting on the other side. Q flash knocks him back. Yeah, he can go back through that portal, but of course he's taking damage the entire time. FBI quick on the move, and they're able to grab that first blood. It goes to Quid. That is going to feel really, really good. It's always so nice when someone has been out on the map, roaming, being annoying, and you can actually catch him on one of those moves and punish him. It really does cut their tempo pretty heavily.
Nice looks from Ayla on that one. Putting the money on a carry feels that much better. You can look at the scoreboard. Most of these gold differences are essentially worthless. That mid lane one now being the first one to really matter, as I'm made to eat my words with Inspired getting a little bit further ahead in the jungle pacing.
Look at the sub gap.
Yeah, wowee. Look at all of those extra control wards that will be able to be purchased by Ayla.
Absolutely. Sniper getting aggressive here on Masu.
Yeah, Masu with a deadly flourish. Does manage to root him, but it's outside of the turret range.
That was really close, actually. If he got that root off, split second later, or if Sniper didn't step back so early, might have got rooted in the turret range, and then that could have been dangerous. You take another turret shot, then maybe Sniper just gets hit by the ulti from Jhin. Instead, though, Sniper putting on that pressure, going to be able to deny at least a couple minions here. Bwipo is, of course, moving down. Doesn't notice the trap, so will be interrupted. That's a bit annoying because he might be able to get stopped again, but grabs a plate, pushes it in, gonna be feeling good.
And you can see the pings from Flyquest saying, hey, he's probably right here in the brush. Bwipo, however, not really going to care about that one. Instead, just focusing straight on hitting the wave. TP is going to arrive to bring Sniper right back down there. I always love seeing Demolish on top laners just because the resolve tree is so powerful in general. And the ability to just get that extra plate when you only have 2 seconds or so to hit the turret.
I mean, especially in competitive play where it's so much about these timers and map movement and being able to kind of get the most out of these small windows. Demolish really is going to pay dividends. You don't always have 10 seconds to sit there and just whack a tower because you're going to ruin your tempo. So like you say, Demolish really can make all the difference there. And Sniper working in towards that Triforce. See exactly where Bwipo wants to go for his first item, but Bwipo is going to be strong, and I don't think that Garen. It used to be kind of this thought that like, oh, Garen doesn't scale at all, is really weak in the late game. But I think people have really learned that when you approach fights in the proper way, you can have a lot of power.
Yeah, this guy is very strong in the right hands. As now 100 Thieves have to try to disengage. Inspired one of the Grand Starfall to make a play on Quid, who didn't have any mana left. But honestly, nice scramble there from 100 Thieves. Quid doesn't even have to spend flash to walk away from that one.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, again, just Ayla plays that really, really well. Headbutts Inspired back, and then has both of them stacked up for that pulverize. And it's going to mean another Demolish proc and another play going the way of Sniper. Doesn't even need the Demolish proc, just walks out knowing that Bwipo could be coming in and doesn't want to take that damage.
Biggest gold lead in the game now is Sniper versus Bwipo. We talked about Sniper needing to be able to rise to the occasion. We talked in game number 1 about Sniper improving his overall team play, his map movements with the rest of the squad, but some of that killer instinct, some of that 1v1 prowess falling to the wayside as he hones those other skills. It looks like he's doing a great job right now against a guy who has been kind of setting the standard for really making an impact in top lane.
I mean, absolutely. I think it was the best game of the entire split from Sniper, for sure. He played really well, had a massive impact, and now they're going to be able to look for this 6 grubs here. Inspired still has no ulti, so I don't think he's really going to be able to get here in time. And then you're giving Jax, who's already in a good spot, 6 grubs to be able to push and make such a difference in that side lane could be problematic. But Flyquest know, okay, well, we can't get grubs, so at least we need to try to get something bot side. So they're going to move down here, threaten Sniper off of the tower, and look to put him in a tough spot.
Ooh, nice binding from Busio there, using the last minion in the wave to catch Sniper on the back half of it, using the Jax as the wall instead of the primary target. But now Ayla is ready to escort his friend back over to the wave, back over to the turret. Whippo at least getting a little bit of money on that one, grabbing some plates, grabbing some minions, keeping that back to an even state. But it is 100 Thieves ahead just a little bit of gold as Whippo is going to step forward, try to contest River here at the chicken camp. River will go ahead and expend the smite to guarantee that he takes that one away. He's very fond of the Keck Braum emote.
It's a solid emote.
I like it a lot. It's a good one. I feel like it deserves a spot in the wheel. But River going in after Quad on that one, forces the flash out of the Flyquest mid laner. If he didn't flash there, Bramble Smash does knock him backwards, makes it way too risky.
Exactly, and now it is really dangerous. You know, trading flashes I think is always good, almost always, for mid versus jungle. But when Ayla has his flashback as well, that is so tough to now play out a fight here for Quad because you're risking getting flashed on. But River has no flash. He's in the pit. He is going to be stuck here.
Yeah, FBI showing up to try to help him. Bullet time flies out, but doesn't get a whole lot of value here just yet. Sniper looking to put the hurt on Bwippo, but a beautiful tempered fate means Bwippo's out of the picture. 100 Thieves is going in, and they're getting even more. Feet of Warfare claimed, FBI paid, Dragon secured essentially for 100 Thieves as Flyquest are pushed from the area. But it looks like Masu and Quad are here. I may have spoke a little bit too soon. 100 Thieves, they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to push too far. They don't want to go for the Drake here just yet. Instead, they go for the recall. They make 2 big purchases. Unending Despair on River, Trinity Force on Sniper.
And they spent a lot, you know, in that chase down, so they didn't want to overstay and get punished. So that's why they decide, you know what, we're going to back off afterwards. Flyquest, though, pushing in here. They say, River has no flash. We can punish, but look at Ayla on the side. He's been getting so much work done, keeping Inspired out. Then in comes the Bard ulti, but all of 100 Thieves arrive. They stack in, and as Busio is staying around to try to help out the squad, just ends up meaning that he goes down as well. This is looking massive for 100 Thieves. This would be a pretty big upset, and they are looking pumped. I mean, they know they are 1 game away from eliminating Flyquest, and on the other side, it's a tale of 2 teams. The coaches, the team looking devastated, knowing this could be the end of their run if they can't find a way to pull it back.
Golden Glue's smile right there. You could see it welling up inside of him, but he didn't want to smile too big just yet. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. You don't want to curse it with too much positivity. I love that.
And look at this expectation versus reality. This is something that I like to talk about a lot with this team. Even when I spoke to Golden Glue coming into spring last year, he was like, yeah, if we could get 4th, that would be really good. But realistically, we're going to need more time. You know, maybe we'll be like 6th or something like that. And then we could build up over time. You know, he believed in their ability to build up. But this team has built up so much faster than people really expected. They were able to make it all the way to Worlds. And coming into, you know, 2025, there was a lot of talk of their improvements. They claimed the first seed from the LTA North, but even once they had that, it's like, well, it was only a couple games. It's a really short format. It's a very accelerated split 1. How much does it really mean? And people coming into this are still looking at Flyquest as that #1 team, but 100 Thieves pushing them, and now here we are, match point, game 3, and they're the ones in the lead, and it's going to be pressure now on Flyquest without, you know, any sort of big early advantage to be able to stabilize and see if they can come back.
I won't lie to you, Isaac. I'm really impressed from what we're seeing from 100 Thieves after the first game. First one's a warm-up, right? Got to get nice and limber. Got to make sure that the fingers are all stretched out, ready to, you know, hit the right keys and everything. Everybody's fat-fingered one here and there. But honestly, really, really impressive second game from them. First 15 minutes of game number 3, very impressive as well. As honestly, they're just looking great. The Dragons are now tied. They've got themselves the second one of the feats secured. That means that they've got the extra boots. They're going to have that extra movement speed. And I feel like the extra value there might be the difference between River being able to catch up to somebody for the point and click, between Sniper being able to run down somebody on the Jax. It just feels really good.
It really does. It's nice. It's just that incremental advantage that they're building up here. And I'm going to be curious to see how Inspired is able to actually perform on this Pantheon. So far, it has been pretty quiet. You know, it is his first Pantheon of the split. I don't really remember him playing much, so I'm very curious. I'm going to actually check career-wide how many Pantheon games he has played. It does have 3 in his entire career.
All right, we'll check back in on that here in just a second.
Ooh.
A Sniper gets bursted very low, and now Inspired's coming in looking to finish him off. The stab into the back, and Inspired takes him out. Flyquest went out in the 2v2 here in the top lane.
Yeah, that's actually really big because Inspired was able to get that stun off as Sniper flashed, so he's still able to catch him with that Comet Spear, tags him in the back, knocks him down, and that was just heads-up play from Bwipo, just using the ulti to knock him down, and then Bwipo just TPs straight down towards bot. Doesn't even base because he's in the back up.
Meanwhile, River's ready for the counterattack now as 100 Thieves have their sights set on Quad, but not enough damage. The Chaos Storm can't catch him in time, and Ayla's not there in time to respond. So Quad still gets away. Yes, it cost him his flash. Yes, he's very low on HP, but 100 Thieves want more. FBI is going to come up around the side here on the pincer attack. He'll be the extra amount of firepower that forces Flyquest into a full retreat, and that means a turret claimed in the top lane for 100 Thieves, but the first turret was already claimed in the bot lane by Flyquest.
Exactly. I mean, Bwipo just used that Garen passive, regens right back up, TP straight down towards bot, and is able to push that tower because Sniper was dead. There was no one there to answer. So 100 Thieves had to have that pressure to be able to go, right up towards top to get something back because they knew they were going to lose out on the bot side. And as a result, it is Bwipo reclaiming the lead ever so slightly in this top lane. 1v1 has a Stride Breaker, working towards that Phantom Dancer. It is going to be 100 Thieves, though, claiming an objective up on that top side, but we have got ourselves a very close game. We know neither of these teams are going to be shy about that 5v5.
No.
And I feel like it's just going to be an absolute slugfest here around the objectives.
Sniper's a target for Busio and Bwipo. Busio only gets the slow there onto the Jackson with the minion wave about to arrive. Leap Strike would make for an easy exit. Ayla ready to join up with his top laner if need be. But 100 Thieves have completely controlled the top side objective pit. Sorry, that's a little bit of a tongue twister there. In this third game, all 6 scrubs, and they've got the Herald. Nobody from Flyquest has gone anywhere close to that.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be feeling really good, and especially if they can keep Sniper in a good spot where he's pushing up and he's getting those grub spawns on the tower over and over and over. It feels great. And you do have this Rift Herald. If you can drive that in, that's 12 little grubs spawning out and making a big difference on these pushes. 100 Thieves grouping up around here, trying to threaten. Nicely timed Tempered Fate there from Busio, immunes the charge.
That's what you always want to see from Bard. That's why it would be so risky to try to drive that Herald into there if you don't know exactly where the Bard is, just because he's so effective at neutralizing that objective. It can actually give a team a reason to not fight for the Herald as much if you don't think you're in a good spot to fight for it than if you had another champion, just because Bard is so effective at it.
Yeah, and it's a play that I always associate. I don't know who you associate it with, but I always think of Aframu every time I see that play. And
one of the OG Bards of the North.
Exactly. One of the plays that he brought, to the LCS back in the day. Masu here trying to clear this out as best he possibly can, but just the 6 grubs are so tough. It just gives all of these extra shots from the tower that are kind of being wasted on the little grubbies. It allowed Sniper to be able to push up down in bot, knock down that tower, and they are just constantly sieging here, trying to utilize the power of the 6 grubs. You can see River on the side with Ayla. They're always threatening, and Sniper here, they may look to set a trap.
Bwipo wanted to go in for the pincer attack, but instead he's the one getting caught. Quid needs to join up with the rest of 100 Thieves, but immediately he's shut down. Nice kill from Quad, and the backup fire from Masu is there. Ayla's going to try to get away, but Flyquest have claimed a second. Demacian judgment rings true, and the cow is out of there. 100 Thieves, they overplay again, and they get punished.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a kill likely here on River. We'll see if he can make the long run, but there's people coming in from all sides. River's going to be getting knocked down. They did get the tier 1 mid, but it's still a huge win here for Flyquest, and they're very likely to just delay this to guarantee the dragon. So they're going to be able to give it to Quad. They delay the death, and they make sure that if we want to start this dragon, it is ours.
Yeah, massive stuff there. 100 Thieves losing 3 guys for that one.
Yeah.
Feels a little bad.
It absolutely feels bad here. They look to pull this play onto Bwipo, but watch Quid as he flashes back. He's still stunned up there by Inspired. Then Quad, perfect placement on the Orianna ball. Notice how he puts it max range toward the tower to shockwave him back towards that tower, pulling him in. So really well played there by Quad, by Inspired as well, locking down that Victor, getting the shutdown with Masu raining down terror with that Jhin ulti.
And I mean, they wanted to go after Bwipo, but remember, he's got the courage there for the shield and the tenacity resist. He's got free 30 armor and magic resist just because he's Garen. It's a pretty difficult target to burst down, and Bwipo only dropped to half HP.
And he's got the top tower as well. He's just out here split pushing. He has the PD done now, likely to work towards Berserker Greaves, which is the really common play here. Sniper down 700 gold now. They did not elect to actually start this dragon on spawn, so it is going to mean, even though they had that delayed death where they, really made River wait for it, they're going to look for Quid.
Oh, this could be a big catch. Quid stuck inside the stasis there with the Tempered Fate. Quad and the rest of Flyquest ready to bash him and smash him. Nicely done. Monster taking a kill. And now Flyquest will happily take the third Drake of the game. Isaac, the first, 18 minutes of the game felt great for 100 Thieves. But in League of Legends, 18 minutes of good play can be undone by just one overcommittal to a tier 1 turret.
Yeah, I mean, and Flyquest are kind of just getting everything. You think, okay, well, they sent Bwipo top, so at least 100 Thieves get the dragon now, right? Well, wrong, because they catch Quid in transition, they kill him off, Bwipo TP's down, they grab the dragon, and they got the top lane tower, and they are really feeling good. And look at Inspired, as Inspired does. 184 farm, by the way. He's over 20 CS ahead of the enemy mid laner. He has more farm than either of the soul laners, and he's higher level than Quid as well. Like, this guy
CEO full clear.
Just prints money. CEO full clear. But the thing is, he team fights so damn well, and he's always there when you really need him to be, so it feels so worthwhile.
And now it's up to Flyquest to see if they can drive things forward without a blunder, without falling into the type of trap that 100 Thieves did. I think this Garen is going to be an absolute monster. We talk about how effective this guy can be if you find the right angles in the fights. Well, both of the carries are immobile, right? Like, yeah, sure, Misfortune can slow you down with Make It Rain, but you just cleanse the slow with your Q, right? Victor can do the same thing with his Gravity Well, but you just cleanse it. It's so easy for Bwipo to find access to these targets. If you set it up with Busio on the bar with these Tempered Fates, which have been really good, but Quid, are we good?
Okay, never mind. He didn't get quite close enough to the brush. Bwipo was looking like he wanted to try to jump on him, but doesn't elect to go for it. Sniper going to get chased out here by Quad. CEO has such a negative connotation, I feel like, these days, but, he's one of those good CEOs. He's like the Costco guy that keeps the hot dog combo $1.50.
Yeah, the Arizona tea guy that keeps it 99 cents.
There you go.
He's the Arizona tea of kicking your ass if you walk near the brush.
Exactly.
That's what he does. It never pays him more than 300 gold. He doesn't need that. 300 gold's enough.
It's enough.
Yeah, it keeps the bills paid. It keeps the lights on. And
keeps the long swords coming.
Yeah, as long as we're getting more swords, we're doing great. He did pick up a nice new pair of shoes like you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
The Berserker's Greaves.
He deserves those shoes. Treat yourself.
Yeah, so you just got to have a nice pair of shoes sometimes. For those of y'all that aren't aware that might not play Garen, remember attack speed does influence not only the general auto-attacking of the character, but also the tick rate of the spin of Judgment.
How fast he spin.
Yep, he spins real fast right now, and he is so deadly if he makes it on top of one of those targets. River, seeing if maybe he could have hit him there with a twisted advance, but it wouldn't have mattered. Not like they had enough firepower nearby with everybody else to collapse for the kill in time.
Again, Busio Mikhail's rush here. He really does love rushing for this item. I just think it is criminally underused and underrated here. Yeah, you're more squishy, but it is going to feel great to be able to answer things like the Maokai ult, like a flash jack stun or something like that that is going to be coming through.
And since it at least does give you a little bit of health in its modern iteration, it's not as risky as some of the previous versions where it's just like, oh,
it's
here's
not a locket, but it's not nothing.
Right, it's not like here's some mana regen, I guess. Like you're still getting some extra survivability power from it. So I like it a lot too. I agree with you. I think it's a huge playmaker. And now we're going to see what they're ready to fight over next, because this Drake is not spawning for another 2 minutes or so. River is still just trying to control a little bit of vision, set down some saplings, see if he can keep an eye on where Flyquest wants to be.
Inspired is level 14 with Sterix and a Sunder Sky.
But River makes the flash engage, wants that twisted advance on the Quad, but he ain't going to get much back. Now River's in some danger, throws out the ulti defensively. Ayla wants to follow up here with a flash pulverize, but instead it's going to be FBI in danger. Deadly Flourish doesn't hit. Curtain call opens. Sniper ready to join up here with the rest of the team. First 2 shots from Jin hit Ayla, last 2 canceled as Flyquest survive the initial engage attempt from 100 Thieves and River.
Yeah, they do. Ayla looked for a really nice engage there. He got the cleanse out of Masu. They did get that flash off of Quad thanks to the flash there from River, but they just couldn't get past and fully commit. You know, FBI not able to get in. It's very difficult at times to be able to actually find that full MF ulti. And you're going to have potentially Pantheon in there, you know, blocking with the E. You have to worry about Bard ulti, you know, getting in there and actually stopping it. So Shockwave as well can be problematic, but 100 Thieves do look for a bit of a pick. Don't find too much. It's just Bwipo straight back towards the top lane. And this Otacon is getting quite delayed. We're 25.5 minutes in. No one has even touched it, really. Otacon gets angry as Bwipo walks past, but
Otacon's attacking the minions.
I mean, this is one of those situations where Otacon can become like really kind of crazily valuable when you get to these spots where Baron and Otacon are both up and dragon spawning. Like, you win one fight, you can get the trifecta.
And when the Otacon is right by the Baron pit too, I feel like that one is even more valuable because it's right next door than if you just have to pick 2 out of 3. The 2 includes the Baron.
That's a Costco hot dog and an Arizona iced tea.
Sounds like lunch to me. And that's what both teams are looking for right now is lunch.
Trying to get fed.
Exactly.
We are going to have a River pulling this, but you have to be careful because they know, you know what, if we show on bot side and we pull this, they can actually rush Otacon on top side. They now see Flyquest around in the area. Bwipo's up towards top, just trying to take as much gold off the map as he can. He's doing the Gromp right now. Busio, though.
Busio, the target, flashes and goes on a magical journey to try to get away, and he takes River with him. This is the danger of Maokai. You end up getting stuck because you have to go with a twisted advance, and River is already dead. Inspired with a grand starfall over the top as Bwipo is spinning and winning in the middle of everybody. Needs a little bit more damage, but he ain't gonna find it. FBI can't slow him down. Quid's barely holding on. Deadly flourish from Masu is exactly that. Sniper at least gets one back as Bwipo falls, but it's a 3 for 2 favoring Flyquest. Masu wants even more, and he's ready to reload the gun to get it. A little bit more damage from Inspired seals the deal. 4 for 2. Flyquest is feeling it, and the Drake is there.
Yeah, really nicely done. They're going to be able to win out in that team fight. Garen got in the back line, and that was just a nightmare. What a well-timed stun as well at the end of the fight there from Inspired. We can watch this one more time. River gets taken on a very magical journey. The flash, the E, he pulls him through everything. Then his ulti setting everything up as Inspired arrives. Bwipo arrives as well. River gets taken out on the side. And then Ayla tries to knock back the Garen, but the Garen says, thank you very much. I will just flash in on the AD carry. FBI tries to stand and fire, tries to find an angle there, but then gets sectioned off in a losing fight here against Quad. Sniper goes back in, is able to take down Busio, and then flash forward onto the Garen to get another, which was quite nicely done. And here, without the Archangel shield, I thought he might have been able to get Quad, but look, it's Inspired, gets the stun. He backed out of the Counter-Strike, instant stuns him there, so he can't get the auto W to follow up that damage. Protects Quad, keeps him alive, small thing, but those are the moments that you really have to make good on when you're going to play this farming heavy style.
That was really good from Sniper there at the end, knowing he had the damage to kill the Bard without needing a stun. But Inspired's going to be your target. Immediately drops the Aegis, trying to protect himself from the engage of 100 Thieves. Gets the shield to survive a little bit longer, but he's still stuck on the front line. The shutdown goes over to Ayla. Sniper popping his Onyas. Sniper popping Bwipo. 100 Thieves, 2 for nothing. Enemy jungler dead.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go right for the Baron as well. That is massive. They got the shutdown, and now Flyquest in some trouble here. Masu, Quad, and Busio. Do they even try? This is going to be so difficult.
Flyquest won game number 1 easily. 100 Thieves controlled game number 2 from start to finish, it felt like. And now in game number 3, we're back and forth, blow for blow, as once again, it'll be 100 Thieves in the lead as they take the Baron and the Otacon. They just got lunch.
That is massive. They're going to be able to get them both. They are getting fed, that is for sure. And we can see Flyquest no position to really be able to contest here. Masu going to let the LT rip, but there's just no way. They're just going to stand and block up all the shots. They are going to try to delay the bases, though. Masu trying to stop them and keep them here. In comes Quad.
Quad wants to try to get something off of this. Masu's got to be careful, though. Quid takes some damage, but now Quad's alone behind enemy lines. Masu trying to grab something. Quad's got to try to continue running away. FBI is low. Masu takes him out, but again, it's just a false life. Inspired's ready to join. Hits another false life. Sniper covering for Quid's exit, but they got to remember not to overdo this. Massive from Masu, goes in to find a third false life. Tempered Fate, and now they might be able to find a fourth. Sniper is slowed down. 4 false lives. Flyquest might have lost the Baron. They might have lost the Otacon, but they damn near wipe all of it away right after.
Wow, that was incredible from Flyquest. They're able to just buy so much time. Masu gets over there, uses the ulti, and then just delays until his team can arrive. Inspire gets in range for the ulti. He comes in. The whole squad shows up to be able to fight this. Quad putting himself in a dangerous TP, hits the two-man shockwave over the wall, flashes out of Ayla's combo. FBI gets taken down there. Then in comes Inspired on the Pantheon. They're able to get another. Now watch how they delay this. He gets out of that counter-strike, gets a stun down. Sniper looks for the re-engage as Masu flashes forward, finishes off a kill, but then in comes the Bard ulti, holding him in place to keep Masu safe. This allows his Q to come back up so he can stun him against the wall. The Orianna shield comes back up so he can protect Masu as well. Everything coordinated perfectly there from Flyquest to make the most out of what was looking like a really tough situation.
Let's go back to right before this game. Let's go back to what we heard with the interview with Masu and Sniper, where Masu's talking about having the confidence to read the state of the game and make the call.
Flashed it in like that?
That is it right there. Knowing that he's the guy who can get this done, knowing he can delay it for the rest of the team to arrive, and knowing he can flash in to keep things going. Now 100 Thieves looking for an engage, but they only find it on Inspired. They'll be able to force down the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, but they won't get more.
But remember, because we didn't see a huge gain from that Baron and the Otacon, Soul point, they already have that for Flyquest. 50 seconds, they could move towards this Soul, be able to get that Chemtech Soul here. That would be huge. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it.
Ooh, Ayla gets his recall interrupted.
They force the ult.
Yeah, they're going to trade the curtain call for the Unbreakable Will. This means that once Ayla goes in the upcoming fight, he does not get out. Bwipo looking for his way into the fight, but now the Tempered Fate ready to lock him up and keep him alive. Bard binding, only going to find one, and Bwipo is down. He went in too far ahead of the rest of the team, but now River's going to be in danger too. Nice shockwave on the 2 targets. Quad's going to try to get back away as Masu's on a rampage. Inspired tanks up 2 targets and goes on a magical journey to get back to safety. 4 versus 4.
I cannot believe they got out of that situation. Flyquest making magic happen here. Busio finds the perfect angle on that magical journey, and Inspired just covers for Quad. Quad looked like he was dead to rights to me. That looked like Bwipo on that over-engage went too far, and I thought that was going to cost them huge, but instead, they only lose the 1. They kill off the enemy jungler. Dragon is up. This is Soul on the table. Let's see if they can get it, Flowers.
All right, Flyquest looking to make it happen. River dead for the next 15 seconds. Quid and FBI have got to keep the Flyquest players away from this thing. Busio and Quad ready to step up, try to move forward with the rest of the team. Bwipo's ready to join up, but keep your eyes on Sniper. He's the one who wants to be the X factor here in this fight, here in this game, here in this series. 100 Thieves still trying to contest. River's back alive, but he walks real slow. Inspired and Flyquest still looking to force the issue now as Bwipo is dealing with Sniper off to the side. Meanwhile, the rest of Flyquest looking to go after the objective, and Inspired is going to claim it. Gets away thanks to the shield. Ayla here on the front line yet again with the Unbreakable Will. Nice Tempered Fate back onto Quid, but it ain't going to matter. It's only going to slow them down, allow Flyquest to retreat. Mission accomplished. Soul secured.
That was huge. Really walking the knife's edge there was Flyquest. As they had Inspired getting lower and lower, they're poking away on him. They're trying to say, you are not safe to actually finish this Dragon. You cannot claim the Soul. I think he even had to flash back in range to get the smite because he looked like he got ejected as it was getting low. You can see Masu trying to knock this down, but Ayla's threatening on the side with the Hex Flash. He gets knocked out. They're ulting it, and I think he had to flash. Yeah, flash back in, secures it, beautifully played, puts himself in danger, but the Sterix, all of the farming, level 15. He is tanky even without that E. The team covers as they get out. That is a massive moment now for Flyquest. 100 Thieves, though, battling very closely in this game. It's still anyone's to claim. Flyquest, though, now with the Soul, definitely have the edge.
It's going all the way in this third game, man. Curtain call opens up. Just a zoning tool. The design is to get him away from the tier 1 turret so Flyquest can secure it, but it's not going to work. The minion wave cleared out instead, and Flyquest won't go any further. I feel like this Chemtech Drake could have a lot more value than we see in some games, just because these fights are going down to such small margins.
I fully agree. I mean, the Pantheon, the Garen are getting in there, are really being aggressive. You can see Shojin now done. It is a third item now done as well. for Inspired. He's going towards that unending despair. Fourth item's starting to get worked on here, or coming in soon for the carries. Masu, I talked about how Jin is not really a playmaker, but he's made it look like one at times in this game.
Sniper versus Bwipo down here in this 1v1. Bwipo does not win those. He has to flash back away. Wants the execute on Sniper while Inspired's going to be in some danger on the other side. Bwipo gets the kill, but Inspired's now in serious danger. About to die as well. That's 1 for 1 so far, but Bwipo's about to be the second one here for 100 Thieves. Double kill to FBI on the Misfortune. They got a 4v3 on the map, and Baron's alive.
Exactly, and they killed the jungler, so now they're going to be the ones coming out on top in this fight. Sniper really drew so much pressure in that moment. Yes, they did take him down, but the stasis bought a ton of time. Masu was committed to him, Bwipo was committed to him, and on the other side, they killed off Inspired, and then are able to get the re-engage to kill off Bwipo anyway. They're on the Baron here. No real shot at a steal. Maybe Masu looks for a W or something, but it's not likely to happen. 100 Thieves, again, back and forth this game goes. These two teams looking so evenly matched. And what a treat we have been in for the first series of the day. Man, how about the growth from 100 Thieves? Just win or lose, compare this to when they fought at the end of summer last year, and Flyquest just lit them up every single game. Back to the start, you can see Sniper is going to win out in this 1v1. Then the nice stasis timed on the Garen ulti to delay. Does get taken out, but on the other side, it's Busio and Inspired getting kind of caught in transition. Then Ayla uses the Bard ulti. We're back to live and likely to a fight. No.
Oh, man, whenever they go before the very end of the replay, it always spooks me, man. I always got to get ready. I got to brace myself.
The monkey brain turns on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my brain's always kind of monkey brain. I played Skarner for 10 years. I'm kind of stuck with this now. But, 100 Thieves, this is such an intense moment for them. Quick look into the crowd. Bwipo's mom there, obviously on the edge of her seat as well.
No kidding. I mean, you can see the holding hands with the family. That is his brother, I believe, his grandmother to the right of his mom, and I believe his aunt is here today as well. They're supporting the team, definitely feeling the intensity.
Well, now 100 Thieves will force down the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. 3,500 gold lead for 100 Thieves. Flyquest scramble to try and defend. Keep your eyes on Busio. He goes in for the Tempered Fate. He finds FBI, but the follow-up isn't there. Bwipo wants to go in, spinning into the back line. He wants the execution, but he only finds his own. Ayla low, FBI low, but it's only Bwipo dead. 100 Thieves continuing to force their way into the enemy base. Another nice use of the zone is coming out there from Sniper. Inspired will not get away. FBI goes into rampage. River goes into the back line. Quad goes into the ground. 100 Thieves are on the push. Quid and FBI. FBI finally dying there, but it's still 4 alive for the side of 100 Thieves. Sniper going back to base, but he does have the teleport ready to rejoin the rest of the team. First Nexus turret is already down. It's Masu and Busio charged with defending the Nexus, defending the game, defending the series for Flyquest. 100 Thieves, 4v2, ready to push, shoot out the Maokai ulti yet again. They find both routes, they don't even care. Now ready to go in for the twisted advance. Busio is knocked backwards. Masu is done for. Ladies and gentlemen, 100 Thieves take Flyquest down. They're going to finals tomorrow.
What a series from 100 Thieves, battling back after a dominant game number 1 from Flyquest. They are so excited about it. What a journey this team has gone on and how much growth they have been able to show. Flyquest just narrowly not able to hang on at the end there. Such a close final game.
Wow. The back and forth in this one was awesome. 100 Thieves with the lead for the first 17, 18 minutes of gameplay. Then they overplay it mid. Flyquest comes swinging back. Then 100 Thieves, boom, they get the Otacon, they get the Baron. But Flyquest off of Masu's play, they neutralize it. Back and forth and back and forth. And when it finally all settles, it's 100 Thieves. First, they managed to get here as the #1 seed. Nobody expected it. Nobody thought it was real. Now, they're going up against the #1 seed in Flyquest, and they take them down even after getting absolutely smashed in the first game. 100 Thieves are showing resilience and skill in a way that everybody that loves this team has got to be excited to see.
All right, that was a great series. That was some fantastic League of Legends, 100 Thieves, Flyquest leaving it all out there. What a fun one, seeing the growth here on display. And a huge series, honestly, from Sniper. These last two games really showed up massive for the team. I was looking at top lane as where it was going to be the biggest advantage for Flyquest, but it did not come to be. Sniper was able to have a really big impact. FBI, I think, showing up, having a great series. You know, everyone really kind of stepping up when they needed to. And Ayla, I've got to give this guy so much credit. His growth from last year to this year is insane. I really feel like he is playing on the highest level I have seen from him in his career. And him and FBI as a duo are just kind of working magic and bringing this team to a whole nother level.
It feels like we just got to see everybody from 100 Thieves working together so well here. Now let's join Rafa Lau and FBI on stage for an interview.
Parabéns, você vai pra final aí, mas meu Deus do céu, o que aconteceu nesse final?
What's going on in this third game? What happened in the last game?
Yeah, the last game was pretty hectic. I think we had a good early game lead, but then we were kind of throwing a little bit, and then I think they were kind of throwing a little bit, and then it was just like a, I don't know if it was a banger game, but it was a fun game to play. Yeah.
Ele falou que eles tinham jogo temprano, já misturando os idiomas, né? O jogo do early game pro mid game eles estavam melhor e basicamente eles lutaram melhor, souberam jogar melhor com a composição.
Apesar de vocês estarem aí no primeiro seed da LTA Norte, eu acho que tinha muita gente que ainda duvidava do jogo de vocês. Você acha que essa MD3 foi realmente para vocês se provarem aqui na LTA?
Although 100 Thieves was the first seed in North America, many people didn't believe in you guys. So was this series to prove yourselves, or how do you feel?
I mean, I personally never really cared too much about what other people think. It's just important what we're doing in our team. And I think we have a really good group of people and really good group of players who trust each other, no matter how much we might be doing bad in streams or having a bad week. We kind of know that we'll come together on stage and perform well.
Ele falou que realmente não se importa muito sobre a opinião das pessoas a respeito deles, porque eles sabem que são uma boa equipe e dependendo muito de como vai a semana de screens, vai ser o resultado no stage também.
Apesar de você não se importar muito, eu acho que você notou, assim, no último jogo de vocês a torcida estava contra. Hoje, a torcida estava completamente contra vocês aqui de novo. Deu um buffzinho a mais, aí tipo, a gente vai mostrar para eles.
Like last week, today you guys also had a crowd against you. So did having the fans against you guys turn into a buff for you?
I wouldn't say so. I think last week the crowd was booing us, but at least for this week's game, we had a lot of cheers coming out. So I really appreciate the energy from the crowd, even though we're not the favorites. I think when we win tomorrow, I think you guys will be cheering for us.
Ele falou que apesar da semana passada a torcida ter vaiado eles, ele sabe que também nessa semana muitas pessoas estavam torcendo por eles para que eles conseguissem chegar na final amanhã e que ele tem certeza que podem ganhar também.
Falando da final amanhã, Cloud9 ou Team Liquid? Quem vai com vocês aí para essa final?
Talking about the finals tomorrow, what is the best scenario for you? Cloud9 or Team Liquid?
I think both are really good teams, honestly. Every team in the top 4 from the North, I think, are pretty similarly matched, so I don't really have too much preference on who we play tomorrow.
Ele falou que ele sabe que as duas equipes são muito boas e que ele não tem nenhuma preferência por rival amanhã.
Thank you, FBI, once again. Congrats on the win. É isso, gente. Então a gente tem aí 100 Thieves na final e agora a gente vai decidir se teremos também Cloud9 ou Team Liquid.
Thank you very much for that interview. Hundo Thundo.
Wow. The only one who believed was Vegas.
And it happened exactly as I thought it would.
Yes,
we'll get to that. How I said. Yep.
We'll get to that. You get to explain yourself to Golden Glue and Sniper. So, Sniper, Golden Glue, I believe they're in Sao Paulo as well.
Whoa! Welcome to the show, guys.
Yeah, congratulations. My first question is to you, Sniper. We ran a graphic in our pre-show showing your history against Whippo before this series. It was like 1-7 or something. But I felt like in games 2 and 3, you got the better of them. So how did that go for you? How did you prepare for the series, and how did you take them down?
To be honest, I think Whippo was sick before this match today, so I already had like an advantage over him. But fortunately, I got to play the champions I was comfortable on. Due to job scap, of course. Shout out Golden Blue. So yeah, got the champs I wanted, and yeah.
Well, it sounded like you were having fun in the game. Also, we got to see, I don't know if you were aware of this, but we saw some of your all chat to Masu saying, oh, wow, Rookie of the Year. What was it like going up against him? Because we were talking about that a lot, in your feature with him as well. Like, getting the best of a fellow rookie, now sophomore year.
Yeah, I typed that because he made like a really insane play at the end there. And I was honestly shocked. Like, I feel like all series, I could like barely even go onto him. And even when I did, he just like, his movement was just too crazy, So I had to give him like a vouch in that mid-fight when he smurfed on us.
Nice. In game 2, this question is for Grayson, just because I know you've talked a lot about how you want to draft for this team. You feel like you draft compositions that they're super comfortable with. Sounds like from Sniper, that's the case. But in locking something that's so like melee focused, how do you feel like the team was able to execute on that, like to what of your standards?
Yeah, I mean, I think game 2 we had some of our best macro we've seen. Like, and game 1 we also tried to do kind of like that melee Silas Sedge comp, but I think in game 2 we played really well. Snipes was playing obviously extremely well in Gnar and like really punishing Bwipo inside. And I think game 2 overall our macro was pretty good. I think there's a couple times where we overreached and they punished us, but overall I think the games were really competitive, and I think like both us and Flyquest were playing pretty close to our limits.
I'm going back to Golden Glue. Loved your answer. Problem is, Sniper, you didn't see this. You were a madman in the back. Like, I swear to God, veins popping. Like, you were the biggest cheerleader for the team. Question, how does it feel? You guys are in the finals. That's insane.
Yeah, man. Well, also, it's like, it's pretty warm here, pretty steamy and sweaty, so the veins are popping, the blood is flowing, and also, like, Sam is also, my assistant coach, is just screaming in my ear. He's like, so we've got a lot of testosterone in that room, and it's just, I don't know, it's really hype. Like, it's our games also recently, like, now that we're finally good, now it's, like, really stressful, I think, now that we're, like, every game's winnable.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Same thing to you, Sniper, just as to piggyback off that one, because it feels like you can't hide your emotions usually. It just comes out. Like, you're going to the finals. You don't even, like, how does it feel, like, being in this moment?
Honestly, I really want to win LTA, I guess. I was going to say LCS, but LTA. Before River retires, I feel like he's a part of the reason why I'm, like, succeeding so much, just because he, like, really believes in me. And he's, like, very hard on me as well. So he's just, like, honestly the best teammate I think I've ever had in my life. And, yeah, like, going to the finals means a lot because I want to win it all before he retires, which I think will be, like, next year. Yeah.
That's pretty cute, Snipe. That's
I mean,
cute.
That's awesome to hear. This is a quick question to both of you before we have to head to break. What do the next 24 hours look like? You get to see your opponent in the finals, and then you get to play the finals. How's that going to feel?
Yeah, I mean, so it's pretty nice that we're first game, so we can kind of relax, watch our opponent play, and then, prepare our draft based on how these matches go, and we get more time to rest than they do. So I feel like we've got a little bit of the advantage. We're going to go back and we're going to review like the major points of our match versus Flyquest, and just have good condition, good draft, good health. Isn't that what Chovy who said that? I think that's what we've been saying.
Yeah, that's what Chovy said. Yeah. That's what Chovy said. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
thanks,
for me
guys.
as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, bro, I'm just gonna I don't even need to do anything, Like, we're already in the finals. I finally beat my kryptonite. Like, Bwipo was actually my kryptonite throughout my entire first year. So, yeah, we're just gonna win. I don't need to do anything,
There it is.
Over the mountain. Okay, thanks for joining us, guys. Look forward to seeing you in the finals tomorrow. Oh, man, that's awesome. I love Sniper and Golden Goose energy over there.
He always gives great answers.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun final against either C9 or Team Liquid, which is going to be... oh, my goodness.
Calm down! Okay.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
No way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They're going to claim the first win of LTA history.
Free wins? No. Free loot? Yes. Sign up for Uber One and get a free in-game reward. Uber One is a support for your wallet, with savings on eats, rides, and exclusive deals. Sign up now to start saving.
You look me.
Oriana is bar, guy. Oriana is bar.
Garna's out, Garna's out.
Look at me, look at me.
Look,
No flash, Garen.
Yeah, just kill Garen, guys. Just kill the enter, kill the enter. He's no flash. Yeah.
I'm looking bar. Looking bar. No flash. No flash bar. No flash Oriana either.
It's all you guys. Nice, guys. Good job.
I want to 3 them here a bit.
Victor,
here, damn ults. Okay, they use every ult. They use every ult.
W in 2.
I can TP after reset. Alistar's flash. MM ult here.
This guy.
I'm ulting.
Maokai no flash.
I want to go on Victor after. I want to go on Victor.
Has flash for Victor.
Jack's left side. Jack's TP left side. Jack's TP left
I'm
side.
just fucking the MF, okay? I'm just fucking the MF. Oh, I got fucked. I got fucked a bit. MF is like standing there. MF, no flash walk into us. Can we hit her? I can't help, okay? All you. Jack's flash on me. No flash Jax.
Flash. Yeah, no flash. Just kill Pantheon.
Watch me, Garen, okay?
Odds on is. I'm on Panth, guys.
Kite after again, kite after.
Odds on is.
Garen.
Yeah, kill Garen,
Let's kill Garen. We are
I'll
Garen. Can we do Baron?
We should. They are slow jungler.
Let me push mid for it.
Yeah.
Free.
I'll base in comp, okay?
Stop the giving. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No line. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting
Welcome back for our second series of the day, Cloud9 Kia versus Team Liquid Honda. Who will move on to face 100 Thieves in the final tomorrow? That is not the team most of us expected to make it through, but we do need to talk first about Team Liquid, because a lot of the conversation has been about how amazing they looked last year into how lackluster they've looked so far in 2025.
And a lot of it has come through, like, the leads that they've had in the past when they had their perfect series split in 2024 summer. That's not the same leads that they're getting today. They can't end games as cleanly as they had in the past.
It's not just that, but definitely the goal change at between 14 and 20 is the massive thing on this chart that immediately stands out to me. And so much of that was through these really, really smart lane assignments. So like we've talked a lot about the previous TL swap, but they'd also have really good mid-game lane assignments, and it wasn't as disrupted by neutral objectives that you constantly had to fight over. This current meta is a lot different than that.
And at the beginning of the split, a lot of the conversation was around the fearless drafting and which team's going to be best at that. A lot of us thought, okay, theoretically, Team Liquid should be pretty good at that. But to your point, Emily, I think that's a bigger change is the meta and how much we're fighting at neutral objectives. And also how much Umti has been struggling so far this split.
And to piggyback off that one, for Fearless, Umti's main champions last split was Volibear, Sejuani, huge dropouts when it came to the 3rd and 4th champions, right? So he's already negatively impacted on that one. You go to the lane swap meta, they were so good at being able to play the map that the team fight wasn't such a zeroed-in focus. To Emily's point, now you have to team fight a lot more.
Yeah.
So actually the point of weakness that we noticed on Team Liquid has been kind of zeroed in on a little bit more because of that.
Yeah, and also Team Liquid has had their head coach Spawn remote for the last several weeks. He did fly in for this week. You can see him on stage with the team now. We also caught up with him before the series, so take a listen.
Hello guys, I'm here with Spawn, the coach of Team Liquid, and I have a few questions for him. First of all, Spawn, I would like to know, there is a lot of talk about the Team Liquid struggle, so I would like to know, what do you think about the team performance in this first split so far?
I mean, we're realistic, right? Coming off the split that we had last year, we had high expectations. We're definitely not where we're at. But we're also a team that has gone through adversity before. You know, when we think back to how we came together as a roster in spring, we also started in a similar way. So our goal right now is to just focus on the things we can control and continue to ramp and prepare for Cloud9, who we think are a good opponent. But, you know, we've had some success against them in the past.
Oh, very good. And as well, you flew in this week, right?
Yep.
Because you have been coaching from Australia, right? So I would like to know what do you think about coaching remotely versus coaching in person?
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, coaches wouldn't be remote, right? So I think that honestly, it kind of sucks to coach remotely, but I feel like I can still have really positive impact on the team, which is why I do it. In Australia, I've got 2 beautiful boys, you know, a loving partner, so I like to be home and to be able to spend some time with them. And now that it's business time, you know, I jump on a plane, come over and try and win a tournament.
Family is very important. But talking about the coaching in person, what was the focus this week for the team?
I mean, #1 focus to us was to get back to what we're doing well. I think that we're very concerned with about the plays that we're failing at the moment and trying to do too many things in League of Legends. We were a team that when we played our style of League of Legends, we were the best in North America, and that's what we need to get back to.
And finally, as my last question, I would like to know, what are your expectations about the series today?
Okay, so Series 1, Fly versus 100 Thieves. I think last time Fly kind of destroyed 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves need to make it a very messy series if they want to win. I think Fly probably should win 2-1. And then I think us versus Cloud9, they want to play a very slow, methodical game. I think we just want to play the game as quickly as possible, so I'm expecting a very bloody second series.
Thank you, Spawn. Back to you guys.
Not necessarily predicting the future, but close. Close. I like his analysis right there. Good to see Spawn. We're going to be getting into this series in just a moment. But let's talk about Cloud9, Emily, as they've been a lot more coordinated than many expected.
Yeah, and it's been really fun talking to the C9 players, especially Blabber, about his 2 solo laners, right? Because Loki coming over, a lot of people are comparing him to Saint, being like, you know, you got the wrong mid laner, so to speak, a Cloud9 off-season special. But he and Blabber have looked really, really well together. Listening to their comms, you hear Loki contributing a lot. And then on top side, Thanatos looks so much more comfortable TPing in and also team fighting with the rest of the team than he did this past summer.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in the bot lane matchup here because there is a lot of experience across both duos. Sven and Vulcan being reunited this year, they have quite a decorated past. And then CoreJJ and Yon also playing a sneaky amount of games together. 133 games played in North America. It's CoreJJ's second most games with the dual partner, most since moving over to North America. Ruler, he had played the most games with, who he started his support career with. So 2 Worlds appearances on CoreJJ and Yon's side. You have 2 LCS championships on Vulcan and Sven's side. And they've both been so good whenever they've been together.
8th most in NA history is crazy. And also, guess who was the first one that really spoke the praises of CoreJJ and Yon, like, last split? It was Vulcan. Vulcan was the first one who mentioned them being the strongest bot lane in the LCS at that time. And so it's crazy now seeing the success that Vulcan is able to have going back with Sven, who already had the accolades, the 2 of them. I love this. It's a dream bot lane matchup in the LTA.
And I saw that they were 6th most all time. So yeah, I mean, both of these bot lanes very comfortable playing with each other. And so far, I'm giving a slight edge actually to Sven and Vulcan, which is not what I expected to say from the beginning of the split. I was kind of down on this bot lane thinking, okay, it's going to take some time for them to get back on the same page. It did not. They immediately, week 1, looked good.
And it was very interesting to hear the interview that we just saw from Spawn talking about the playstyle difference, how C9 is the team that wants to play more controlled. Meanwhile, Team Liquid is the one that wants to play a lot more fast-paced. A lot of that, I feel like, is based around Yon's success as a player He is so damn good when he's on picks like Kaisa, Zyra, or anything like that. They play really fast and loose around him and Core JJ. That's something that has been constant. And then if we're talking about the control of C9, who's better to speak on it than Jat? Last week you were just talking about the lane swap and how they destroyed Loud. Like, they've just been looking so good. What's something that you've liked in, like, I guess their control on the map recently?
I mean, Cloud9 just seems very organized early game, but even when moving into team fights, they don't have nearly as many isolated deaths. And if I'm thinking about what Cloud9 did last week, they had an early game plan of wanting to lane swap. We went over where all the mistakes went through from Loud's side, but it's the fact that Cloud9 was always thinking of the next step. It wasn't just that they were able to defend the first dive and then go back to normal. It's that they then proactively reswapped and continued to try and pressure the enemy top laner on Olaf, who just died time and time again. So Cloud9 has just looked like they've always known what to do at every stage of the game.
And that's really different from them last year, right?
Yeah.
Where we were talking about how they just want to get these kind of early laning leads. They don't want to swap, unlike at that time, our top two teams, one of which was TL, the other being Flyquest. I think another thing that's super interesting about the map movements for both of these teams have been the two supports, right? These are two supports that while we have talked about them in 2v2s and they both can play enchanters super, super well, I think you also see how much they each understand the map and where they have to be when they're on these tankier engaged supports for their teams. And both of them have been really obnoxious towards opponents. We have touched upon how annoying Core can be. You don't expect him to just kind of be there in your jungle at times, but Vulcan, especially on the Alistar, has been absolutely lights out, earned the respect ban previously last week. So these two moving around the map has been really fun to watch.
And map movement, not just from the supports, but from the whole team. Because you go back to week one, Cloud9, those are pretty low kill games, all things considered. They played very slow, very calculated. And I think pound for pound, you look at how Team Liquid could win, as we do have some cheers in the crowd for them right now. When I think of how they win their games, it's a lot of playing around the map, not necessarily playing to the team fights. I think Cloud9 are flexible enough right now. They can do either. They can win in the team fights, but they can also play to the map just as much as Team Liquid does.
Yeah, we could see you could see they were doing some audio issues on stage. Core was asking for either more or
Nick
less
Smith
volume.
in the player chairs,
trying to get things
getting in there.
While we have a moment, we should go over our predictions, because I'm thinking that this is a very interesting series, because we have Cloud9, who is the higher seed, which apparently matters for this tournament with 100 Thieves.
Across
and all
the
four
board.
of us are actually predicting Cloud9. So talking about that, they have looked very good, but I think most of this is the vote on Team Liquid and how eye test-wise, Umpty wasn't coordinated with the team, APA hasn't been team fighting well, Impact is underperforming. So I do think if Team Liquid turns that around and brings back what they had in summer, we'd see a much more competitive series.
Yeah, for me, the reason why, because I think you think about it 2-0, and I'm thinking this will still be a very close 2-0 in terms of my prediction, but the reason why I did pick C9 to take it without dropping a game does come down to those mid and late game team fights, because that's exactly where, to your point, Jat, we've seen TL falter.
Yeah, and my question is more so how they can deal with the pressure, C9 in specific, because just remember, Summer Split last year, second. They got second in the regular season. But it gets overshrouded by the fact that they got bumped out by 100 Thieves and went fourth during that time. So a lot of the times during the regular season, C9 showed their best selves when the pressure wasn't there. And we want to be able to see all of these things work out. Now my eyes are looking towards Loki as a player who's coming in, was previously in Tier 2 in the LCKCL. So to be on a stage like this, one step away from the finals, it's going to be a big step.
And we've seen a lot of players struggle when the pressure's higher. You're up against APA, who seems like he's got a new level of confidence. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that, but when APA is on camera, like his pros episode, that's not the APA that we saw his freshman year, his first year in the LCS. This is a different version of him where he feels much more confident about himself and his own play. So Loki will have his work cut out for him there. But Raz, I'm seeing that you have a 2-1 on your prediction. Jet, you have a 2-1 on your prediction. How much of that is just that Spawn is here? Because we got to talk to Spawn. The coach is now in the building. He can actually talk to the players, and we saw how much that seemed to help them last year at Worlds.
I feel like Spawn should make a difference, but the 2-1 here, for me, is really that I don't really know who's going to win this series, but if I'm going to use data, I'm going to use what I've seen this year. Because I definitely know from being behind the scenes a couple years ago how much a team can change based off of momentum, mood, feeling the day, and how a player's peak can be reached faster than you think when they've been there before, if that makes sense. Because Team Liquid was so good for so much of last year with exactly the same roster that even if they're underperforming now, it's not like they are suddenly now bad all the time. They can get back to that point faster than you might expect.
Exactly, and I think people have a knee-jerk reaction to TL as a whole, where in the losers bracket in the first leg, they had a very stompy series. We've seen them when they look at their best. And quite honestly, when they went up against Isurus Estral, the focus to me was just on Umti. Umti specifically was making the games difficult, whereas I felt like APA was having a much better series. Bot lane was doing incredibly well. Impact was on his game, for me at least. So, do I think Umti's going to have that same performance? No, I don't. I think they're going to have a good game, at least. But C9, I think, they are the better team. Specifically, Jan, in his last interview that we had with him, he mentioned how it's going to feel different because they're the underdogs this time. And I think people have to be able to think of it that way.
Well, and to that point, something that Spawn said in his interview, right, was how they've been here before, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have been through a lot of adversity as a team, and this core, especially when APA first joined as an emergency substitute, right? Back when Pioshik was still the jungler of this team. But then early last spring as well, where he feels like they need to return to that point. And something I did like that he said was how he feels like they're focusing too much on their mistakes and not what they do well. And what I do think TL still does well in the like really bright spots of the games where they have been able to push the early game pace is still map movement, right?
Yeah.
Like, again, we saw how good in APA's kind of resurgence last week, something like the Talia is for him and TL.
Yeah.
Just because of the way that they really like to move around the map, get him out of mid lane, able to affect sides, able to push down turrets. I still think they have really strong understanding of how to do that, especially in the early mid game. It's the team fighting that I'm most concerned about for them.
And let alone the Ziggs play as well, which was great for them. I gotta say, back to the point of players peaking and having rough weeks, rough months, rough splits, whatever you want to call it. Umti had the line that he gave. A lot of people have been talking about it, especially because he gave the line, then had another rough series of like, look, I can be the worst player today and the best player next week. You can't judge. I still think there's truth in that statement, to your point, Jet, that you can make the bounce back. And players have done it to me before. I remember back in 2022 thinking FBI might not be at his peak anymore. He's going to the finals this weekend. So, yeah, you never know.
Incredible glasses.
Yeah,
those are very nice.
Those are sick.
Very nice. I wonder if she can see. But
I don't think so.
She definitely can't because she just lifted them.
And to your point, Kangas, there was a Twitter video that was released from Team Liquid where they're basically another speech from Spawn that I think rings very true, which is just talking about being able to have positive energy, like have fun on stage, because a lot of the things is you just don't want to get in your own head and let the pressure get to you, especially if you make one mistake, want that to stack. A lot of the problems that you had kind of referenced that I saw from Umti was like, these were not the mistakes that I was seeing last year. Maybe in big moments internationally, but not domestically. He was a very strong jungler domestically. So for me, it's about just trying to simplify the game for yourself as much as possible. I know Jan last week was talking about like listening to his own champion voices or something like that to make him focus. But
what is Zaya telling me to do?
What's going on here?
Fly.
Just as long as there's no Rakan, just don't listen to Zaya. There's Rakan in the game. But yes. Like, just making the game as simple as possible. People will be focusing on Umti, but he just needs to be focusing on himself. So that's the biggest one for me.
Yeah, and with Umti specifically, he's been here before. Like,
Yes.
he's actually been in much worse positions than he is right now in terms of standings, in terms of team performance. I think the big thing is eliminating the individual mistakes you were just talking about, Raz, because that kind of stuff is uncharacteristic of what we did see from him in his domestic performance. It is more of a mental thing than anything else.
And we just saw a series where a player who had historically lost the matchup badly came out on top. Sniper took down Bwipo, 100 Thieves took down Flyquest. So the four of us do see Cloud9 as the favorite of this series. One of the big reasons we see them as the favorite of the series is because Umpty has looked very bad, and Blabber has looked incredibly solid and coordinated with his team. But on the day, we know anything can happen. So
Yes,
I'm looking forward, as these players seem close to walking out on stage, to see what ends up happening here and who will play 100 Thieves in the Split 1 final.
I don't think I can. I don't think my heart can handle two
upsets.
Two upsets in one day. I don't know about that one.
You called the last one upset. It was the #1 seed, Raz. They made it through. That's easy.
I mean, it is interesting. Last week, Jan did say it will be nice to walk on stage as the underdog for the first time in a hot minute because they've spent a year.
Please welcome to the stage the 5-time LCS champion, Team Liquid!
He's enjoying that job too much. He's enjoying that job as a hype man way too much.
Spawn was saying that this team needs to have good vibes on stage, be loose, joke around with each other.
Let's judge the vibes. How they looking?
Body language expert.
They're looking good.
Yeah.
Umpty's smiling, Impact's patting his stomach for some reason. I don't know.
Jan looks exactly how I see him every time I see him. So there we go.
I mean, Jan has been the top performer of this team so far in Split 1. It's just a matter of the team coming together like they did so many times last year.
This is also where I think the crowd can help because it does seem a bit TL favored right now. Maybe they're just showing the TL crowd for now, but I do know that TL do have a facility down there. There's an existing Brazilian fan base for TL teams. So that could be another like slight kind of mental thing that could help boost the team.
Absolutely. I mean, Jan said it. They have the most. Oh, let's see what we got here.
Seed 2 da LTA North. Pode entrar, Cloud9.
All right, and now we're gonna be able to introduce Cloud9, of course.
It is TL favorite.
They're getting booed.
It is TL favorite.
Very TL favorite. And this is the point that I was actually gonna make, which is like Team Liquid have the most popular Brazilian streamer, or like that was living in North America. They also have like other organizations in other games, like CS:GO and all that are in Brazil. Like there's so much of that, and they have their TL fan section, Emily.
But just as we heard from Blabber, he's like, I thrive on the booze, right? Like he was like, no, I love this. Like I love their passion. We're getting booed. It kind of hyped me up. So we'll see if also C9 can take from that as the Let's Go Liquid chants start right in front of C9.
If last week is anything to judge off of, the booze or the buff, you don't want the cheers, you want to get booed.
Blabber looks fired up.
Yeah.
Blabber looks ready to put on a show.
This vibe is like nothing else.
Okay, as the players are sitting down, we are finally ready to get into our second semifinal. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Lounge. This is going to be exciting. And again, it's feeling like a home game for Liquid here in Brazil. Man, the fans have really showed up. They showed up. They were cheering like crazy in the last series. We have a whole Team Liquid fan section all decked out in jerseys.
Did you see the visor?
Yeah,
with the Liquid thing over
that goes crazy. The glasses with the Liquid scrolling across.
Oh, sick.
Respect. Brazil goes crazy.
They're definitely going to need it because TL have been the team that everyone is looking at. You know, of course, targeting Umpty, but they flew Spawn out. They're doing everything they possibly can. They've got the crowd behind them as well. This one should be really hype. And it's not like Cloud9, even though they 2-0'd Loud to get here, we're not without their own mistakes. You know, setting up on objectives, even when they were ahead in gold, they did lose out some team fights. So the coordination that the Analyst S was highlighting for this team, that I think their boot camp in Korea really helped them.
Yeah.
You know, reuniting Sven and Vulcan really helped them. And then Blabber talking about, hey, I love Loki. You know, it's great to have a mid laner that will just listen to me, even if I make a dumb call. He'll come to my dumb call, and it'll probably work out better because I'm not by myself. So we'll have to see that on display as well.
I mean, it's going to be a really exciting one. Last series absolutely delivered. I hope we're going to go full 3 here, too. All these teams definitely showing up, and I think the crowd has them fired up. really wanting to show their very best games. Liquid obviously fired up and supported the crowd, but we heard the lounge talking about it as well. Blabber was looking pretty animated. He's kind of eating it up. He's like, yeah, you think I'm going to lose? All right, I'll show you.
Yeah. It's also a very good feeling when you're getting booed and they're making a lot of noise, and then you win a team fight and they just go silent. Eat that up. That also will give you a bunch of energy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. We'll see how much of a difference that man on stage can make as well. Both Spawn and Impact, obviously, but was referring to Spawn, has arrived with the team. With a lot of talk about all of, I guess, the wealth of experience and the maturity that he brought to their team as a coach last year. Helped them to win their first title since back in the Doublelift days. Since Doublelift wasn't on the team, they hadn't won a title. They tried so many different iterations, tried bringing in so many different stars. It didn't work. They refocused on some of the Liquid Academy talent, particularly Yon and APA, guys coming up through the system, brought in Spawn, who had coached a lot of that talent, and were able to win a title last year in spring. Looked like they were the best team in the LCS by far in summer until Flyquest took them down and, kind of usurped them at Worlds. But now trying to get back to those winning ways. They definitely, I think, in people's predictions, have been the odd man out, so to speak. Most people are saying, yeah, I could see any of the other 3 teams winning, but Liquid maybe isn't going to be informed to take it, and we'll see if they can prove us wrong.
But if they are to take it, everybody is looking towards the bottom lane. You mentioned Yon especially.
Yeah.
But that bottom lane, because this TL bottom lane plays very aggressively and plays to win lane a lot, they can affect the rest of the map. That buys Core JJ time. If they can win bottom lane, then your support becomes unlocked and he gets to roam around 2 objectives, 2 other lanes as well.
Absolutely. And when I had both the C9 bot laners on pros with me last week, I asked them about, okay, who's the best bot lane in League? Is it Core and Yon right now? Is it Masu and Busio? And they were looking towards, Core and Yon at being the best at those aggressive lanes that you're talking about. They talked about how they're able to really exploit advantages in the early levels, dance in and out of the brush, and really push advantages on things like the Kalista and like the Draven in a way that no other bot lane in the league can do. And so we'll see if they can get their hands on some of those aggressive bot lanes and really create a power point for this team, because Yon truly has been stellar. This guy has stepped up so much. It wasn't that long ago that people really looked at Yon and didn't think too much of him. He was like a mid-tier, low-tier AD carry in the LCS, and he has just risen so quickly through the ranks. And you have to give so much credit to Team Liquid in their journey last year and continuing in this year with how hard the team works. They have an incredible work ethic, and that's reflected with the coaches as well. And I think that is where you can see so much of the improvement from.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, my game plan, if I was playing this Team Liquid in their current state, and knowing how much pressure Umpty is on after coming out of a game with multiple Baron steals against him and getting picked off, if I was Blabber, I would gonna go match Umpty and I would want to fight him. So we're already into the draft and we'll do some catch up here, but they are putting Umpty back on the Skarner, the infamous Skarner drive Nico into the rest of the team. We'll see about it this time around, though. These are some very, very comfortable champions for them. The Talia was one of APA's most played champions last year when the team found its most success, so definitely liking it. But the Kalista as well for Sven, we were talking about it in the hands of TL as a winning bottom lane, but if you go back to OG Niels, his original name there for Sven, Kalista was one of their biggest picks, along with Mithy.
And Kalista has mostly been getting, Shane banned. So to see it actually go through, they banned out the Draven, the Cassante, and the Varus over on the TL side. They banned out the Renata, the Yone, as well as that Zyra. You mentioned all the success last year with the Talia, but also last weekend. APA really put on a show on the Talia. Even to me, I think back to that highlight of buffering the Weaver's wall out when the Vial came, dragging him back to safety, turning that into a kill. It definitely has been one of his best champions, and it's going to be Corki added in for Yon.
And we got to look at the top lane matchup here, because they were able to pick up this Ambessa, which can be flexed mid, but you assume would go into the hands of Thanatos.
Oh, yeah.
Thanatos has just dominated so many lane phases, and if you're on the side of TL and Impact, I want to get Impact on something that can versus Ambessa, you want to win early, but then if you're Impact, you kind of want to be more frontline tankiness for the rest of the team. So it puts their coach and their draft here in a bit of a choice to make. Do you want to pick something that is more aggressive into Ambessa early and try and win early to keep her from scaling? Or do you just say, you know what, I'm going to pick for the team?
I think you pick for the team, because when I think of Thanatos, I think of someone who is a laning specialist. This guy is a monster in the 1v1. He really pushes advantages. And I think Impact has been struggling a little bit on some of those aggressive carries. The carries that I like him playing that he's done really well on are things like Rumble, but because you already have an AP mid laner, I think it would be pretty AP heavy to have a tank jungler and 2 AP soul laners. Might make it a little bit too easy to deal with. So I wouldn't expect them to go that direction. And it looks like C9 is not expecting it either with the Poppy ban coming through.
Yeah, the Poppy ban, I feel like that one was a no-brainer. You have Kalista on your team and Ambessa on your team already.
Yep.
That's some of the most dashes you can have.
The pig dashes too.
Yeah, exactly. Pig's got a nice long cooldown dash to keep up with the new champs. But Poppy ban, yeah, I think that was a no-brainer. Really good there to cover. And it looks like they're not worried about anything else. Renekton has been something Thanatos himself used into the Ambessa to try and destroy the Ambessa early, keep them off of some of the power spikes. But of course, because TL are red side here, they could save that for Impact, and they'll save it until the Ambessa is fully revealed, whether you are flexing it or not.
Oh, okay, I like this a lot more. We're actually speaking on the dive about this. This is one of the carries I really liked from Impact. He's always been an excellent GP. He's great at surviving pressure, at farming up, and I think because he can help the team with the Cannon Barrage, he doesn't feel that pressure to group as much, so it allows him to stay in those side lanes, focus on farm, get to a strong point where he can really be a dominant force in the game.
All right, let's reveal the rest of it. What is Volk? Ooh, they insta-lock here, so it is pretty spicy. I mean, he's going to be very active on the Pantheon. You can create a lot of action, but you can see the immediate hover answers there to try and shut him down in lane at least.
I mean, C9 came into this draft very prepared. They went through these picks so fast. The only pick they even sat on for a couple seconds felt like the Ambessa. Everything else was just boom, 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 boom. So they clearly knew what they wanted this time around, and Core just deciding, where do I want to go? What is going to be the lock-in here? And it will be the Nautilus as the answer to be able to lock down champions like the Kalista, like the Azir. Quirky Nautilus, though, definitely in danger against the Kalista and the Pantheon early on.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you're kind of worried sometimes about enemy team like ganging up and like diving your gangplank and worried about some lane swap stuff there. But like your bottom lane also, like you mentioned in the 2v2, if you have to play into Kalista Pantheon, Sven was the one talking about the TL early lane phase strength and them looking to dominate lanes, but it looks like in game number 1, they are throwing down the gauntlet and they are very happy to take these powerful laning picks.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting to see if they can pilot those to a victory, or if TL against, I don't want to say all odds, but against some of the predictions
against
lately.
Some of the odds.
Against a couple odds. Against a smattering of odds.
Yeah. Against maybe some jungle odds.
Exactly.
That's a lot of people are going that way.
But, Umti, I think he just needs to get a couple of good games under his belt, start building that confidence up. To me, it's such a mental game, League of Legends, where you have to stay ultra focused for such a long period of time, and the games can boil down to 1 or 2 big plays or mistakes. And you want to see Umti coming out on top in some of those big plays, rebuilding that confidence, and being able to move forward in the series strong.
And like they're both on tank junglers here, so it's not like he's going to have to be in some epic duels with Blabber very early on, where there's possibilities of getting huge outplays there. So should be able to play for the team pretty effortlessly.
Big question is going to be, are there lane swaps? I definitely don't think that TL is going to want standard lanes. Ambessa, he would love to starve. He'd also love to probably dodge this Kalista as well as Pantheon. Question is going to be, can they actually avoid those lanes, and how will the level 1 go? We're going to be kicking this off shortly for game number 1, our second series of the day, the second semifinals here down in Sao Paulo, Brazil, between TL as well as C9. They are going to be battling it out for the opportunity to take on 100 Thieves that looked incredible earlier today and is waiting in that best of 5 Fearless Finals that I cannot wait for tomorrow. I think it is going to be so much fun. to finally get to see one of those best of fives here in the LTA.
Just an aside, I was walking up here along with Sniper when he was coming up for the interview.
Yeah.
He is so excited. It was adorable, like, watching this. He is so pumped. He was like jumping up and down. He was like, let's go. We did. Like, he definitely, like he said in the interview, you know, he has had a block with Whippo specifically. So yeah, I mean, that first series was amazing, super exciting. The second and third games, if you did miss them, you know, you can like rewind on YouTube real quick, take a gander at those while we're in our little pause here or something. But those were some really epic games that went quite late to a lot of very late game objectives there, and come out with some hype wins for 400 Thieves. I think Quid especially is looking like a monster going into finals.
Oh yeah, looking really, really strong. So just to update you, C9 did pause for a potential audio issue. It looks like the refs were helping out over there, so trying to get any sort of issues sorted. And hopefully there won't be any real problems, maybe just some last-minute level adjustments there, you know, fixing the volume for some teammates.
Yeah, can I adjust my champion level, start at level 5 or something?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could try, you could
that
ask.
Sounds like a good, I'll pause for that.
Yeah, okay.
Head into a nice semifinals, just get a little boost here, no problem. Yeah, definitely will be an interesting one here. The Gangplank though, because you mentioned like the lane swaps, I'm always quite worried about it, because like Gangplank, you want to get a lot of last hits to generate extra money also, and he's definitely prone to getting dove sometimes. So we'll see how they play it, how they can play around a dive, how safe he can be. Of course, the just eat an orange and live is always a strategy.
Hey, it worked out for Bertle against them. He actually got first blood in a dive with that W start.
Yep, use your flash and use a nice W and
slap him with the auto.
There you
Trial
go.
by fire.
Yeah, I mean, the Trial by Fire actually makes Gangplank's level 1 like insanely good. So he currently did open up by walking down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, I wonder if this is kind of like a little bit of a mind game, because then they both based and now they're swapping back. So I do wonder if it is a bit of that prediction trying to get into your opponent's head. But this is going to be a key matchup, versus Blabber. A lot of eyes on you know, definitely hasn't had his best game so far this split, and Blabber has been looking strong, you know, trying to kind of battle back to the top of the LTA as far as the junglers are concerned. This guy was looked at as the cream of the crop, the clear #1 for so long. Inspired came along, River came along, more people got into that conversation of who is the best of the best jungler.
I think Blabber is also one of the big reasons that Cloud9 are coming into this Americas tournament format here with the fastest average game time. This team has been really good at snowballing. It's a lot due to his objective control and his ability to get the team behind him in a lot of these aggressive plays that they do go for. So here we go into the live gameplay, and we do get standard lanes.
Oopsie. A little bit of a mishap there on the triple barrel to start things off, but we're getting that calibrated. It's just level 1, no problem.
Those watermelons are fast.
They're shifty. You got to watch out for them. It is really important, though, you know, these early barrels, if you can actually win that barrel game, start getting chipped down, resetting the Trial by Fire passive can be very nice, but the barrels did miss, and Thanatos, as a result, is going to be able to get push.
We're still getting messages about how good Quid is. I like that.
I mean, should be. Quid was just insane.
Yep.
And APA does get push here, is going to be able to move in, spots Blabber. They had that ward over on Raptors. Of course, C9 are going to have push down in the bot side in that 2v2 as expected. And both junglers are going to have their paths pretty much well known here on either side. So I don't expect, you know, any real surprise ganks unless one of the lanes gets super bloody.
Yeah, and especially the bottom lane is going to be the lane that has to watch out for that. Cloud9, of course, with the Callista Pantheon that we were talking about, they get the early push.
Yeah.
And it is a top-down clear for which is what I recommended on the dive every game, bar none, for Team Liquid. Always. Like, I don't even care what the draft is. Literally have him clear top down every day of the week. And here you see the time that Cloud9 actually invested to move up and get a little ward that does spy the Gromp. So they're aware of the top down clear that is coming their way, but easily able to keep up and utilize their pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Should just be a full 6-game clear. Both these junglers going to be able to grab their scuttles no problem, and then very likely look for a reset. We'll kind of have to see where the lanes do go from here. It is pushing lanes thus far in mid, or in top and bot, excuse me, for Cloud9. Well, APA did get the early push in mid and was able to grab himself a very quick tier, which is going to be feeling pretty nice, and able to stack that up very quickly as a result of that level 1 push he had.
Yeah, super nice for Talia to be able to have the safety of a Seraphs later on in the game. The extra shield allows for a lot of those more risky Talia plays where you can follow up on stuff. Bottom lane, we've seen a little bit of roaming there. Vulcan popped one of the plants towards mid, which was nice too, as APA gets his little shove chunk here, and the pushing wave onto Loki as well. Pretty nice stuff from him.
Yep, just kind of these slight advantages thus far. A couple CS in the lead for top, as well as bot for Cloud9. Just opening up a ever so small advantage here. A couple hundred gold, but looking pretty good thus far.
Really like those super deep wards through the entire red quadrant. Look at Team Liquid's focus on vision very early in this game. At the first couple minutes, you mentioned warding on the Raptors. That's super common, but they follow it up here 4.5 minutes for second respawns as well. Just ward Raptors red and Krugs, fully tracking Blabber to make sure that there will be no surprise plays from the Cloud9 jungler.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Blabber, especially if you do have these early powerful lanes, if he can get involved, the snowball can really get rolling. So name of the game for TL is definitely sit back, scale, try to play this controlled style, and that's exactly what they're going to want to do.
Yeah, they don't want any extra firepower helping out the Kalista Pantheon.
No.
It's dangerous enough already, so fully warding up that side of the map. And then just try and scale on up, collect some money. APA himself even making some of these early roams down there too, surfing down through the river.
Yeah, you can see Impact was in a little bit of an awkward spot, but is going to be able to go back to base. Core just trying to help keep that push. Going to be probably a pretty good trade here from Sven as he does get the Ren through onto Jan. Umti going to be looking mid, but nothing doing there, as wasn't any ability to set up that seismic shove, and Blabber's there to cover as well.
And I do always like passing through mid when grubs are about to spawn, so you can try and help out, make sure you have your mid prio. Even if you're not going to get anything, clear out the vision, get your vision control leading over to the grubs. And Umti even sticks around here. APA's had push for most of this game with Talia, but he just wants to guarantee it and make sure, as Blabber now should be able to steal one of these away, because one grub's really easy to take nice whenever you have smite. So Blabber just sneaks it, rushes through one, and actually can turn around here.
Oh, had to flash the public execution there as Thanatos was getting aggressive. Impact now just getting back to lane, but in comes Azir. Loki going to be able to look for Umti. Umti trying to escape out through the top with some support here from Impact. Impact has to drop the cannon barrage, and APA chunking down Loki on the other side with the threaded volleys. These grubs are getting low. Umti going to be able to secure one. Now Impact trying to get involved here. Thanatos, though, just dashing forward onto Umti. APA trying to come in for the pincer play, but Umti's in a lot of trouble. They do get one, though, immediately onto Loki. It's just a trade, 1-for-1. Impact should be able to just walk it out towards top. APA looks, does he need to cover? Doesn't think he does, so we'll just go right back to mid. It's a pretty even trade overall. 1-for-1, 2 grubs for Cloud9, 1 for TL.
Yeah, Cloud9 were able to get back in and grab the second grub there. 1-for-1 on kills, with Azir being able to get right back to lane afterwards. It was a little sketchy though, because Loki had to flash. So Loki really low health here, trying to follow up on their play and their focus on punishing the Skarner. Felt like the calls from Cloud9 were like, we can guarantee this kill on the flashless Skarner, but then Loki here also uses his flash and his ult for Azir, so that's gonna greatly diminish this mid lane presence for the next couple minutes there for Cloud9. Let's take a look bottom though, because Blabber's on the warpath.
Blabber coming in, nicely played there. Flash forward from Vulcan, locks down Core JJ for an easy ulti from Blabber. That's a slam dunk and a kill grabbed by the Pantheon.
And those grubs do give a nice amount of experience, so getting the extra grub here, Blabber also getting to his level 6 a little bit quicker. Umti was doing one more camp to try and get his level 6. Blabber immediately out onto the map, ganks bottom side with that ultimate, and Umti trying to slip into the dragon to grab Ocean Drake instead.
And we have to talk about, how good this Cloud9 bot lane has been as well. Obviously, we talked a lot about Jan and Core JJ, but I do think one of the big pleasant surprises for C9 has been how quickly Sven and Vulcan have gelled, how good they have been looking. Sven versus Loud was an absolute monster, but Vulcan and him just seem to immediately have hit the ground running. They had that big boot camp we've talked a lot about. And it has really been kind of one of the pleasant surprises for this team. Like, they're looking like a top bot lane right out the gate.
Yeah, they were. Man, I remember that the first Loud game when they lane swapped away from Sven, and then Sven got like 3 turret plates uncontested early. He was so rich that he just started valking on
the Corky game.
Yeah, valking on enemies straight 1v1. That was definitely a fun one. But yeah, the reunion of Sven and Vulcan has been a successful one. This time around, you know, Vulcan actually did get the last hit here for the kill. So getting his giant spells in early for the Pantheon, you do become very nice and tanky with that Heartsteel. See about the next sorts of plays that he is able to make, because Mbessa ultimate is available for Thanatos and Sejuani ultimate will be available soon. That is just such a dream pairing, that CC combination. Obviously, Gangplank can get out of one of them with his W, so that's not the best target, but even roaming around, if you just look for Umpty and you know, try and use that combo onto the Skarner, who still does not have flash. I always think, you know, especially in team games, if there is an opponent that has been targeted a lot recently in their previous games, it can be a mental advantage to continue to target that bot side.
And CoreJJ gonna let the ulti rip, and they're just gonna Falcon on top of him. GP ulti over the top, not even needed, but it'll help him get Vulcan too. He's got no flash, no way out. It's 2 quick kills and the feats of warfare for TL. C9 pick the spicy early lane, bot lane, but it's their opponents that come out on top.
Good thing you showed that graphic a couple seconds ahead of time, because right now, CoreJJ makes the call. They go immediately for the engage. Let's take a look at the replay. They're just walking on down. CoreJJ on vision, through, right up to the brush, just nails him. Dead on, and even though you come through, like, really good timing on the ultimate there. And you mentioned in draft early on too, nice to have impact on Gangplank. It's always nice. You know, when you...
What was that?
That was sick. He's hype.
This has got to be a thing. This has got to be like, now I need to know.
They must have done like some bet or whatever. He was like, hey, if we get a kill bot, we're going to do
No way you're going to do this. He's like, I'll do it.
The coaching staff were clearly all in on it. There we go.
There we go. Look at the
Superhero yawn, but here we go. Grub fight.
Yeah, grub fight going down. One going to be taken there by Umpty. Nice hook there over on a Blabber. Blabber's low. Teleport's coming in now from APA. AP going to try to join up as Yawn has got to get out of there. In comes the public execution, but he is very low and he's going to be thrown into the seismic shove. Loki goes forward, but a great sidestep from Yawn keeps him out of that, but it's still a shutdown regardless. Umpty now being focused here by Sven. Sven trying to get involved. Umpty going to flash in. They take down Loki, but it's still Sven, Vulcan, and Thanatos involved here, but they can't really get past APA. It's an all-out skirmish, incredibly low health bars. APA going to go back in with the Weaver's Wall. He's looking for Sven. Sven flashes out to safety, forcing the additional summoner there. As meanwhile, Blabber was able to clean up the last of the grubs. It's a real scrappy one, but Cloud9 do come out with 4 grubs, and they'll at least have the one Void might spawn.
Exactly. That is actually quite nice for them, going back in, getting the second one. Let's take another look at how it started out, as we were laughing at the celebration. So they got the first one here, and then they move up, get the hook onto Blabber, but it's countered by stunning up Yawn. So good stun there from Vulcan to stun out the TL DPS that was going to be the follow-up on that Umpty Skarner ultimate. The follow through there, Loki says, I'm gonna go for it, and even though Yawn's able to avoid that Azir ulti with the flash, he still just stands there and auto-attacks him, so it goes down and is able to get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was, look at them laughing. I think they're watching the replay of the reaction, to be honest, because they're pulling up a laptop. I guarantee you that's what it was. That is hilarious. I need to know what is the genesis of this celebration.
We're going to have an interview mid-series to figure out what is that celebration.
Yeah. Oh, I actually just even got it confirmed that it was what they're watching. They're watching it back.
I'm glad that we got a replay of the next coach
of them watching a replay. Oh, that's hilarious, man. You gotta love that stuff. That is
okay.
That's good vibes. that's a spawn diff right there.
That actually is. Vibes definitely can win you games. Just ask anyone who's played Flex Q. Let's get into it though. First item power spikes for pretty much everybody after those fights. a lot of even footing here as everybody gets their items.
I actually even just got the info. We're going to be adding that emote for any subscribers starting game 2 of this series. So that's going to be a new Twitch emote right there. We'll see what they call it. Core going to flash forward. He throws down the ulti onto Sven. Sven has no flash, but he's still going to be able to jump back to safety. APA trying to get some damage down on Blabber. Blabber going back in onto Umpty. He's going to be pulled into the rest of the team, but here comes Thanatos, and here comes Loki. Loki sweeps Core JJ to the side. Core JJ getting incredibly low. Can he get reset? Sven gets stunned up as he tries to go over the wall, but APA is in a lot of trouble here trying to get back. Loki incredibly low. Impact incredibly low. Sven going forward. He's going to stand. He's going to fight, but he's going to lose this one. He is very low. He gets hooked in by Core. The barrier's not enough to take him. Does go down. Blabber and Sven fall. It's just Impact on the other side. Another incredibly close fight.
Oh my goodness. Thanatos must have lived with like 8 HP there, just barely walking out. But TL with some massive, massive kills there, getting the advantage this time around. Let's see if they're quite done. APA looking for a cheeky little combo, but Loki not gonna walk up. Wow, what a back and forth when we keep having these scraps. Okay, as we get in and started out, it was Blabber ulting first on the Sejuani, but then Umpty ults him into the team, and Umpty actually does a nice turnaround, driving Thanatos into the wall, but Thanatos escapes with his own ultimate to the other side.
29 HP I saw.
Actually crazy, and then they're so low health that Sven wants to walk up, and he can kill the Gangplank, but everybody else way too low to be able to participate. So Jan is able to be the last one standing in that AD carry duel off, and we're right back to it.
We're right back to it, and Sven's in trouble. He's going to be stunned up on the rocks, and in comes Jan with the Valkyrie. That's an easy kill. It's grabbed by Core. Umpty slams Blabber into the wall, but Vulcan's going back in onto APA, and here comes Loki. Thanatos is behind him as well. APA incredibly low, and APA is shut down by Loki. Vulcan trying to kite out from Umpty on the side, as Jan's going to be battling against Thanatos, but that's not a fight. AD carries usually win. Jan, though, Valken forward, looking for him. The rocket gets sidestepped. He has the Eclipse proc. Can he take him? No! Jan wins the fight. On the other side, it's a spear from Vulcan straight to the heart. The Comet Spear will get him. Impact wins his battle against the tower as well in top lane, but this one's a bloodbath, Kobe.
Impact said, I'm too old for this mess. I'm gonna go split push. I gotta get out of this Fiesta brawl. But he actually decides, never mind, I want to join. I actually like the look of that party.
To warm up those hips, he's jogging down on the mid lane. We'll see if Loki can get out. Barrel not gonna quite tag him. Blabber is able to secure the dragon just before APA gets in with the teleport. Can APA find him over the wall? Seismic shove forces the flash. They secure the dragon, but they at least get the summoner. In comes Vulcan. That was a bit of a spicy ult.
It's a party. Everybody wants their invite.
Yeah.
Vulcan shows up thinking there was going to be a pick, a little bit of a scrap there. In the end, Cloud9 did get the dragon, so we're even on dragons. Vulcan wants...
Oh, here comes the teleport now. Loki coming in. Public Execution just barely misses from Thanatos. A hair's breadth away from catching him. Loki gonna go back in though, does sweep him into the wall, knocks him up. APA flashes out. Seismic shove not going to connect. Core is here to cover. He will get out to safety. I've got to say, one of the biggest winners of these last couple of minutes is the man who wasn't involved. It's Impact. Impact has opened up a 1.3k gold lead. While Thanatos has been grouping and grouping and grouping, Impact has just been fighting minions and pushing down the side lane, helping out with the cannon barrage, and he is getting paid.
Make use of that passive on Bank Plank up there. Also, the tower going down for their Fairville, really helping out Team Liquid. And now, right back onto the next objective, onto the Rift Herald. They've got this one pretty much in the bag. Cloud9 are grouped a little bit, but without Thanatos teleport, think they finally are going to leave him on the side lane and let the game calm down just a little bit.
Yeah, it can get tough for Thanatos. I mean, we can see Serpent's Fang going to be purchased up
quite nice
by Impact. Yeah, there's definitely some decent value there. You know, the shields, of course, you know, obviously the W we have on Thanatos. There's the E shield from the Azir. There's Barrier. Eclipse. You know, there's some decent stuff. Not crazy, but it is a very fast 2 items, and he's going to be having prio in that side lane, especially when you're in a melee versus melee matchup against GP and you fall behind. If you can't threaten the all-in, the laning phase just becomes you getting queued on cooldown and kind of just slowly getting whittled down, which can be very tough.
Yep, certainly can. Meanwhile, on the Cloud9 side, Loki had been racking up a decent amount of gold on the Azir. We saw a lot of the fights him just kind of standing and auto-attacking. This Rift Herald, though, going to get this tower extremely low, if not completely finish it off here. Boom, Jan gets the money.
Oh, and they're looking maybe for a potential move down towards bot side, trying to focus on Thanatos, keep him out of this one as much as they can. Here comes that Weaver's Wall. They're going to get involved. Yon coming down, and the teleport is coming in from Impact. Vulcan trying to get out to safety. Blabber, nice sidestep on that seismic shove. He survived, but he's going to pull back Vulcan, and Vulcan has no way out. Thanatos used the public execution, but he tries to use it for a public exit, but Impact is chasing him down, and now Blabber going to be the focus. Likely should be able to walk this one out. He is quite tanky, but still, it's the one kill, and now it's going to be the pressure on the tower. Loki, though, trying to get something done on top side.
Yeah, Impact's having some immediate effect there. Does teleport down. Like you say, it means it will get traded, and the Azir is going to get more money for Cloud9. Already was one of the big, rich members on C9, but TL kind of pushing the pace there. They set this trap around bottom side, and they wanted to use that APA Talia wall to lock in the roamers. In the end, though, still, because Loki's able to push on the top side, get the tower, and shove the wave in, we're very, very close to even.
Yeah.
It's just the 1,000 gold lead here for Team Liquid that they've been able to push up to.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's more than that lead in the favor of Impact, so you know, the gold definitely only in their favor when he is around. I gotta say, APA, his positioning has been very good, and the Unraveled Earth is very difficult for C9 to deal with. Everyone on their team can get stunned by it. So when TL kites back to these corridors and he just throws down that Unraveled Earth, it's so tough for them to actually engage and follow.
Certainly is. Impact over here playing a little defense through the Fog of War as well on the weak side.
Is going to get knocked up there briefly, but Blabber not going to play any games with it, not going to risk it, will smite it away. Thanatos, though, should be donated the local gold of this tower. That is nice for him. They know they need to keep him relevant, and Bessa is not a utility champion. You go in and you kill him or you die.
Yep, definitely true. And you saw the differences, like a little bit of distance will make. Like the Pantheon or the Sejuani are both good setups, but just being barely out of range. They couldn't combo it last time on their attempted pick on the side lane. So very, very close stuff here. But after that tower goes down and after the extra farm goes in, we're getting actually quite a lot of these 2-item power spikes. Yon, especially here with his transformed Muramana. On the Corki in a very, very strong position. Sven here trying to just collect another wave so he can finish his second and catch back up. But Umti going for him.
Yeah, Umti gonna look. Not gonna be able to find the range for the ulti. Spots Thanatos and Vulcan and says, you know what, not worth the attempt. We're just gonna back it off. Loki again playing towards those side lanes. While there is a big advantage for Impact, Loki of course has built one of his own. Does have 2 items fully completed plus the boots. Is gonna have to do a lot of the heavy lifting for the damage because Thanatos is behind, and Sven didn't get a ton out of the early game here on the Callista, but Loki's in a great spot to be able to do some heavy lifting in these team fights. TL gonna start up the Dragon.
All right, Thanatos, yeah, pushing on bottom side while the rest of Cloud9 come to threaten TL off, but TL, they're just gonna burn.
There's a hook. There's a seismic shove as well, thrown down onto Blabber. Blabber gets chunked down to about half, but in comes the Pantheon ultimate right over the top. They're going to be looking for him, and in comes the teleport as well from Thanatos. APA in the back line is already gone. APA deleted. In goes Loki playing so aggressively. Impact in trouble. He's on the run, and the public execution this time tags Yon, and Yon is going to be in a lot of trouble. He gets knocked down as Thanatos dashes out of the way of the Umti Skarner ulti, is able to stay safe, win the fight, and likely get even more here as that mid lane tower is softened up already.
The timing on that fight for Cloud9 was so good, it actually caused TL to split their calls. They were thinking about pulling off the Dragon, but then it was so low, they turned around to finish it. And with 2 members finishing Dragon, they lose the fight on the backside. Take a look at it once again. Because Dragon's so low, Umti turns back around to finish it, but the Pantheon ult and Blabber just kind of cruises over there. The side Q into ultimate, Blabber nails APA, and Vulcan's Pantheon jumping in allows them to chase forward. Then here's the sweet moves from Thanatos. He's able to get Yon, and as you say, he dashes away from Umti's attempted peel there. Yeah, very clean from him this time around to be able to get that chase down kill and get that big gold swing. You see now right back in the favor of Cloud9. However, TL did get the lasting Mountain Dragon resistance buff here for themselves, but I think they definitely would have rather had the extra gold and kills that came from that. Hiding here in the brush. A couple of tanks here, just trying to provide the extra safety for Yon.
And how about Loki so far this game, man? He's been positioning so aggressively in these fights, always finding the opportunities to shift forward, to put pressure on the TL carries and shove them back. I've really loved how he's been playing. You know, he is kind of the odd man out in a very aggressive comp. Sven maybe in some trouble, does kite back towards that tower, gets behind it, so Cork couldn't find an angle on the hook. But Yon, flexing muscles, showing he is winning in this 1v1 already.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're highlighting Loki again there, because his side laning is very, very important for this team. See him push on bottom side. Now he's heading up.
They're going to hook in Blabber. Again, there's that seismic shove, and they're going to stun him into the wall and knock him down. This time, the extra members were there. 4 men from TL was what it took to take him down. Impact here, and they could look for more as Loki, Sven, and Vulcan are pushing forward, but they have maybe gone too far. The ulti going to get ripped off onto Loki. Loki is pushed out of the fight, and Vulcan is isolated. Umpty flashes forward and stuns him into the wall. There's the ulti as well. Knocks him down. It's a double for Yon. The pings immediately come out onto Otacon. That time C9 went way too far with an extra man on the map for TL.
Yeah, they just lost Blabber. They just lost the Sejuani front line here, and they push up. They see APA as the shadows kind of reveal the Talia standing there. You know, at that moment they're like, oopsies.
That's the killer in the window behind you.
Like, oh, wait a second. They actually didn't like sustain any damage while they picked off Blabber and killed Blabber. So that is going to be a Team Liquid Otacon. Impact here does have to invest his flash to live, as Cloud9 tried to do the cross-map play. But that is well invested. TL now with the revival buffs.
Yep, gonna grab those Otacon GAs, set themselves up really well for these next fights. And because it is not an instant Otacon, it's a 24-minute, means it's gonna be on the table when Baron is on the map. So that is gonna be a big advantage for TL. Umpty having a solid game so far as well, has completed his second item as the Unending Spare comes in. And you can see the items just stacking up more and more here for TL. Still a slight gold lead for C9, and Loki, I'm looking at that death cap as such a big spike for their whole squad.
100%. He is the key to their game at the moment. Highest level, both summoner spells available. Blabber here is able to avoid the hook this time around, but it's actually Team Liquid that have the push on the side lane too. Impact on the gangplank, pushing out on bottom side. His ult is available here if they can collapse. He's halfway to level 16, so
yeah, that's crazy.
Impact over there, if they could just keep Impact getting another couple waves on bottom side and actually get him to level 16, that would be such a massive ult. But TL, they want to make a strong push in for Vision right now, and they do so. They do have a lot of really good pick potential with this composition. Skarner, Talia, and Nautilus here. A lot of opportunities, and so they're investing a lot of resources and time to get Vision to work with, but they have missed that one ward. Yeah. Nice little toggle here from the observers to highlight a very, very important safety ward. Scuttlecrab, though, will reveal it.
That one ward is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It is going to be spotted now, as you called out. They do send in the little Seeker there from Callista. But TL just going to be able to start up the Baron here. When do Cloud9 find out, and when will they go for the fight? Remember, they're fighting into the Otacon GAs, which is quite difficult. Loki trying to maintain the push in mid is going to summon a tower up on that tier 1 from TL. TL now turning. CoreJJ flips in at Blabber, but Blabber is not actually caught by the seismic shove. There's the Cannon Barrage dropped as well. Not going to really be able to find much of anything. Impact also lost half his health. There's a hook onto Vulcan, and Sven's going to be the target of the ultimate. APA flashes forward and finds him with the seismic shove, and Sven is just gone. A huge play from APA. The public execution going to miss from Thanatos is back on the other side. It's Loki getting knocked down as well. Loki flashes out, but just to die to the ignite, and in goes APA with the Weaver's Wall, trying to find the seismic shove onto Blabber. Can't actually sidestep it. Stunned to the wall as well by Umpty. That CC is deadly, and APA makes sure of it. Hits him with the threaded volley to finish him off, and they're heading to Baron.
Really good textbook Otacon use from Team Liquid. Take all the vision around Baron, bring them over, and then go for the engage. Even though they use a lot of cooldowns early on, CoreJJ comes up with a huge hook into ultimate combo, and it's that ultimate that allowed APA to flash forward, get his seismic shove combo, and delete Sven. What a huge, huge move here from TL. And since they have the Otacon revivals, they know they can fully chase. They don't care if anybody gets their revival popped, and then they can go collect Baron in the aftermath. I mean, CoreJJ not giving up on that play after they used the Gangplank ultimate and a lot of cooldowns, honestly, in the opener, but still being able to go up, get a hook into Nautilus ult to ensure. When you have Otacon buff, you just want to force that fight.
Yeah.
And now they've got the rewards here with the Baron right back out onto the map. Dragon on the map here as well, and they should be able to just clean this thing up. I think Cloud9 are probably, you know, just to lick their wounds, say, hey, we'll wait for the soul. You know, you can have this one. We took a lot of losses from that last fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, the death cap now finally gets completed, therefore low-key, so that is something really working in their favor. But you look over, you know, AD, it's an additional item completed. You look at top lane, it's an additional item completed, and that is very problematic. Nearly 2,000 gold lead in both bot and top for Yon and Impact. They are looking strong, and Impact has that collector completed. This core hook is not going to connect on his Ven, but he has been really on point with these and willing to let them rip as they're going to look for a pick here onto Umti, but he is tanky and he has support with him. Blabber thinking maybe he caught him out, but not going to really find anything except the expended ultimate.
I like watching the mini-map on this game a lot too, because Impact, you'll see Impact, he's not even just perma-farming the side waves. He comes to hover really early on. As soon as the rest of TL, you see them move for deeper vision, then he comes to hover like halfway down. He doesn't care, he drops a few minions while they're pushing up on top side. Doesn't matter, he wants to be as close as possible and as safe as possible when TL are moving into the deeper areas of Cloud9's territory. And then after the danger has passed,
a little bit of a stutter there.
Yes.
APA looking for some damage over the wall here onto Vulcan as Impact is pushing up on top side here against Thanatos. Is going to be able to get some big damage down on that tower, and it looks like that one is already gone. That's 700 more gold in the pocket of Impact, who's already ahead. They knock down the tier 2 mid as well. Yon grabbing the local gold there. Now they're taking away the jungle camps. Sven is getting poked out here. Yon is looking so confident, just continuously move forward. Vulcan going to be going back to base, but do they look for the hard engage now? It's definitely going to be tough for C9 from this position. Nearly a 5,000, well, excuse me, now over a 5,000 gold lead after they grab those couple towers. And it's Soul Point as well, so Mountain Soul will make things incredibly difficult.
All right, so we got some answers as far as the Yon celebration early. Now we're going to also have to do some investigation into what did Spawn do when he arrived here. Because this whole TL team, like, we're getting chat right now for APA. He's actually been amazing on this Talia, but Core JJ also, Yon, of course. Umti's playing much better, Impact on his Gangplank. Like, this whole team looks like they are truly... And
Spawn buff is real, Spawn work your magic.
They are for sure.
It's got that special sauce.
They're so motivated. They have cleaned it up. Like, this team looks like they're on a whole nother level this time around. I mean, when you take some losses, early on, and your back is put up against the wall here,
lose is improve.
Looks like lose definitely is improve, at least for this game. But you mentioned some critical points still to come. We've got a little bit of a lull here until that Dragon Soul does come. 2.5 minutes. It's just going to sync up with our Baron nicely, and that's just guaranteed action then.
Yeah.
Baron and Soul, that's a handshake. We are going to get big action 2 minutes and 15 seconds into the future. Until then, it should look like TL side lane control.
Yeah.
So if you are Cloud9, is your angle like, hey, let's try and force a pick, maybe we can burn someone's flash before that fight? Because that's where my head always goes to, is let's try and at least get somebody's flash.
Yeah.
And just use ultimates only. Like, we make a pact among ourselves, no one's gonna flash, but we send 4
pinky
people.
Promise.
Yeah, we pinky promise. None of us are gonna flash. We send 4 people. Everybody spam your ultimates out and try and get one of those longer cooldowns to set yourself up to, with some sort of angle to win a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so tough. If TL has first move to that dragon, and they have all of these rocks getting thrown out, from APA, the unraveled earth they're having to walk through, it feels so tough for them to make it happen. So we'll see if they can find any sort of a pick. I think their game plan really got stalled out when Thanatos got so far behind. Because when I looked at this draft, I was thinking, okay, Thanatos plays through side, Vulcan's hovering him, you're looking for, 1v1 kills or 2v1 kills on Impact. But because Impact is 3k up, that plan kind of went out the window. And so a lot of their playmaking targets got a lot harder because it's just Impact by himself. He's way ahead, and everyone else from TL is kind of glued at the hip. They're walking around as this 4-man squad for most of the game.
All right. Holding on 1 more minute here. The setup. Usually at least by 45 seconds, you want to have all your control wards and be back over here. It looks like Cloud9 ahead of time. They're trying to shadow Loki as he pushes up the bottom wave. So they want bottom wave access into the dragon. TL have guaranteed themselves mid-wave access into the dragon. And now the standoff commences. 35 seconds on the clock. The map is dark for Cloud9. Umti makes a little sweep.
Yep, you can see that Thanatos' back mid lane just cleared out that wave and will be looking to join up with the team. We don't see exactly where Impact is, but likely playing around towards that mid lane, and he will be there pushing this out as Jan's going to clear out that pink in the back of the pit. Blabber with the rest of the 4-man C9 squad here, but they're getting close to Core, and he has not been afraid to let those hooks go. Jan is just playing around this corridor here, so it's very difficult to engage on him with everyone there behind him, with him having Cleanse, Flash, Valk. You can't overcommit onto him. And Thanatos now trying to find an angle on the side here, but Impact is there to answer that potential flank. C9 do have the push down in bot lane, but don't think it's going to be too relevant in this one. They just elect to start it. They're stacking up the spears in this. Core's going to hook in. There's the ulti onto Loki. Loki has to kite back, but in comes Umpty, and there's the cannon barrage softening him up. In goes the public execution, but it connects on no one. Impact's in on everyone, and Umpty gets a multi-man ulti, and Blabber is gone. Another's fallen as well, and they're piling in onto C9. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. He's going to surf in for another kill here onto Loki. The seismic shove connects on him, and he just pops the hourglass for style points. It's a triple kill. It's an ace. It's a march down mid lane, and it's looking like a TL game number 1.
TL have returned to you just in time. Their coordination in that team fight is better than we have seen from, I would say, any team fight this entire year from them. That was almost pixel perfect. The setup, the execution, and TL, they're going to take their rewards now.
They're knocking on the doors of the Nexus here. Vulcan respawns just in time to watch him knock it down. Tries to go for the ulti, but not in Core's house. Hits him with the hook, knocks down the Nexus. 1-0 TL off of a really strong start, and a great game from Umpty. What a confidence builder.
Truly, truly. Wow, the focus from Team Liquid in this game. I mean, that last fight, again, Core JJ, he goes for the hook on the front line, immediately into an ult on a backline carry, which gets layered with either a Gangplank ultimate or Skarner going in. It's like the precision that they're using to put all this pressure on those Cloud9 carries gave them really big rewards. Nice to see. Also liked the draft there, so well done, Mr. Coach.
Came in with a good plan, and they were able to execute it. Remember, though, tickets are still available for our LTA Finals block party connected by AT&T. That is tomorrow. Fans in Los Angeles can watch in person at the Riot Games Arena. The LTA Lounge will take center stage in front of fans, and after the show, enjoy a block party with games, team and partner booths, food, and more. Click on the QR code and grab your ticket to celebrate the first ever LTA Split 1 Finals in person. Now let's head on over to the lounge to break that one down.
Thanks, guys. You mentioned the coordination of Team Liquid throughout that game, and this was an incredibly bloody game. To me, the team fight I'm about to show you was the one that broke the game open. Team Liquid had just taken the Otacon buff. They had started Baron to force Cloud9 into a choke point, and let's just watch how this played out, because to me, this was Team Liquid knowing exactly what their plan was and nobody trying to do too much. So Cloud9 can just move in to try and stop this, and the first engage actually doesn't work, so Team Liquid backs it up. Remember, they can play Fearless because of the Otacon buff, but the thing that I want to actually point attention to is how clean the combo is onto Sven. So I have his portrait over here in the corner. You can see how much control he has of his character in this death. Core hooks in to get the Nautilus ultimate, and then once it knocks up, you can see everything is gray. He has maybe a fraction of a second to try and flash before APA flashes in to flip him backwards, and that's the kill there. But one of the biggest criticisms for Team Liquid was the play of Umpty, and I just want to show an understated thing in this fight, that Umpty blocks a counter engage. He's not trying to do too much. So as the Skarner, he just runs in, he's marking Blabber, he's not giving a window to queue in to ult anyone, which allows the rest of Team Liquid to play freely because they don't have to fear that level of CC. Sven goes down, Loki goes down, Team Liquid chase, finish the kill, get Baron, and never really look back. But beyond that, I do want to just show how insane this game was from a damage perspective. So just in the first 20 minutes of the game, where some games don't even have team fights, you can see Corki and Talia had both already done 15,000 damage. By 20 minutes of the game, they were 750 damage per minute. If we look at the entire game, you can see their damage went way up. Yawn around 1,000, APA very close. What a fast, bloody game, which is exactly what Spawn said he wanted from this team. So really great game one by Team Liquid, and we're going to see if they can keep it together in game two. When we head to break, we're going to take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
It's really good.
GP on board.
It's really good. Don't flash too.
Double killing there. Nice, nice. That was not near, I think.
Go check us.
Yeah, can you go back to the lane?
Yeah.
I'm hiding top.
Good job. I don't see a zero right now.
In fact, do you need me or not?
I feel like they...
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Yeah, I mean, last year we were like supposed to be the super team, you know, a lot of pressure. I mean, I didn't really feel the pressure, but like there was a lot of pressure, right, on us to do well, to, you know, make history for NA, stuff like that. And I think we made history in the wrong direction. And yeah, yeah. So I was pretty sad with not only like our team's performance, but my own performance. I felt like I wasn't really playing my own game. I felt like the things that I wanted to do in game, I wasn't really able to do. And I felt like I was kind of just doing other people's things, or like, I don't know, just felt like as a team we weren't on the same page. And we just really struggled because I felt like throughout the whole year we just couldn't click. Our early games were pretty much good the whole year because we had strong individual players, but we'd go mid-game team fighting, and yeah, our team fights were terrible the whole year. We were super uncoordinated, didn't take space well, and mid-game we just get caught a lot. Didn't really play well to the side lane, didn't play the map well, so yeah, it was a pretty disappointing year.
All right, well, Blabber got some work to do in this game as well. I mean, that first one, it was action-packed. Team Liquid, they set the pace. They had a really good draft, I feel like, and they executed on their vision. They're looking fully renewed and ready to go here in this series. So, honestly, we'll jump right back in to game number 2 here, Fearless Draft. As soon as they figure out that little mouse issue, I believe.
I'm fully refreshed.
There we go. Looking nice.
Everybody's fully refreshed.
Looking clean.
Thank you. Thank you. I like your jacket today.
Thank you very much. What a banger first game, honestly. You know, Spawn arrived. He was like, yeah, we want a bloody game. We're going to have some action.
Yep.
He delivered us some action, and I feel like there's so many places to give credit to in that game for TL. I keep coming back to Core JJ because he started a lot of these plays, but all of them were playing super well. And I really have loved ever since last year, you know, APA on the Talia. So we'll see about this with Fearless taking a lot of these picks off. Of course, Cloud9 did use some, you know, picks that like Core JJ, for instance, really has been liking the Pantheon.
Yeah.
They use that one, can't use that as well. So we'll see as we get a little bit deeper.
I did really like the way that TL kind of laid the trap as well for this Callista. You know, they're saying, if we leave the Callista up, you can't give it to us. We'll beat you with it, but we feel like we have an answer to it. And they were right. They did have an answer for it. We're able to make it happen down in that bot lane, kind of withstood the early phase, and then Core and Yan really felt like they did take over, even getting that 2v2 kill. You know, I was talking a lot about him in the game because I always feel like when we're critical of players, we have to really point out when they're doing well also. But, of course, APA was great. GP, I love as a pick for Impact. And I think Impact can really thrive in Fearless. I just want him to play the champions that really fit him. Don't play the meta. And that, I think, is sometimes something he can get pulled into. You know, he has those carries. The Shen last week was fantastic. I think the GP is great. He can play the Rumble. He's fantastic on Gasante. I'd love to see him add in more things like the Scion as well that we've seen, you know, Blippo bring out. You know, a lot of people obviously, you know, looking towards that pick as well, especially all those Los Ratones fans.
All right, well, I mean, I'm also looking at like jungle pool here. You know, Umpty, the most famous champions, 3 most famous Umpty champions from last year, Maokai, Sejuani, and Scunner. And those are all banned here this time as well. So probably will be more of a bruiser duelist type jungle for them this time around.
Yeah, Zig's taking off the table. Kazante is going to be a Jace first pick here for C9, which I do think could go both mid and top. Rumble, another carry that I do really like here for Impact, would make some sense, especially early on. Last time they couldn't really go towards the Rumble because they already had that tank jungle and they had that AP mid, which would just be a Merc Tread City over on the other side. So Rumble is going to get locked down. And I'm interested to see what setup they do grab for it because, you know, we do really need someone to kind of lock you down in that equalizer.
Yeah, definitely do need some more CC to go with. Vi has some CC. Point and click plus fills the AD role here.
So Flowers has been telling me, you know, he's been passing out Vi cards, but I think as a longtime jungler, you can pass out those as well. Does Umpty have the Vi card? Are you happy to see it?
Currently, the only jungler in the league, I think, that has it. Well, actually, Contracts probably has one holdover from beating G2 with it.
Okay.
That was really.
That's just like a lifetime induction.
Yeah, that's for life. I think the other jungler that has one currently is Inspired.
Yeah.
We will evaluate Umpties.
Everyone else
game.
are provisional Vi. Provisional Vi users.
As long as you don't ult and then get flashed under a tower. That's a good starting point.
Okay.
Kaisa here, though, interesting because everyone always thinks of it with dive comps, but they have it with a Jace, and you can get into the poke build later too.
Just much later,
to have a lot of poke there. So a couple of options, and they opt for the Xin Zhao dueling into it. Blabber always has been a really big fan of that one.
It'll be interesting here, because if I'm TL, I'm thinking about how there's a really heavy lack of engage over on the C9 side, and maybe thinking about, drafting some of that engage right now and then pinching it in the pool, or, you draft your AD carry here, and then you kind of like, ban a couple of those supports and then take it. They are going to do what I said first. And so I now really think, hey, you just ban away a couple of these hard engage supports, really try to put Vulcan down on a lower tier of engage, because you do kind of need that for what they've drafted so far.
And in particular, you're kind of doing one step ahead, where you see a Kai'Sa, and so you'll think match with Kai'Sa is usually Rel.
Yep.
So we'll pick the Alistar ahead of time. So we like pre-counter you already.
Aha.
So yeah, aha, pre-countered, plus the Fearless has already taken the Nautilus and the Pantheon out. So some of those options here to already whittle down on that pool.
If you were in the draft, would you still want to leave Rel up, or would you just be like, nah, we have the Alistar, who cares?
Yeah, I think it's a we have the Alistar, who cares.
Okay. Well, Silas going to be banned out. That's pretty much a must ban when you do already have an Alistar. Alistar, Rumble, Vi, those are all good ults, but Alistar is one of the S tier, makes it OP champions.
And the Poppy as well. Like Vulcan definitely can play the support Poppy there into it. So I think those bans ended up being really, really good.
And now I wonder if it's going to be a Zai ban here, because they already banned the Ezreal. You want to take away safe AD carries. If you're taking away the Ezreal, to me, you are looking to get a little bit aggressive with your last picks, but instead it will be the Galio ban here. Potentially expecting that to come through. That's pretty interesting, because they're thinking, hey, Galio mid could be coming through. Well, Galio traditionally seen as the Rumble counter, so...
Core JJ has spammed it. I remember going into last Worlds, I was so excited for it so many times. He was spamming in solo queue. So
I had a really funny chat with Core where he was saying, yeah, I was convinced Galio support, it's super good. It's going to be great. I played 50 games of it. My conclusion, it's worse than Alistar in every way, which is what he's playing this game.
Zeri, the pairing with it. Okay, so they have a lot of scaling carry here available to them.
I remember when Zeri first got released, Jan was one of the ones I saw the most ridiculous early clips on. This guy,
I remember that one, and I remember Tactical too.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely known for it. It is going to be the Rakan grabbed up as their form of hard engage. So they won't be going in towards the Rel. Not like in that matchup, as you pointed out. And we're just now waiting for, is this going to be a mid Jace or a top? I'm assuming it's top, so we are looking for a mid lane pick. They need some AP, and it is going to be Aurora. So definitely squishy. A lot of pick, I will say, though, here, with the Rakan, with the Aurora, the ability to set up some of these plays, set up some of these engages. And it's not a very tanky team over on the other side either. So they have some pretty good targets. Really, everyone except the Alistar, has the potential to get picked out here.
Yeah, let's see. You need something to kind of bring it all together. They're going to go Victor into the Aurora. Some pretty good range on Victor with the laser, of course, but doesn't have any dashes or escapes for himself. So, Aurora, Pincer on him, Rakan, a lot of pressure can be put on him. I just really value the Alistar and Vi combination in this game, because Cloud9 have so many targets that are so squishy and can get picked off. I think there's a huge amount of variance in this game that depends on the Alistar and the Vi play.
Yeah, fully agree. I mean, Jace, Aurora, Kai'Sa, all fantastic targets. So it's not one of those games where you have to fight through everyone to get to your only target, like you're saying. So many targets of opportunity, which could really open the door here. And if MT can have another good game on the Vi, I think that would really start to get some people back in his corner.
All right, Cloud9. They need to bounce back in this game to push us to another Game 3 if we're going to be able to get one here. Back-to-back 3-game series would be the dream. Make it really exciting.
Let's go for the 11-game weekend.
Sure, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Sign me up.
All right, it's agreed.
All right, Loki, I think there's a lot of potential here. An Aurora plus a Xin Zhao combination definitely can be deadly. And has a lot of room to roam around in this game. So we'll see. Vulcan here on the Rakan, of course, going to be one of the ones to set up some of the plays for them. But really do think a lot pivots on mid-jungle for Cloud9's success in this game.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, What do you think about whose top side do you like more? You know, if we're thinking about like fights around Grubs or any of those early skirmishes, because level 6, you think, well, Aurora as well as Xin really strong, but on the other side you've got Equalizer, you've got Vi combo.
I
Both
think
look pretty loaded.
I like first Grubs for Cloud9 side, for Jace, for Thanatos. For second Grubs, definitely more dicey, because when Vi has ultimate, like you're saying, when Rumble has ultimate, like you're saying, even Victor ultimate, there's definitely a lot more potential. But I would say first Grubs before the level 6s, definitely the Cloud9 side.
Wait, so this is actually really funny. So APA types nervous Loki, and then I look over at our screen, and APA is not even looking at his monitor, he's just staring straight at Loki, and Loki types, don't look me, can't focus.
He's got him with the death stare across the stage.
The mustache diff, he's really got him locked down.
That thing is powerful.
It is powerful, and Kangas is going to lose his tomorrow because he lost the bet.
Oh no, he's going to lose half his power.
He's going to lose all his power.
Oh, well.
It's all in that mustache.
I guess we'll have to pick him back up off the ground after that then.
He'll have to start growing. Maybe Raz can help him out. It could be a tag team effort, you know?
Raz is going nowhere near a mustache.
Oh, man. Well, it's definitely going to be a fun one here. TL looking to try to close this one out if they can. C9 going to try to be battling back. Has been a pretty exciting day thus far here of LTA action down in Sao Paulo. And we got even more in store because, of course, the finals are tomorrow. It is going to be a best of 5 Fearless here, our first of the split in the LTA. I've been looking forward to that all split long. I really can't wait. And you can see TL, you know, had a bit of a tough start to the year. You know, they were nearly eliminated by Isros as Strawl. You know, they didn't get up into that second place tiebreaker. You know, they had some stumbles. Even in some of their wins, there were some moments where people were like, you know what? They're just not looking the same. They are kind of struggling. Look at the mustache poster.
The mustache squad is here.
He knows what's up. He knows it's the...
They're gaining power in numbers.
Can you grow a good mustache, Kobe?
I can actually. I have never wanted to. Not once.
I remember the co-beard.
Yeah.
You brought in the co-beard a while ago.
I know because my brother grew a massive, insane beard super easily.
Oh.
And so then, yeah.
Did you have beard envy? Did you have to one-up him?
Nah. Because when I did it, I was like, I don't really like. It's just scratchy. I don't like the feeling. So,
fair enough.
Yeah, I never once wanted to do a mustache. You know, maybe in the future or something, but not early on. So I wanted to mention that TL, the Umpty did a defensive jungle ward early that saw Cloud9 move in when they got their blue buff ward down. Sometimes you can like use the information your opponents have that you know they have against them, but he didn't care. Just doing a regular old clear anyways. You know, just Vi clearing up towards top side actually instead. So wants to keep Thanatos in check a little bit, but Cloud9, because they invested so many deep early wards here, they have full vision and exact timing on tracking Umpty heading up to top side.
Yeah, you can see this little battle back and forth here. APA has done a good job of just being able to backstep on these E's and Q's coming through from Loki, but trading heavily now. APA getting him very low. And you can see Thanatos pushing up on top side, and bot side it is C9 pushing in. And we had that little motion graphic talking about some of the struggles from TL, but we also then have to point out, you know, obviously had a great game. Spawn comes back there, able to win game number 1, looking strong there. And I feel like, you know, if they come out and Spawn returns and they just win the whole thing.
Spawn's legend is
Spawn's also got him where he wants him. He's like, you can't let me go.
Yes. The legend of Coach Spawn is growing day by day.
Maybe he needs to grow a mustache and then they'll win worlds.
Oh my. That's too much power. Too much power for one man.
Too many mustaches?
Well,
okay.
Yeah, and too many mustaches.
Do they like siphon power off each other, you know?
No, that's why I'm scared, because they just multiply.
Okay.
I actually think it's like logarithmic.
Oh, wow.
It really gets crazy.
Terrifying stuff.
Exponential growth here as a Blabber hovers mid, but probably not much he would be able to do here towards APA. And since APA does have a ward bottom side, he can easily hover that side of mid lane, no problem. I mean, the Victor changes, you know, the nice little busts when they arcane evolved him, basically, were super nice.
It was no longer Victor. It was Victor from Arcane.
Yeah, exactly. Victor from Arcane is a different beast.
Oh, yeah.
Nice shield, stun is better, ult is better. Quite nice for him. So we'll see, as currently there is another deep ward tracking Umpty. Cloud9 have been diligent in their vision. They have a ward up on the Gromp, and they're also going to have Blabber down here.
Yeah, and we'll see if Core is going to be in some trouble. Nice little chunk there from Cloud9's bot lane. And Vulcan has been quite good at actually just hitting his Qs nonstop. And every single time you hit one, it's such a health positive trade. You get the heal on both of you. You're able to get that chunk down. We do see Core going back to base. Jan is going to stay around, though. Don't think C9 are looking for any sort of a dive or anything anyway, so he should just be fine. They will lose out on tempo a little bit, but Core is going to be heading out towards mid lane for now. And we'll see if he can find any sort of an angle to make something happen.
Yeah, I wanted that timing on that Raptor ward. Is that thing about to... No, it's plenty of life left on that one. So these wards through the jungle, they would see if Core went mid, but he's currently going top instead.
Ooh, the sneaky Core JJ roam top. Thanatos is pretty far up there. Is going to spot him on the ward now. We'll see if he has time to run. Flash forward there from Impact. Does hit him with the Electro Harpoon. Slows him down again. I don't think Thanatos is getting out of this one. Even if you flash, Core is going to be there to follow. He has the Q to do it. The Ignite goes up, and they're going to grab first blood. Great roam from Core JJ to the top lane.
It's actually so cool. Cloud9 spend the entire 5.5 minutes of this game fully warding Umpty, always on vision.
Forgot about the second jungler.
Wards, yeah, more wards in the jungle, more wards over and over. But Core JJ, Alistar path up to the top side, really nicely done. And then nicely executed too, because you know as soon as Core got into the tri-brush, Impact was like, okay, as long as I flash to land the harpoon slow, he can't get away.
Yep, and Umpty is now here. It's a rinse and repeat. We'll see if he can get out. Umpty elects not to go for it because Cloud9, they do know members are in the area. Vulcan is here. Loki was threatening to move up, and Blabber sitting there over the wall. But Core JJ is here, down a flash. Thanatos trading aggressively with Impact. Both top laners down their flash. Vulcan is here to cover. In goes Core JJ with the Hex Flash. Tries to actually knock him up, but can't hit it. Now the Equalizer is there and ready. Blabber's coming in, as is Umpty. Doesn't look like any side wants to fully commit to the fight, but Thanatos getting about as good as he took. Chunking down Core pretty low there as both of these bot laners just kind of 1v1ing bot side.
Yeah, Core immediately starts chugging potions, as does Thanatos and Vulcan here. They're going to start it up. Look at mid lane. Aurora has control of mid lane. So
is coming.
If you've got Loki ultimate there on Aurora and positioning, it makes it a little bit dicey. Umpty and Core, though, after pushing top lane with Impact here, Rumble ultimate ready to rip.
We'll see.
1 health!
Oh, man, 1 health. That is going to be frustrating. Blabber walks it out. And that Equalizer Core still on cooldown, but Thanatos going to be able to go back towards top side. They had pushed in both those soul lanes. At least they do get 1, so they're not going to give over the whole pack. Would love to grab 2. 1 health definitely sucks. They are going to potentially look for a dive here on Thanatos, though. Everyone from TL is around. They're going to stop him with the Electro Harpoon. Do they go for it? Umpty is now 6, and he's going to face check. There's the Hex Flash forward from Core. He's just got to tank this up, but Core may be going down. Thanatos gets 1 back. Not bad. Umpty taking a shot is going to survive. Those heated up towers are nothing to mess with. At least it is just the 1 kill, and they deny some of the farm here. Impact comes away with both of the kills from the action on top side. He's feeling great.
Yeah, he certainly is. Team Liquid very happy with the pace of this game as well. They got the extra grubs. You know, they only give over a level 4 Alistar kill in payment for Thanatos dying and the minion wave being at tower. Very nice little denial there from them too. Cloud9, of course, they get their compensation though, their consolation prize.
They say you can't put a price on life, but you just did. Core JJ's worth less than that of Thanatos.
Yeah, level 4 Alistar going down. It's okay. Thanatos going down with no teleport, and he's looking at those minions dying at his tower.
That's the saddest thing, man. When you're watching those go down. Blabber gonna have to use the Crescent Guard to knock that cow away. It's now a level 5 Alistar.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. Excuse you.
Yeah, so we'll see if that dragon payment actually ends up being something too, because that certainly is a payment as well. With Blabber being able to grab that 1. Now with no ultimate, slightly less threatening in some of the duels, but honestly still definitely a powerhouse. And we'll have another just like full bot side up to top side clear here. You would imagine for both junglers, and that spells pain for Thanatos.
Yeah, Impact overheating, getting the full combo down there on Thanatos. The early tabbies, plus has the Faded Ashes. Definitely going to be annoying here for Thanatos. And when you get behind as this tank Jace, you are kind of useless.
I actually love this from APA and Umpty here, because Core JJ gave them the info, hey, I just combo Blabber, I got his ultimate down on bottom side, and he's heading to Krugs now. So during that time, slip in, steal away a little bit, and don't let him just go into the relax, re-full clear, re-full clear.
Oh, CoreJJ Hex flashing in, and Sven is in a world of hurt. Does ulti out, gets the safety, nicely positioned there. A good bit of pressure, does cost them the ignite, but Sven now too low to probably stay around here because Core could just threaten the wrap. So it's not just the trade of Summoner for ulti, it's the loss of minions. It's as well this plate and maybe even going to be an interrupt, but looks like Core didn't go all the way for it.
Honestly, yeah, that is a huge support win right there because Vulcan went up to the top side. CoreJJ, he gave the team information on Blabber and the timing and his whereabouts. So Umpty was able to steal away blue. And even though Vulcan goes top to like protect topside play, there's nothing for him to do there.
Yeah.
And so who ends up paying the price? Sven, the AD carry on bottom side, as you say, getting pushed off.
Tough life.
Yeah, it's the classic.
Yeah.
AD carry pays the price right there. Meanwhile, TL, they did as much as they wanted to do on the top side anyway, so they didn't really suffer for Vulcan roaming up there.
How many level 4 Alistars is one level 7 Kaisa worth?
I mean, if CoreJJ is piloting the Alistar, it bumps it up, but yeah,
okay.
That's
some premium beef right there.
You're still not meeting the same value.
It's like a Wagyu cow right there.
Yeah.
He's looking juicy.
But even then, it only bumps it up to like a third.
Okay, it's not a lot.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see though. Sven now kind of waiting on his ultimate. He also doesn't have his flash, so his life got a little bit painful. That's why he's parking in mid lane, where it is nice and safe.
Yep, you can see Impact shoving up down on that bot side. They're putting Loki here on the Aurora up against them. It did go for those early armored boots, so of course that's not going to be too effective there against Loki, and Loki should have that better matchup in the 1v1. C9 is around in the area, clearly doesn't want to give over the grubs for free, but it just feels like TL are so well set up in this spot. Thanatos is getting pushed in, mid is getting pushed in, bot is getting pushed in. It's very difficult for them to reclaim space, but at least they do have the Scuttle Crab, so have some vision there, and Blabber and Vulcan still trying to stay present.
Yeah, they're present all right, but they're just going to watch. They move in now, okay. Nice little chunk onto Umpty.
Yeah, Blabber gets a little bit of damage down, just kind of fighting over this vision. They do knock down the one ward.
They're taking the bush.
Yep, and Thanatos gets a good chunk as well onto Jan. Umpty playing behind him, but Blabber here now to cover. So Jan realizes, you know what, I can't stay around. I'm going to have to pull back. Thanatos would be able to chunk me out. Blabber again finding Umpty with the wind becomes lightning. Has been pretty good at sussing out where he is, but Core's now here in the brush as well, and his flash is back and ready. Blabber finally looking like he's going to pull this. They're going in for Thanatos, but Thanatos flashes over the wall, and it could be Umpty that's in trouble because in comes Vulcan, and in comes Blabber. Umpty trying to flash back over the wall, but he's going to get knocked up, and Blabber goes in with the Crescent Guard. In comes Sven with the Killer Instinct. One is down already. They're going to look for the re-engage. Great equalizer, though, across multiple members, and the ulti from APA is pushing everyone back, and in goes Jan. Jan trying to get more done, but he's aggroed the grubs, and he's actually dying to them. He's incredibly low. Thanatos going to look for it, going in on APA. The gravity field gets put down. Equalizer obviously has been used. Impact's in the pit. He has no flash. Can they actually get in there and take him out, though? Jan is in the area trying to lay down some defensive fire here. C9 focused on the grubs for now.
What's that robot grub doing back there? Impact is still in there shooting down spears, and he's going to get stunned up. Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. He's the one with the Victor.
Trying to re-engage. There's the overheat. Impact does go down. In goes Vulcan onto APA. APA gets hit with the wind, becomes lightning, but Blabber says, you know what? We got what we came for. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, they got the robot grub after all. Impact flash.
4-pack. It's a bonus.
Flash down as well. Yep. All right. Umpty on the backside here. Going to at least try and take away some Raptors. But the #1 rule of playing Vi, well, let's see about his little adventure with Sven first. The #1 rule is you have to track everybody's flash down to the second so that this type of thing doesn't happen. If you ult someone who has flash and they flash you over into a dangerous scenario, then you can have a pretty big punishment there. Then Loki, though, takes a decent amount of burn damage trying to get back out. The Victor ultimate and that Rumble ultimate used there. But then he's able to get a good combo in Jan, and when he does pull his Q back there, Jan's so low that it gets a little bit dangerous for TL. They're poking around the outside, but you know the end of this story with all the grubs here loaded up.
Good fight from Vulcan as well. I believe he was the one that was able to force out the flash from Impact. Impact gets pushed back, and you can see not much of a reaction there. Good fight for Cloud9, but pretty somber in that moment. Jan gonna have to flash. Kate actually shift out over the wall, did get knocked up by Blabber, maybe interrupting that, or maybe it was down. We didn't really catch the beginning of the play, but Sven now getting the push here. Still close to cashing in on that call. You can see Umti spotted out on that bottom side, trying to cover for APA here as it's low-key pushing forward, but in goes Vulcan looking for him. Can't actually connect. Blabber coming in from behind, going to go in onto APA. APA lets down that gravity field. Arcane Storm comes out. He's putting back some good damage onto him. There goes the Crescent Guard, though, and in comes Ven with the Killer Instinct. CoreJJ trying to get here, but he might not be here in time. Umti is dead already, and now the teleport coming in here from Thanatos. Impact sending some damage down on him, but Jan has come back from the base as well. Now Thanatos has arrived. Jan laying down that covering fire. The Shock Blast doesn't quite connect. It'll be C9 on the push here, threatening this tower. Maybe going to be able to knock it down. We'll see if they can quite do it. They have some grubs. They have... yeah, they should be able to get it. They'll be able to get it.
Minions will arrive. They do get their tower here. Able to get the feet. Impact is going to try and trade on top side. There's some bloody roses around up there, but there's no way he's going to be able to catch up and do enough damage to this tower to actually equalize. And Cloud9 stringing together a couple of back-to-back big fights for themselves. That one a really nice pick. Whenever you have Kai'Sa kind of roaming from mid lane, you could tell TL were kind of making the call there.
Yeah.
Hey, it's dangerous. You guys got to really watch out. Kai'Sa could, Killer Instinct on over. They get a little bit too deep and trying to give some damage back. Sven immediately joining allows them to get the upper hand. And just look at the jungle as well. They took the tower and then left behind a whole bunch of wards here, lighting up this Team Liquid jungle. Literally, from like minute 1 of this game, I think Cloud9 have permanently had at least one ward alive in TL territory.
It feels like it for sure. I mean, they've been great at tracking Umti throughout this entire game, which has really made it difficult for him to find a lot. Also really thought that Blabber was very patient with his Crescent Guard in that last fight. You know, it soaked a lot of damage, but knew he had that in the back pocket to be able to just get out of range of APA, pop that once the cooldowns are down from Umti, and knowing Umti wouldn't have enough in the tank to actually just kind of finish him off solo.
Yep. Nice little collapse there, but let's see. Umti's up to some tricks here. Q's over the back of Dragon Pit to get some deep vision of their own for TL.
Thanatos scrapping, in comes Vulcan, looking for the grand entrance, does connect there onto Impact. Impact has no flash and no way out. He's going to get hammer form knocked back by Thanatos and hammered into the ground. They're pushing up on this top side, going to threaten the tower. They're going to be able to grab the big old scuttle as well. Meanwhile, we do have a push down on bot side, but definitely the bigger rewards being grabbed by C9.
Yeah, Cloud9 going to be able to snowball with this one. That Rift Herald can go mid, topside tower extremely low. They can just do one more minion wave on topside, get that tower, Rift Herald mid tower, get that one as well. Just quickly take down all these outer defenses from TL to snowball the game.
Behind him though, and they're teleporting in. Are they going to be able to find an entrance here? They catch onto Blabber. Blabber going to flash Crescent Guard. Definitely got nervous. Not sure if he had to fully commit to that, but was worried about the play. They do force the flash, but they get the TP, they get the tower top, they get the tower mid. TL trying to get some rewards off the back of this play though.
Yeah, Umti with the Vi ult available there, looking a little scary. So Blabber says, we got our towers, we got our objectives, we got our goals, and we are out of here. Loki doing the same, using his ult over the wall.
Oh, Umti's going to go in. He actually finds him with the ulti, but do they have the damage to follow up? Umti's going to flash forward in onto him. Does hit him with a Vault Breaker. Jan comes in with the laser. Great chase down. Thought he might have gone a bit too far, but Umti knew his limits on this one. Gets a big kill for Jan.
Yep, gets to hand it over to the Zeri, which they need to be fed. Jan has been so big for TL, but as well in this game on the Zeri is going to be the main one to take over these team fights. Honestly though, actually APA with the Seraph's shield available to him here on the Victor can do a lot of work too. Let's see if Yang, after he gets that solo tower gold on the top side, if TL are just going to keep on pushing and say, you know what, Cloud9, this next dragon spawn in 30 seconds. Looks like they actually want to retake their vision now.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be fighting for that. Thanatos just trying to push this up. You can see Jan going back to base at this point. Sven is sitting on the Kraken Flare, is working towards his Rage Blade for that second item. And Jan cashed out his call, almost has his second item as well, looking like he is going towards that rapid fire.
Right here, Sven gets the early push on mid, and they're sending APA top with no teleport, so they've made the call. Dragon is yours, Cloud9. We don't want to fight you on this one. We want to continue to farm. We've got a Zeri and a Victor. They feel pretty confident, just trying to get more money on those carries. And with, even with them going into the jungle here, they obviously have Umti on top side too, so cross map play. Try and get as much as you can, not lose too much.
Yeah, and TL going to be feeling quite good about their scaling here. You have Rumble, Victor, as well as Azeri. Some powerful scaling over on their side. Cloud9, no slouches. Definitely some strong stuff on their side too. But I do think, with range advantage potentially here, especially sometimes Aurora can be kind of really hit or miss. And I feel like that about Tank Jace too, where you can have those really good fights. And then you can have some where it's very difficult to get involved, where, generally all the carries on TL are kind of pretty consistent. So it makes sense. They're not feeling too pressured. It's only 2 dragons now taken by C9. So they can kind of just chill, farm it out, and look to contest them a little bit later.
Yeah, in my eyes, both teams have a lot of damage. And so it really pivots on, is Aurora Rakan going to be able to make a pick on somebody? Because they've got really good follow-up, with Akaisa. Or is TL going to be able to make their pick first with Core JJ and Umpty both being quite good so far, with soloing out some targets for the rest of their carries to pick up. So definitely will be explosive.
And while there have been quite a few kills here for C9, they have not yet been able to take down APA or Yawn, who are coming off of a really strong game last time around. Great Talia performance, great Corki performance. They are both deathless in this one. Yawn just kind of spoon-fed that kill up thanks to Umpty. And they're putting themselves in a position to still have a fighting chance here. The carries are farming well, and it's going to be down to execution, as you say. There's so much damage. There's so many squishy targets. The initial portions of these fights will decide so much.
Oh, they're just going to start up the Otacon. They actually can burn through it pretty decently here. Impact is walking his way up. He has his teleport too, though, if he really needs to get here quick.
Yeah, I think they're getting the bad news now. Loki split off a little bit from the team as APA is trying to push out. It's down to 4K here. Core JJ is around, but the jungler's not here just yet. They're trying to keep him away. They're trying to burn it down. Will they be able to do so? They do secure it. Blabber grabs the smite. Impact has arrived, but you're fighting into those Otacon GAs. Umpty in the backline is on his Vens. Vens is in trouble. Great equalizer across multiple members as Yawn is going crazy. The first one having to withdraw from the fight is going to be the Zeri. The second is Thanatos, and Yawn goes over the wall, and Yawn is going to wipe them off the map. What a fight from the TL80 carry. It doesn't show up on the scoreboard, but that was looking like a quadra, if not a penta.
Yeah, they said better late than never. Even if you're going to not be in time to smite steal this Otacon, it doesn't matter if you win the fight. So you see, they immediately go onto Vulcan. Now no Rakan ultimate burned really early here, and they got so much damage. Impact and Yawn just blast Blabber so quickly, and the Rumble ultimate against the wall, well, Yawn is just pelting them. So much damage against that wall, and very easy chase for them. So with the nerfs to the Otacon buff, where TL is getting 200 gold a pop for killing off those GAs and the bloody petals for themselves, they're pretty happy with the way that one went.
No kidding. I mean, that was fantastic. They're just able to wipe those buffs off immediately. It is still a Cloud9 gold lead here. They did not commit their summoners to that fight. It is worth mentioning, but that equalizer perfectly set up Yawn. They put so much pressure in, and Yawn just slides in and destroys him.
The Hurricane here, yes, so much AoE right up against the wall. Let's see about the next fight, though, because Cloud9, once again, they're moving in. They have the deeper vision, so TL have to be diligent here. Core JJ doing his best. They've got control wards. They're trying to retake their jungle constantly.
Yep, going to be fighting for that. And still maintaining this slight gold lead here. Thanatos now. Fimbulwinter is fully stacked. You can see 2 items pretty much done almost across the board here. APA lagging a little bit behind, as is Umpty from their counterparts, but still looking strong. And Yawn's going to be now off the back of all of those kills. Yeah, they don't show up on the scoreboard, but he still get 200 gold apiece. I think he got at least 4 of them. He's going to be working quickly towards his 3rd item as Umpty able to punch out to safety.
Yep, escapes with his bounty that he was able to acquire in the form of stealing a Gromp. Dragon is coming up in 50 seconds here, so should rotate him on down to the bottom side. Yep, we'll see if Impact can get another one of those Rumble ults. Ooh, we got the Magic Shred here as well, just picked up for him in time for the team fight. The Bloodletter's Curse here for Impact. Should be able to shred them for APA as well.
Yawn keeps getting delayed on his base. They just stopped him 2 or 3 times in a row with Shock Blast with Void Seeker, so he's going to be pretty late coming out for this. The vision definitely going to be controlled by Cloud9. They have push bot. They're getting push mid, or at least trying to, as Ven and the rest of the team do come in.
Okay, they've made the map dark. Gonna force them to check, and they do check.
Yeah, Blabber goes forward, and he finds Umpty, taking a lot of damage on both sides. Umpty barely survives, does get out to safety there with the Vault Breaker, but barely is able to live, and it means Cloud9 now going to be able to grab the dragon here, move themselves to Soul Point. Umtee's just going to have to go back to base. TL, we'll see, can we get something else? We'll at least get pushed up on top as APA heads there. But tough fight for TL.
Yeah,
It's over before it really started.
Item breakpoints are really, really big, but like vision is such a giant advantage too, you know, making them come to check to you, and here we go.
Core potentially in some trouble here. Vulcan gonna pop the ulti, CC him up, but it's just traded back by Core. Yan providing that's covering fire, and Core JJ does just kind of walk it back to safety there. And it's gonna be the Shojin second for Umtee. How are you feeling about that?
Okay, honestly, I do kind of, well, he just gets comboed right now.
Blabber, he's going to re-engage. Core has no ulti, and he pops the Crescent Guard, just trying to avoid all this damage from APA, who's tanking up a lot. Loki now coming in. He's behind the team and goes between worlds in onto Yan. Yan getting incredibly low. He bursts him down. He shuts him down. And Loki looking for another. As over on the other side, it's Impact just cooking everyone up. Thanatos flashes out, but can he even survive? He's alive for now, and Loki grabs another kill there. Loki with Vulcan, looking for a potential re-engage, but Vulcan is incredibly low. Thanatos having to go back to base. If he can buy time, though, here comes the teleport in from Thanatos. They're going to look for the delayed 3v2, hitting another spell there. The Whedon connects in onto Impact. Gravity Field laid down by APA. They just want to walk this one out and should be able to do it. Great fight, though, from Loki, taking on Yan in the back line and coming out on top.
Yeah, another close one here. Let's look at the setup. In the chase there, Vulcan got pretty low, and so he couldn't keep it going for them. But here's another look. They went in, they combo on Blabber. Blabber wants to charge out of the stun field so he doesn't take some damage from the Victor ultimate that was used. And then they think, all right, that Victor ultimate is down. Here we go. Loki with the big flank you're talking about in the backside. He shuts down Yan. But look, Impact again roasting with this Rumble. Umtee charged in and set up Impact and APA there to just go clean the rest of them. But then Loki's antics on the backside ends up in a double for him, and Cloud9, they do get the extra kill. They do invest the teleport afterwards for Thanatos to try and get one more, but they still came away +1 here. Oftentimes, a lot of these flashes are going to be the big wins. And if you see, Yan still has his, Loki has his on the Aurora, so some big playmaking here available. Sometimes these Aurora ultimates just can be devastating. His little flank around the backside. Now they're starting up the Baron. Loki again, he's looking for anyone's. He's looking for Yan right now.
Yeah, they're killing this off very fast. Big chunk onto Yan, but Yan does shoot the laser over, finds out the bad news. The Baron getting incredibly low. In comes Umtee, but Umtee's just going to get C2C'd up, and they're going to burst this down. Core now exposed in the pit. They're going to turn on to him. He pops the ulti, looking for a potential re-engage here. Yan is safe. The Equalizer's going to get dropped across multiple members. Blabber trying to create some space in the front, and Sven in the back line knocks one down, but Yan is going forward, and Yan is trying to take over the fight. It's a shutdown there onto Thanatos. Another false as well. Loki is running as Cloud9 scatter to the winds, and TL are the one doing the blowing. Nicely done, though, on the Killer Instinct. Trying to kite back out, still can't create the space. Impact grabs him and grabs a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, it happens again. I mean, Cloud9, they get the Baron, and then TL wipe off a bunch of the buffs. Cloud9 are still going to retain a couple of them there, you know, as Vulcan escapes, as Loki escapes, but TL, let's see how much they can push in the aftermath. I guess Loki here with the empowered recall does get back very quickly.
Always going for it between worlds, trying to hit onto Yan, but he realizes, you know what, Core is sitting there on top of him. Vulcan goes in with the engage, but he's going to be knocked over the wall. There's a flash out, but he's going to be knocked down by the twofold Hex. Loki on the chase. He is looking for more. He connects on the weirding. He gets another. Loki is going off for Cloud9, trying to keep him in this game.
Oh, he's doing that all right. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. He gets even more money to fund him towards this death cap. He's already doing so much damage on this Aurora, the burst damage. Here's another look at it as Vulcan keeps Umtee out of the pit. Core JJ tried to go in to create some room for him, but then TL still want the fight, and Umtee does a good job. You know, he gets in there with the ultimate onto Sven, so they chunk him low, and even though Umtee is the sacrifice here, the chase through as Impact had another good ultimate and allows APA here to cut off the back route, so Sven tries to go out the front side here, ults over Impact, but still not going to be enough distance for him, and TL cut down a couple of those buffs. But the hero of Cloud9, Loki here on the Aurora ultimate, he chunks them, he doesn't rush it, he waits for Vulcan. Vulcan then goes in to get the combo, and he's able to just pop him there with the Q on the pullback, gets the reset, chops for it again, racking up some shutdown money here. The death cap is already done. When we get out of the replay, the death cap is already done for Loki.
Oh, Umtee Narrowly avoiding a potential engage there. Loki playing on the side. Impact is on a bit of an angle here, trying to see if he can find a way into that back line. Does have those 2 items. You can see the Bloodthirster now done for Jan as well. A couple Seekers are armed and ready, but in comes Loki from behind him, goes between worlds, and Jan is just sent to another world. He is gone already. Loki is looking like a god. Sven chases down a second. Umpty is gone. Impact is gone. Cloud9 are here, and they're here to play. APA is going to get knocked down as well, and in goes Blabber trying to chase down the ace. We'll see if they can grab it, but the rest of the Cloud9 members are already on the base.
They're ending the game. They've got a Baron buff over there. They're going to go straight for those Nexus turrets. The rest of the squad is going to run straight through the towers and push us to a big game 3.
Loki finds the angle, snaps his fingers, and knocks Jan out of existence and pushes us to that 3rd and final game. We're going the distance. It's all 6 today here in the LTA.
Wow, what a game. Cloud9 get Otacon, TL wipe all their buffs off. Cloud9 get Baron, TL wipe some of the buffs off, but then they make the pick. Loki got so much money. This Aurora massively fed, huge burst damage, constantly finding that Zeri and deleting it.
That was crazy. Loki, monster performance, hero performance. We're going to a break, but don't miss it. Game 3 coming at you right after this.
That's the thing I wanted to ask everyone. I don't know why, but many people like me, so which is a good thing. So I'm always happy to come to the project because I know many people are loving me. So whenever there is a chance, like any event or to do something good with the Brazil fans, then I'm always happy.
You don't know why? Maybe because you're a world champion?
Because like, maybe they only watch the world.
Welcome back to the LTA Lounge plus Core. I don't know why.
People like
But
me.
just love me all the time. It's great.
Something about me.
It's perfect.
Magnetic personality.
It'd be really funny if this
titles.
came directly after the clip of Blabbers being like, yeah, they kind of hate us here.
We're about to head into Game 3 of C9 versus TL. Winner goes to the final against 100 Thieves. We're going to take a quick look back at what's happened so far in this series because Game 1 was one of the most action-packed games we've seen all year in the LTA in terms of actual number of team fights.
In the early portions of the game. In like the first 15 minutes, it was constant scrapping. And that was something that Spawn had mentioned constantly. It's like, hey, we're trying to keep it fast, tempo. We wanted to keep it our style and play towards it. And they did that in the first game.
My big thing in this was that this is such a TL composition, right? Like, especially with the APA Talia and then sliding the Corki on bot lane so that they can still do their mid-game turret destruction thing, even while having to take so many of these fights. But APA's rocks in so many of these are either zoning someone off or blowing a flash or catching a crucial carry. He's so comfortable and so confident on this champion. It's no wonder that they have heavily prioritized it for this game.
Now we're into Game 2 where Cloud9 bounced back.
And Game 1, Umpty, great game. This game, that moment right there, right when we hopped into the highlight reel, that was where we were all like, oh no, Umpty went a little too far. And then this is a very different look for TL. So I think that we're seeing Game 1, they were playing fun. You saw Jan's reaction cam having fun with it. Game 2, maybe the stress is getting a little bit more to them, who's to say, but this fight was rough.
Yeah, and I just want to go back a little bit to Game 1, simply just mentioning the fact that like the prep you have to just allow Kalista to go through, a pick that has just basically been permaban the entire split long, and then having the Nautilus, the Talia, and all that scrappy game. Go into this game, it's like more controlled, and I thought it was a really difficult game for Umpty to be able to play because your Vi just diving straight into a Rakan, Xin, like that was really difficult for him.
Yeah, and as we see, this is from Game 1, and then we're going to see Game 2 shortly. I really want to talk about Loki a bit because you see his damage here on the Azir. I think he had kind of a rough game in this game, was forcing a lot of things in teamfights that did not work out. But in this game, he was so good coming in on the flank, really playing around with the fog, with their fog, and then the invisibility that Aurora has. He was amazing in these teamfights.
It was insane, you're right, because this game seemed like Jan was going to basically carry them to a series win with Azir. You got like the unofficial quadra kill through Vodacon, so I was like, okay, you may not get that credit, but you are the strongest member here. But then the first flank that Aurora was able to get in the Dragon fight, or at least it was a topside fight, and then immediately afterwards, when observers were like kind of showing fog, I was like, wait a minute. I saw a glimpse of him in the like Raptors camp. So I was like, it's insane. It was. So it was impossible, it felt like, for Jan to be able to play the game later on.
Absolutely. And now we're moving into the decisive Game 3. Winner will play against 100 Thieves. This is a quick look at the bracket. 100 Thieves upset Flyquest in their 3-game series. Team Liquid now going to Game 3, so we're getting maximum amount of games here in the LTA. And all of us did predict Cloud9 to win the series. A couple of us 2-1, a couple of us 2-0, with the caveat that Team Liquid could reach back to the form that they showed last year. I feel like in Game 1 they did that. Last game, they were a little bit less coordinated, specifically Umpty a little bit. But I'd say like Cloud9 to me has just improved a lot.
Yeah.
Loki has been performing better than JoJo was performing for them last split. Blabber seems to be in better sync with the rest of his team. And I think Sven coming into that roster has also grounded them a little bit. But it's that fast versus slow thing as well, where I think this last game was a little bit more to C9's pace.
100%. And not only just mentioning Sven's strengths, of course, coming into the team, like the feedback that he gives, but also just his individual play has been really strong. A lot of people kind of undersold him because of his split with Dignitas, but it feels like what he's able to show right now is top-level performances.
Yeah, and in Game 2, this is kind of where, and my prediction's already toast, right, at 2-0
Yeah.
But like that game was kind of what I was more expecting out of this series, right? Where you do still see good things from TL. I think even in that game too, you saw how they have made improvements from last week. However, C9's team fighting still is what takes them over the edge.
But that's what surprised me about Team Liquid, because when I was expecting how could they pick up wins, it wasn't through executing in team fights. Yes, that was a loss, but they almost, like the Vodacon fight, there were a couple other ones that were close. It seems like Team Liquid did show up to fight, and I'm happy that we get a newer look at Team Liquid, one that I didn't expect to see today, because they are answering C9 pound for pound in a lot of those fights. It's just the Aurora flanks were too much in that game in particular.
Kangas.
Yes.
Are you flipping?
Am I flipping? Okay, I was 2-0 Cloud9, so I'm already wrong. I can't be right. But no, I'm going to commit to Cloud9. I actually still think that they can execute better in the team fights. And even if Jan is playing out of his mind at this tournament, I think the team play of C9 is too much.
You guys flipping?
No. The one time I flipped, it was bad.
I'm not flipping.
I'm never doing it again. Raz, what about you?
I'm not flipping. This is the one time I'm standing firm. This decides who gets to go to the finals. I think Cloud9 has this.
We'll have to see. I'm glad that we are getting top-tier League of Legends here to see who can make it to the Split 1 finals. Let's get to the casters to get us into the game.
Thank you, Jet. I think that's the first time Raz has ever uttered the phrase, I'm not flipping. A day of firsts here at the LTA.
So if his normal state is in flip, then is not flipping actually considered?
It is. Not flipping is actually flipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Raz.
Actually, so got you there.
When you think
Checkmate.
About it.
Honestly, though, I'm so glad today has really been exciting. The first series of the day, 100 Thieves, Flyquest, super exciting. Going full 3 games. This series as well, going full 3 games. You know, we get to really taste the fearless.
I mean, it's the dream, right? You want to have a competition where you can't tell who's going to win. It's just so much more fun when you have all of these teams that are competing at a high level, that are really pushing each other. It makes the league better. It makes the games better. It's just so much fun to watch. So now we're going to have to see who can come up big in this final game. Cloud9, you know, had the gold lead for almost the entire game, but, you know, they get an objective, then they get wiped, and kind of were like, oh, well, is Jan going to be able to come back and take over a fight? And then Loki was just like, nope, the game is ending. And just multiple fights in a row, boom, boom, boom.
Really, really good flanks, really good combos. He found Jan over and over and over. You know, and at the beginning of the day, we were kind of talking, if you're playing a team game, you know, sometimes you can go with the strategy and, like, try and prey on the weakest member to, like, get in their mental and make them second guess, or you can just go straight at the best performing member.
The best member.
Yeah, just go for the best member. Loki says, yeah, Jan, you've been carrying a lot. All right, I will delete you.
Why would you kill that level 4 Alistar when you could just kill level 16 Jan?
There you go.
Easy peasy. Why did you guys think of that?
Thankfully for Fearless, Aurora will be banned and taken out this time around, so won't have that painful burst damage and invisibility to try and deal with, but we are going to get a little bit deeper here and jump right back into Champion Select and keep the momentum rolling.
Yes, sir. We're going to be heading into our final game of the day. The TL fans are showing up in force. We got some Cloud9 supporters out there, too, cheering on the squad here. Both these teams have some ties in Brazil, and the Sao Paulo fans have showed up to cheer their squads on. It's been a lot of fun, and I think we're setting up for hopefully a really good finals tomorrow. Moving on into the draft here very quickly. TL going to be starting it off, banning out the Zyra and the Yone. Taking away some of these picks. And we're going to have Maokai taken away here by C9. Trying to deny that potentially from It was such a comfort pick for him last year, but I feel like he hasn't really been getting those tanks nearly as much this time around. Yeah, not a single Maokai so far this split.
Yeah. I know that they talked a bit, too, about some of the practice that they've undergone in trying a bunch of different styles and trying to look different in scrims. We'll see if that practice was in vain.
Kind of liking the tunes.
Yeah, feeling it?
Yeah,
getting into that Champ Select, that Champ Select vibes?
Yes, sir.
The Fearless vibes. Okay, so Gnar also taken out one of Thanatos' primary champions. It's definitely a comfort ban right there for him. Take that off the table, basically keep that perma out of his hands.
Yeah, Renekton's still up, which is something I also really heavily associate with him, and has made it through the entire series. Not going to be banned out. Cassante is going to be banned out, though, and will be a first pick Ezreal here for TL. So one of those highly prized AD carries does make it all the way to game 3, and it's going to be in Yon's hands.
Yeah, I know a lot of the marksman players talk about in Fearless, they feel like the marksman pool has a steeper drop-off than some of the other roles, but we're only going like 3 games deep. We're not even going the full 5 games until tomorrow.
Where we are definitely going
full 5 games
sure.
into Fearless. But yeah, so wants to get his hands on the Ezreal here. Maybe it sets up CoreJJ for something that can roam around. Of course, Ezreal is always so safe. And Cloud9 answering back with the Wukong as of now, but nothing else yet. Ooh, honestly, reminding me that the Ziggs here still being up and available, a big takeaway from APA. He did pull it out already to great success. And when we had Adilan on the dive, he was like, in scrims, APA is blasting with the Ziggs, so always a good steal away for Cloud9 to take that.
And Sven has already played it twice. Was actually his most played coming into today on that bot lane. Had 2 picks on the Ziggs and then 1 on a bunch of others. Both of those were in wins. We can see Umti going to be going over to the Lilia, which was one of those things that people were kind of debating. Is this a good pick for him or not last year? Especially when they were going up against Flyquest, Inspired, so well known for these heavy farming junglers. Rel going to be grabbed for core, so it's bot and jungle secured here, and likely the same match on the other side as Poppy's going to be secured, and we're assuming that will be Vulcans.
And I generally do like Lilia into Wukong because you're not playing like an AD threat, and Wukong does really well into a lot of the AD junglers with the passive stacking up. So we'll see how well he can handle that matchup this time around. So we get a little bit deeper though. Solo lanes, kind of wide open here. So Cloud9 going to take the first shot and take the Jax off the board. Out of Impact's hands.
Adding up the couple games, we have no Ambessa, we have no Jace, we have no GP, we have no Rumble, we have no Cassante, no Jax, no Gnar. So to me, I'm thinking, things like Renekton. I'm thinking things like the Shen that were shown. Camille was another one I was going to say, but that's going to be banned out because Jax is considered a very good answer into the Camille, so could be seen as a protection ban, and TL will just answer by taking that off as a result.
Yeah, and I feel like TL do want to hover towards both of them kind of want to hover towards the AD, more AD heavy side, with the Ziggs and the Lilia usually both preferring to be solo APs on teams too. So we get even deeper here. Well, okay, the Cassio.
Do they ban the Renekton? That's kind of my question, because I feel like C9 might just grab it here on 4 if they don't take it away. Because like you said, they would like to maybe have some of those AD pairings. It's probably going to be an AP mid coming through, but instead it will be the Sylas ban that they are very concerned about.
Okay, take a lot of these options away, a lot of these playmaking low-key possibilities. They did the early Yone ban, Sylas ban as well. All right. We're gonna be I guess the Poppy's pretty flexible, honestly, and they can keep it hidden for a while.
Okay, so it is going to be the Ahri getting locked in here for Loki. So we have a bit of a playmaking duo there with the Wukong and the Ahri. The Ziggs, of course, is going to be going bot, but as you say, Poppy still could be flexed around to support or top, depending on the matchup here. It is going to be Impact picking blind, but that's kind of what he's done for most of his career. This is really his comfort zone. I'm going to be curious to see, is it just something like the Renekton that has that strength in lane, or does he go towards a tank? I would love the sign when you talked about, having some sort of an AD threat. Yeah, this is not a massive AD threat, but you can do quite a bit of physical damage, and does scale very well, absorbs a lot of bad matchups, great in the lane swap. I just think it's so versatile.
Definitely is. Always can go for the lane swaps. Keep that open as well. APA, generally they want him on something high DPS. 4 team fights has kind of been their recipe. That's not it though. That is a Galio possibility. This is much more normal for them. Okay, the Hui comes in. They've got the classic Hui and Ezreal, very long range for later. You can do a lot of poke shenanigans, and you have really good AoE setup here. Scion, Rel, Lilia, and Hui here. So
I don't know if we're actually going to get it. Aatrox's a much more standard matchup for a pro. Considered very good into tanks. Have a lot of sustain. You have the ability to be pretty annoying.
I know, he does love the Renekton, though. You can tell kind of hovering over there.
He almost got me with that.
Back to it, though. As he say, the Aatrox is so good at sustaining off of tanks.
Yep.
Going to be the angle there.
It is also really annoying for the Sion. Every time you start charging up your Q, he can just Q your Q and knock you up and kind of interrupt it. So you have to, yeah, you can still get it off, but it has to be those really quick snap ones for a little bit of damage. You can't just go for that full charge. Can be a frustrating matchup, definitely. But Impact, if he can stay strong on that top side, can get really, really tanky, create a ton of space there for the threats that are on his team. Of course, you mentioned it, Hui, as well as the Ezreal. They've got the Lilia in there, too. Doesn't seem like the easiest Lilia game, but definitely think it's not a bad one. I mean, there is 3 melees over on the other side, and I guess if you get a lot of move speed and you're able to kind of like dodge charms, not get CC'd, maybe you can kind of survive in that way.
Yeah, I think that Lilia is going to be farming a lot and heading bottom sometimes. I am definitely looking at Loki, though, because Loki just hard carried with the Aurora and made a lot of really good flank plays. And the Ahri plus Wukong post level 6, that is a great mid jungle duo and could put a lot of threat on a low mobility carry like Hui if your positioning is not really safe and really perfect there for him. So definitely, I'd say Umpty probably farm a lot and keep up some good vision and track Blabber.
What's your take on Hui? How do you feel about it? Because some of the people I talk to are feeling, yeah, hey, this is really strong. It should be kind of interchangeable with all the other control mages. Some people I talk to, though, just feel like it's way too skill shot reliant, where it's, you can do kind of what an Orianna can or an Azir can, but you have to hit everything. And it's really difficult to be able to consistently do that, especially against a high mobility comp.
I think he pairs really well when you've got like Sion engage, Rel engage, and Lilia sleep following it. So there can be a lot of situations where your teammates can set you up to hit a lot of those abilities. In general, though, I also really think his range is a pretty big advantage in a lot of situations. Yeah. But again, that's why we highlight the positioning, because positioning is what makes a good Hui versus a dead Hui.
Yes, sir. Well said. We're going to be starting up final game of the day, the full 6. Chat Loki. That's an unedited photo, by the way. They took that as he was walking off stage.
That's normal. That's what he actually looked like this morning.
Yep, exactly. Pretty impressive. Heard that the cheekbones get even stronger after a performance like last one. TL looking for a little cheeky wraparound there. They are going to go in for the invade, but of course spotted out by Sven. Be able to grab a mana flow stack for himself. Feel nice about that as they're trying to fight for some of these deep lane swap boards. They clearly are trying to look for that. We'll see if they can actually pull it off. Jan recalling in the brush will drop that ward very likely on the last second of his recall, I'm assuming. But perhaps he will not.
See if they can move this Sion around. Spam pinging. They're spam pinging retake blue quadrant right now.
Yeah, so everyone is heading up towards top, and you called it out, of course. Blabber is up there. Thanatos moving in as well. Impact is going to spot him. But both teams, a lot of international success. These are a lot of titles, a lot of trips to MSI, to Worlds. Two of our teams that have done very well, time and time again. When we set them, we've had Cloud9 obviously get all the way to semifinals at Worlds. We've had TL make it all the way to the MSI finals. So there's some of the teams that, we can really try to count on. And these two teams battling for that one spot there at first stand. It will be a pretty delayed lane swap. I'm actually curious how many minions are going to be missed on bot side. Sion looks like he's going to get in range for all 3, so that's actually really well timed there. Impact barely able to get in range, but with the W start, those minions are going to die. Maybe not.
He got in range for one of the melees. Here we go. The other ones.
He should
short to follow.
Yeah, that's actually really great. So they had that timed out very well. I was wondering if they had it timed perfectly, because they clearly had to do a bit of a later swap to actually try to make this happen. Core spots Blabber. You can see that Thanatos just went immediately back to base and is walking out on top as he, I think, must have gotten chunked out. I was kind of watching the Sion, to be honest. And Core just being a little bit of a nuisance here, trying to chunk down Blabber, and is actually going to let the Ignite go. Thanatos here to cover, but does Blabber have to leave? Can he actually even finish this? Looks like he will be able to with the help of his top laner. And Core should just be able to walk this out, but the wave let's see the top wave. Looks like it is pushing away from Thanatos because of that crash. So now this is where you can try to zone Thanatos off. And this is where, you know, Sion is going to have such an advantage. Obviously, Vulcan comes up here to try to lane 2v2, but Sion's just been soaking experience this whole time.
This lane swap has been so good for Team Liquid. And this is one of the points that a lot of people were talking about not being as big a point of power this season for them as they were last year. But this lane swap has been insane for them. Impact is level 3 on the Sion. You already mentioned they're going to do a little teleport swap here. Get Sven over immediately as the wave was pushing away, and it was kind of hard for them. So get his teleport up there. Of course, we've got 6 teleports in this game, with both of the bottom laners taking it this time around. So a little bit more maneuverability there, but bottom wave about to crash, and Impact has been building a pretty big one there. So,
well, it's actually pushing away. It's pushing away from Thanatos. It's pushing towards Impact. So, Thanatos is actually in a horrible spot because Impact's about to hit 4, and the wave is pushing away from him. Thanatos is just hit 2. So one more minion and he hits 4, and now he has a 2-level advantage. Yes, Thanatos should be able to maybe get some help as Loki and APA battling out around mid as Blabber comes in to support here. The charm will connect, but don't think he has enough damage to finish him off. And it's just Thanatos been put in a very awkward spot. All this farm will be collected there by Impact, but flash forward by Vulcan, and they find Core. That's a quick first blood out of nowhere. Sven will claim it as well. They get the money right where they want it.
Really nice one right there. I'm still worried about bottom side, though, for the experience difference there for Thanatos versus Impact. But Blabber's not actually done. He's going to go over the wall.
Umpty is on the wrong side of town. We'll see if he can get out of there. Loki doesn't have much mana or health to work with, so Umpty takes away some of that and is just going to be able to walk out to safety. Bot lane definitely could be a problem, and these kind of matchups, especially when you're playing these bruiser-style champions that are supposed to get ahead early, you get behind a tank, sometimes it just feels like they're a brick wall. You really can't do much about it. And when it is, you know, physical damage jungler plus physical damage top laner, you can go like early tabbies, early armor, and feel really good about your position.
Yeah, I mean, Impact going to be to an earlier level 6, and Sion Ultimate is so good for some of these early objectives. We'll see if he can use the experience advantage and access to that Ultimate to kind of get wins for the team, basically. You want to transfer that to the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, with that kill going to Sven, the Ziggs getting some early money, having some early big burst potential can definitely be a big one, because you already saw Vulcan very ready and willing to go for those flash plays. You can definitely get some big burst combos.
I mean, Poppy is such a fun support to watch because I really feel like you have to know your limits so well on this champion. You have to be willing to commit as soon as you see an angle. They give you a wall, you flash in, you find that combo, you 100-0 them. Otherwise, you don't always do a lot. And Sven going to be super happy about his first piece being a lost chapter. That just puts you in a great spot. But look at Loki, right as he TPs in, catches a full combo there, as well as a second Q from APA, and APA letting him know, taunting him a little bit there in mid lane as he does hit the Severing Bolt and chunks Loki down to about 20% HP. He just TP'd back, so yeah, you can go back to base again. It is a cannon wave, but Hui clears this out so quickly, you're going to lose a lot, and now Loki's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, and with the swaps and everybody having eyeballs on the supports, none of them are going to head on over, so should just be him scrapping together the rest of those, as Blabber was also on vision. So nothing really threatening APA here.
Impact moving up. They do know that Blabber is in the area, but Impact just taking away the honey fruit and trying to harass Blabber. This is actually great, because if you can keep him off of the dragon, meanwhile, Lily is taking the grubs on top side. So if you can get grubs and then Umpty can move down to actually try to contest that, there's no angle at a trade. And Impact already making a great difference in this game here. Had to avoid saying Impact twice.
Yep.
Has the Bramble vest and feeling
the classic.
Good. Yeah.
That's you know, transfer.
He almost got me that time.
Oh, we got another little invade here. APA trying to harass Blabber off of his Raptors.
Yeah. At what point does it become a big invade?
I'd say now. Now it becomes a big invade.
One camps is just like a...
It's big when you have the enemy jungle and support and mid laner.
Okay.
Three people? Yeah, that's a big one.
That's a big
That's a big one, taking away your red buff. Regardless, though, you were mentioning Impact, and that's exactly the type of play we were mentioning with using the experience advantage to help out the team and get some team wins there. Because that one, they really felt overall for the side of Team Liquid. And Blabber, he was able to scrape together those Raptors, and now he's going to be able to get the rest of this Dragon as well. That should at least get him to his level 6, though the Lilia can be really hard to catch once the Lilia starts getting experience lead and starts getting some farm leads here. So still a full blue quadrant for Umpty to go back to, and he's set up quite nicely.
Credit to Thanatos, has caught up pretty much totally as far as the farm goes. Of course, still down a fair bit of experience, an entire level, in fact. Impact was nervous to walk forward, knowing that he was on the weak side of the map. They were doing grubs. He knows Blabber's down there. So he's basically just been soaking XP and not actually catching a lot of these minions.
The restraint to watch the cannon
to not
die.
kill yourself for a cannon.
Yeah.
I could never. I would have died for that for sure.
But
and so, well, might be Thanatos dying. He pops a World Ender only to watch his own screen turn gray. He's the one going back to the base as he's got the reinforcements. The patience for Old Man Impact pays off.
That's a big honor to the observers, because the observers right there just made a movie for us. We let the cannon die because you're going to get an Aatrox kill instead. Love it. Team Liquid with the swap back. This is the things that they did so well last year. It was all the mid-game swaps, and those mind games, you know, come through these lane ganks into the brush, get those surprise kills on swap.
Sven able to TP down to at least catch some of the farm and help to protect the tower, but they did get a plate, and of course Thanatos in a tough spot. Walks it up towards top lane, holds on to that teleport here, and is sitting on a call field, but lots of armor already grabbed by Impact, and Impact is just going to be getting tankier and tankier and tankier. And will be very difficult to deal with, I think, as this game goes forward. Going to be interesting to see where he goes for his full first item, you know, if it is just towards the Unending Despair, because there is quite a bit of melee. You know, when you have 3+ melee, I almost always feel like it's worth it. You know, even with some of the nerfs going towards it, you just get a lot of value with that train tank.
Yeah, certainly do. A lot of low range on the side of Cloud9, of course. Meanwhile, that deep ward back there, that control ward, going to last a long time as well. When they did their big invade with 3 members, and Team Liquid.
I like the specificity there. Now that we've established it's a big invade.
Everyone knows what play we're talking about now because you marked it.
Yeah.
You created.
You're welcome.
You created a timestamp, Azael.
I did that for you at home watching. Yes, you. I'm talking to you.
The timestamp of the big invade. It's been something that's been so constant, though, has been the TL really deep vision here inside the jungle, trying to keep track of Blabber. And once again, we'll see. Actually, topside, they're making a little play.
Yep, he's going to be turning into a big play as he's going to get knocked down, put to sleep. Go to bed, Thanatos.
Yeah, I saw that one on the minimap. You know, a couple of them getting pretty close over there to the Aatrox. Again, another play onto this Aatrox. This Aatrox has just been getting destroyed this game. The lane swap, the sneak, second swap back, and now the umpty gank up there as well. This is a full level lead for the Lilia, by the way. The Lilia is getting dangerously close to the Leandries. Pretty quick first item.
Thanatos goes in. He's going to hit all 3 of the sweet spots, but not getting too much done. Impact feels like he can just stand and try to play for that cannon. Blabber moving up towards topside, but Vulcan finds Umpty. Does get the angle on the wall, stuns him against it, but in comes Core and APA. In comes the ulti as well from Impact, looking for Vulcan. Vulcan does flash, but is not going to be knocked up there. Blabber already over on the grubs. Thanatos trying to support him. Blabber in trouble, going to have to just clone over the wall. Won't even be able to get one as the Spiraling Despair takes him down incredibly low. Now the teleport coming in from Loki, who does have that first item finished. Sven is here on the side as well. They want to continue fighting for this. Will Umpty be pushed back? Blabber's not even around. Cloud9 realizes it's not a good fight to take. It is going to mean 6 grubs, though, going the way of Team Liquid.
That was actually a disaster for Cloud9 because TL already had people in movement. Their rotation already enacted while, you know, Vulcan and Blabber were fishing around to try and get a little pick. It's okay, the reinforcements were already here. Vulcan has to use everything to get out, and then Blabber tried to like sneak away a grub while they were chasing Vulcan. He's like, hey, distract them for long enough. But
come over here.
Yeah, he could not burn down a second pack of grubs. They're actually quite tanky, and then Blabber just gets annihilated. APA chunks him out of the back of the pit. So yeah, even though Ari teleports in here, it's already too late because Vulcan and Blabber, who started this play going super deep on their weak side where their Aatrox is, are already both out of the fight. This was quite good by APA, big chunks on the Blabber. You know, he was able to hit his severing there with the ultimate slow as well, and then chase them all out. And so 6-pack of grubs.
Spawn's taking a break.
4 Team Liquid. Yeah.
Come on, brother. You've been here every week.
I mean, yeah, not even a full week. Flew over and.
Come on, man. Can't even watch the games.
I guess job done. He's got this one wrapped up.
Getting a couple quick maps of PoE in. We know.
Umti, though, still at work here on the Lilia. Power
Yes,
farming, power counter jungling. And really making Blabber's life trouble. Let's see. I guess Dragon is up, but like they can continue to chase him. Yeah.
Yeah.
TL continuing to chase here. Yon's the only one going for a reset on the Ezreal. It's probably because he has full Trinity Force. He does. He's going to head straight there from base. So looks like Team Liquid should still be able to keep up their control. Blabber wants to at least poke around though.
We'll see. Umti pops a potion, trying to regen some of that health. Blabber in the area first here, looking to try to sweep it out, but doesn't even spot the ward. The sweeper expired right as he got in range. Thanatos is just going to be so hard to actually make him relevant in this game. This is kind of one of those champions that goes to well from ahead, but Core finds an angle there. Flash Shattering Strike and the crash down onto Sven, forces Sven back to safety. That's his flash traded. Loki looks with it, but he doesn't find the charm. In goes Blabber with the Cyclone. Does get some good damage down on Umti. Can't quite finish him off as he flashes out of that ulti, and they do get a kill over on the other side. The Feats of Warfare claimed there by Jan. It's a shutdown, though, for Sven onto Umti. Umti stayed around, and Sven is just poking from the side here. Does get tagged by the Severing Bolt. He's getting low. The Dragon as well, down to 1,500 HP. C9 looking to try to finish it off. We'll see if they can do just that. There's no smite available for Blabber, so Jan is the one who grabs it. That is a bit of a disaster for Cloud9. Blabber must have used it during the fight.
Yeah, what did he use it on? We'll have to investigate after that one. But in the end, yeah, it ends up being a mid laner trade for a jungler trade, and they still get the Dragon on the side of Team Liquid. Jan finished it off. Kind of crazy there, the way that fight's battle lines drew out, because Sven was the one who just rotated over a little bit later from mid lane, but Umti was forced to flash towards their territory into kind of Sven's arms to avoid Sven's ultimate. So here's another look at it. Blabber flashed immediately over to the other side, but then Sven's ulti forces Umti to flash, and then Sven says, okay, if you're running away from Loki,
catch that balloon.
Go catch that balloon. Loki sacrificed his flash to be able to do that, though. But the number one thing I was supposed to do in this replay was find where Blabber had smited, and the smite is already, according to Spectator, down.
Spawn's taking a break. Kobe's taking a break.
We gotta look back. We gotta go deeper. I think we gotta go deeper.
We need to replay the replay, but this time in slow motion.
Well, and start further back, maybe. Let's investigate. Yeah, he is not happy with the way that this one is going.
No,
TL were able to, I mean, they got the Dragon, still have their 6 grubs to help out with some of this tower destruction. They do want to get the first tower.
And I think I heard from the producers that he used it on the Lilia, so did use it in the fight. You know, maybe thought he had a second charge of that smite ready to go, but unfortunately didn't, and means Jan did claim that Dragon, so not gonna be able to march it.
Thank you. Here we go. True investigated.
Lock in, Kobe, lock in.
And boom!
No smite secure, though.
With the Q.
Yeah.
Q, smite, maximum burst damage.
Yeah.
That was sick. Thank you, observers. Thank
Appreciate
you, producers. Everybody came together on this one.
Round of applause, really. Great job, everyone.
Because honestly, if the producer just told you, then are we really sure they're not lying?
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're shady.
We got proof.
They're shady producers. I wasn't going to say it, but since you brought it up, I agree with you, Kobe. Our producers are shady here at the LTA. Good point. We're going to be starting up the Rift Herald here. Umti on it. Blabber around. We'll see who can find the angle for a fight. Vulcan has his flash ready to go, but he has been chunked down already. Thanatos fighting heavily here with Impact. We'll see if he can chase forward. Does still have the ulti available. Impact actually gets hit by that Deathbringer stance, down quite low now. APA looking on the side, but Umti does grab the Herald, as the rest of Cloud9 just have to watch it go down. They couldn't find a way in to find the fight.
Back here, he has finished his Unending Despair, but it's constantly a little punching bag down there. Doesn't matter, the rest of the team taking care of business. They've got their objectives under control. Rift Herald mid should be able to finish off too. Nicely done from TL. I mean, this game really well controlled for them. We have seen a pretty wide variation in this series from game number 1's constant fighting and action all the way here, progressing to this one. A lot more control. The lane swap, really big advantage for Team Liquid. And nice last several minutes for them, actually.
And I'm honestly just so impressed by Thanatos, how he's been able to actually kind of battle back and still stay relevant in this. Yes, it is a good matchup, but he's up gold, right? Like from what was a terrible spot, he is still down, I want to say the better part of a level. We'll give him 2/3 of a level or so, but still, has been able to stay irrelevant, and we'll see if he can find an angle here. Vulcan going to be looking in, does find the heroic charge against the wall, but Impact has the shield ready. Ops the Soul Furnace is going to be able to walk angrily towards him as Jan TP's in for support. Or does know someone's around there. I don't think he's going to face check this. He saw Blabber peeking out of the brush, but Thanatos does get interrupted there. Annoying for him, a bit of a tempo killer, but there's no push going on elsewhere on the map, so it is just going to be a bit of an annoyance.
Yeah, a couple of these times, I really like how well the TL coordination is showing in comms, where like it's been a couple different players at different times, but they don't rush the play, where they're already there, but just waiting for the other members to get close enough that then you can fully safely retake that tri-brush. That one was a pretty small one, but in the previous game,
small tri-brush.
Yeah,
or a small retake.
A small retake.
Okay. Yeah.
The tri-brush are generally the same size in my experience, but
maybe that's where the blue side advantage comes from. Bigger tri-brush.
Yeah, bigger tri-brush. It's not about the size of the tri-brush. It's about how you check it.
It's true.
And they checked it very safely.
Very safely, nice. Yeah. With that small retake into the regular sized tri-brush, as we have established. Thanatos going to be pushing up here on top side. We'll say it's a little bit of a push as Blabber is going to come in. There's the Lilting Lullaby going to be used, put to sleep. But a nice rejection from Vulcan keeps Ven safe for now. He flashes out, but will he be able to survive? Got to block the bowling ball if they go for it. Can't find it. Sven limps out to safety. And we do know the True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, so he will be A-OK. Thanatos up on the top side, looking like he's doing a bit of proxying, but Loki does find a nice charm there onto Core JJ. Will he commit the Spirit Rush? He's going to, but it's a spiraling despair. Thanatos flashing over the wall, trying to take him down. Can't connect. Falls. It's another charm, though. Umpty tries to get slammed to the wall. Doesn't actually find the angle. Vulcan now retreating here. Blabber's going to have to run as well, but Blabber fakes him out with the clone, goes back in, trying to target onto Umpty. Does he have the Nimbus Strike once more? Can he get in there? Flash out from Loki. He's hitting charm after charm, but he's just got no damage. Blabber using the Cyclone for the move speed, trying to get back in on Umpty, but he can't finish him off. And now in comes the cavalry. Jan is there, going to try to knock down one. Loki does get safely back towards that top side as he teleports out. Blabber doing a good job wasting time. Is going to be able to tax the wave. Can't even smite the cannon. What's the point?
Yeah, honestly, it just keeps looking more and more difficult for Cloud9 to find the picks necessary for them to regain any sort of control of the map. TL are just set up with such good options for late game with a mega tank scaling of their front line and mega range here with both Hwei and Ezreal. It seems so hard for Cloud9. They have to get so creative with looking for these surprise plays and picking people out and over chasing, but it really hasn't amounted to enough for them so far. And Umpty has done a good job on the Lilias with control as well, retaining his level lead over Blabber. So we'll see about Team Liquid as they move their way over towards this dragon. They currently actually have APA with no teleport on top side, so APA will have to walk the long walk down river.
Yeah, I'm just struggling to think, how do Cloud9 realistically in a team fight kill off the Scion, right? And if you can't kill off the Scion, then you have to try to fight around the Scion, which can become very, very difficult. Can definitely control a lot of space, has some pretty good CC. I will say, one small window is potentially that Jan is playing teleport. There's no cleanse on him, so if you can actually find an angle in, hit a charm, maybe you make something happen. Sven, though, good little bit of poke there over onto Impact, who is still mostly on armor thus far. Impact going to be clearing out that wave as Vulcan's trying to see if there's any sort of a way in, but it doesn't really look like it. Blabber harassing them, but Thanatos is just pushing topside. And APA, maybe the one looking for the best angle here, actually finds the fear. There's the Spiraling Spare. Loki going to go back in, forces the flash out with the charm. In goes Umpty, trying to find something as Loki retreats from the Severing Bolt. Blabber goes to sleep, and Jan knocks him down, sends him 6 feet under. Thanatos coming in, pops the World Ender, but it's his world that's ending. Sven trying to help him out over the wall, but it's a triple for Jan. It's a dragon for TL, and it's Voracious Otacon for dinner.
Oh, Team Liquid are eating good tonight. They get all the kills here on Cloud9. Nobody from TL drops. They have full coverage. They have a giant lead already, and so with that vision advantage, giant kind of chunk here from APA, again, it just looks like Cloud9, they have no ways in to this TL fortress that they've constructed.
Yeah, they are looking like a brick wall. Impact so tough to push past. Let's watch it one more time.
So, as you pointed out, APA on the control ward waiting for his opportunity. Then he flashes the charm, and Ezreal ult is going to do some heavy lifting here too. Yon fires it off. They get the kill onto Blabber. They chase through, and then even though Vulcan got the stun against the wall, nobody's around to follow it up. Thanatos is like, I'm on the way, but it takes too long to get past Impact. They return for the Dragon, and you can tell. I mean, it's because, wow, look at that emotion, that scream. It's because this TL team have been criticized so heavily for basically this entire year. You know, since the very beginning, people were like, oh, not looking as good as last year. Oh, not looking as good as last year. Not looking as good even as the regular season. Coming here, getting a little iffy. And now, big bounce back. They hit the emergency glass. They bring Spawn over. Yon, I would say, has been the golden boy, though. Throughout all the trials and tribulations, all of the struggles, still been performing.
That Ezreal record looking pretty golden, I must admit. 40-16 career on the pick. That is kind of crazy. Really one of his best picks for quite a long time at this point. And TL taking over the topside jungle, pushing through multiple lanes here as does take away the red buff. And you can see Impact down on that bot side. I mean, Blabber's been hovering behind him for so long, but Wukong Ari, I just don't know if they can kill him. And now it's going to be Vulcan going to sleep alongside Thanatos. In goes trying to take him down. Vulcan slams him against the wall, but he's the one that's falling. In comes Impact with the unstoppable onslaught. Thanatos able to slide over the wall to safety, but they lose their support. They lose control here of that mid lane and of the top lane. These towers feel like they are sure to fall soon.
Yep, top and mid going down simultaneously. And look, Blabber is in the enemy jungle, counter jungling, just trying to scrape together any sort of income for Cloud9 as they just watch the world
getting aggressive here. Sven may have stepped too far forward. He's going to look for one more Mystic shot. Can't quite find it. Doesn't want to give up the Otacon revive there. Sven did a great job clearing out the way, but it just doesn't even matter. They tank it up. They have 6 scrubs. They knock it down. Tier 2 falls in mid. Tier 2 falls in top. They do claim one Tier 1 tower back on that bottom side, but is a 6,000 gold lead here for TL. 1 game away from a finals tomorrow against 100 Thieves, who already punched their ticket. Yes, sir, earlier here today against Flyquest with a really good performance. So it's up to C9 to try to make some magic happen, or this one is going to be toast.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. I mean, at this point, Cloud9 almost can't even take one single spell of poke damage from the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah.
You've got the Leandries plus the Blackfire Torch fully completed for APA, Quay, poke damage, so they got to go for some sort of surprise play.
Oh, they're going to look for Umti does have his flash available, but he's into the charm, but he's just burst down already. Do Cloud9 flip it now on the Baron? There's a spiraling spear, but there's no flash on APA, and APA is in trouble. They are fully committing to this. They're going to send it on the TL mid laner. They get Umti, they get APA, and their eyes are on the Baron. Impact's going to TP in.
Are you kidding me? They find a pick when they need it most, and they're not done.
Loki finds the charm, but there's the turnaround. The crash down lands onto Loki. Loki's in a lot of trouble. Yon trying to cut out on Thanatos as he pops the World Ender, and he's looking to end Yon's world. But on the other side, Impact is a brick wall. They do kill off the mid laner, and we see the survival there from CoreJJ. Impact's in the middle of everyone, but they just can't even hurt him. They have to try to fight past him and try to take down Yon. Yon is hitting Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, as now CoreJJ has fallen as well. Great clone back, dodges the Mystic Shot. Impact gonna get slammed against the wall there by Vulcan, but Sven just can't get through him. It's Impact as the raid boss. They haven't even reached phase 2. He's still alive. The loop better be good for this one. It's 4 members. I don't even know if they can finish him. Flash forward from Thanatos. It's a shutdown. The Q3 onto the Ezreal. They don't get Impact, but they do get the Ezreal. But Impact bought so much time. They stave off disaster. They won't lose the Baron.
Cloud9, when they need it the most, they just camp on a brush and they pray. Hide on brush, works out. Umpty walks over too close. They immediately jump on him, and they know this has to be our window. We have to get as much as possible out of it, so they immediately flash on the way, take down APA, and it looks good for them. But then, even the 3 remaining members of TL are so powerful here. CoreJJ walks right into Loki.
We're looking like we're going to fight again here in the picture-in-picture. They're kind of already scrapping, potentially. The Dragon is the focus. Impact just walking forward, creating all that space. Loki trying to threaten on the side, but he is marked by Core JJ. Severing Bolt over the top, getting a little bit of chip down on Blabber and Thanatos. Sven trying to get some poke down onto Jan, but he can't really find it. Now the Hex Flash is going to get channeled. Vulcan gets a 2-for-1 special, knocks him back to the base. Can they actually focus this down now? They're going to try to look to turn and burn. They do secure the Dragon. Now it's time to run. A great ulti there from Vulcan. Gets a bonus as Core Hex flashes right into it. And C9 still hanging on.
Cloud9 working some magic in the last couple of plays here. Seems like everybody's going to get out alive too, and Blabber's going to farm his jungle on the way out. They get the Dragon. They put a stop to what TL had been building there. Even though TL still have a massive gold lead for themselves, Cloud9 are rallying.
Yeah, Cloud9 not going down without a fight. And what a nervous moment there from Umti, you know, getting picked off by the Baron. Flashbacks to that loss against Isris Astral. Had that been a Baron, had that been the turnaround, it would have been devastating for him, but it was not. Impact is so hard to take down. Finishes another item now. They do, of course, have those upgraded boots coming through. For some members, you can see Jan and APA have both elected to upgrade theirs, and Core has his in as well. Jan sitting on 3 items. Third item on the way for APA. He sits on that verdant barrier, trying to stay safe from any potential hard engage. Really, that's the only way C9 win these fights, is finding those picks, so I think it's a really smart buy.
I think you should just have Impact doing the face checking.
Oh, Vulcan might be the one getting checked here, as he is spotted on the ward. Is going to get pulled in. Crashdown forces the flash, and they are already on the Baron. Vulcan now low health, no flash, not going to be of much use in this fight. They have an idea that they're on the Baron. They definitely know it now. Core still lying in wait here as Umti actually picks up the blue buff. Impact can kind of just tank this to infinity, and it's Jan helping to damage it down. Blabber getting poked out a little bit as Thanatos trying to threaten on the side. Dodges out from the fear, though, coming in, and Loki now unspotted on the side. Lands the charm onto Umti. Umti gets chunked low. Will that be enough to push them back? Looks like it will.
Yeah, TL wasted a little bit too much time. They had a little power play while Vulcan was low and had to go back, but Cloud9, they're able to get back out. Now poked it down.
Gonna be put to sleep here. Tries to dash out with the clone. They're trying to cover. True Shot Barrage comes across both of them, and in comes Impact, and he slams them into the ground. 3 will fall. It's TL who are gonna own the Baron.
Umti goes bowling, and Umti hits a strike that time. This one's gonna be Baron for Team Liquid. And they can just continue to destroy. Mid-wave is already pushing. See if they even go for a reset afterwards, or how much they want to push during these death timers. Still 20 plus seconds on a lot of these death timers. Looks like the mid-wave will get collected by Loki, though, so TL will calmly take their reward and reset.
Yep, going to be able to look for the reset, and let's watch how it was all set up. What a beautiful start here to the fight from Umti.
Yeah, all right, so Lilia bowling ball, and it's a nice little combo. The Quay zones them, so they walk down. Good coordination between APA and Umti, and the more devastating of the two is the Lilia ball when that one hits, because they immediately go for it. As soon as that thing hits, immediately Team Liquid know they have won the fight. Yeah. Biggest
Don't read those words. Yep. Don't read those lips. He said, "Great job, team. Keep it up."
Yeah. Let's leave it at that. Perfect. That's what it looked like to me, too.
Same, yeah, exactly.
TL, though, this might be the victory lap. With the Baron buff, they can go straight towards Cloud9 territory. They're actually going to counter jungle on their way up to the top wave.
Blabber is going to be spotted out. Was looking for a flank angle, but he's caught out in an awkward spot. Impact potentially is as well. Will he have to use the ulti? Unstoppable onslaught used in retreat, but Blabber's put to sleep. Go to bed. It's back to the base for you as he is slept up and knocked down by APA. The push is on. They do have Ziggs here for some pretty good wave clear, but you're down a man. You're down 8,000 gold, and you're down the Baron buff. Loki trying to finish with that charm. Over the wall, can't find it. Umti just looking to push forward and zone him off. 1 tower down already. The top lane is set up to knock down as well right after this.
Yeah, this one looks like it could be TL finishing the Cloud9 base. Impact has the Baroned up cannon wave in front of top tower. Rest of TL can just close on through. 2 inhibitors will fall very quickly, and now Cloud9 need a miracle. Blabber up in 8 seconds, will have his flash, will have his ultimate, and TL will play it safe. 2 inhibitors is enough. They won't give Cloud9 the opportunity for a miracle comeback.
Yeah, and they are sitting on a lot of gold. A quick count showed about 7,000 gold in pocket for TL as a team, so they decided, you know what? We have a scaling edge. We have control of the map. We're going to go back. We're going to buy up, and we are going to get back out on the map and try to finish this one off.
That's some discipline, and they know Spawn is watching, and Spawn will reprimand them if they overstay.
And disciplined dad.
And here we go. Now they find a couple of Cloud9 members in the brush. Can they chase them down?
Clever's here as well. There goes Corin. Flash shattering strike. Vulcan's in trouble over on the other side. He's going to take him down, and the unstoppable onslaught from Impact knocks down Ziggs. Thanatos arrives, but we're into a pause at a critical moment here. It feels like TL are so close to claiming this. One member is already down, no, two members, excuse me, are already down, and two are literally being put to sleep right now by Umti. We'll have to see what the issue is. Of course, if there was a bug leading into the team fight, that could change things, but if we continue forward as is, this is looking like it is a sealed deal for TL. Two members down, two about to go to sleep, and the base is wide open.
Yeah. All that's left for them would be a sprint down mid lane after they collect this other kill, but we will investigate. You can tell it's way easier to beat TL during this pause though. Umpty's vibing, they're making jokes back and forth. They're like, all right, you know, we've
it's like, yeah, let's go Liquid. They are right. That's us.
You know what? Crowd is in their favor. Game state is in their favor.
Yeah, this one is looking all but over. Definitely would be a massive win here for TL to go forward, to go up against 100 Thieves. Best of 5 finals for the first ever LTA split here will be decided tomorrow. We will crown our first winner of the LTA Split 1. We'll award the trophy. We will send one team off to First Stand in Korea. That is coming up very soon as well. It starts in like 2 weeks, I think.
Yep.
We're heading out. We're going back home, and then we're flying out there in about 10 days, I think, after we land back in LA. So it's definitely a packed schedule for the teams at the top.
It certainly is. No kind of real break. You got to get back into practicing.
Prep right away.
Get over there. Honestly, get over there immediately. Get adjusted to yet another time zone and yet another fearless format for them. The format is very unforgiving, by the way. The fearless best of 3s at the beginning, and one region gets eliminated. Ooh, that is going to be an intense one.
It's cool. As long as it's not us, it's cool.
Yeah, cool.
It's cool, you know?
I have full confidence.
Full confidence in whoever we send.
Whichever representative goes over there.
Yeah, exactly. Just send any of our teams over there. They'll be great.
Can we send all of them?
Like a backup squad?
Let's group up.
Or like, are you talking about like a 20 player?
Yeah, we'll all load
20v5?
We'll all load in, yeah.
Yeah, the LPL will never expect that.
Exactly. We got to try some unconventional tactics.
That is unconventional. We'll see if we can find a loophole in the rule book. Did he really specify this? Does it really say it has to be 5 versus 5, you know?
I know no one's ever done it, but has anyone ever tried? Have we even asked before?
Have they been brave enough to ask the question?
Exactly.
You know?
If you never asked, I don't know.
Got to challenge convention every once in a while.
Maybe that's allowed. Are getting an update.
Okay, so information being given to me. So Cloud9 has reported a bug. QC is investigating that. While we are waiting to find out if that was a game-impacting bug, meaning that might have to be rewound or something like that, we are just going to rewatch this last team fight so we can kind of set the stage once more. And then as soon as I have any additional information, I will, of course, give that to you viewers at home.
Do we call this a team fight, or do we call this murder? Because it seems like they found some Cloud9 members who had to scramble and run for their lives out of this brush.
Okay, so I'm not sure. Are we bug hunting here? Let's see what the potential bug is, maybe. This was the initial engage.
Do we have any clues what it would be?
Q-Flash, Crash Down, there's Severing Bolt. I have no clues. Is it that the bowling ball hit him or something? Or is it this?
Oh my god, this looks like so fun. Doesn't that look like a fun experience though? Just regardless of what went down, you just got skill shots coming from the left. You have Core JJ, multiple abilities just spammed on top of your head, and then to end it all, this train impact comes out of right field.
Ouch.
And just runs into you.
And I didn't see any bug, but it doesn't mean I couldn't have missed it, of course. So we are just still waiting for the
There was a lot of
updates.
bright stuff on Sven's screen.
Yeah.
And it was did not look like fun to play against.
No, looked tough. I mean, he TP's in, kind of gets caught out. But obviously, very difficult position that they were in even prior to this fight, with the base cracked open, 2 inhibitors down. A massive gold deficit there of about 10,000 gold as it currently stands right now for TL. Of course, that is after a couple kills did go down. But TL potentially seconds away from winning the series here, assuming we don't have to roll back or anything like that. But TL has really done a lot to, I think, silence some of the questions, that have been posed about them. Has not been a perfect series from them, but definitely came in, I think, as the underdogs, myself included. I was looking at them as one of those underdogs, and I have to say, I think they've been a pleasant surprise here. They've really been able to kind of show up and show what they can do. Spawn has come back in with a squad, and I think they're looking a lot stronger than we've seen from them earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is for sure. We saw instant improvements, honestly, with Spawn's arrival. And this series, some of the coordination that we've seen from the team. Yes, there was the one pickoff near Baron that, of course, you're immediately like, oh, get flashbacks and starts
you
to
hear the choppers.
But it was just that one, so not nearly as devastating.
Especially that first game, I thought MT definitely played quite well.
Yeah. I think this game as well.
Yes, he definitely has.
I'm opening up the chat, and actually,
so we're going to watch this one more time. I've been given a theory. So the theory is that Vulcan's ult did not go off, but I can't really see him on screen right now. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be looking for that or something else. Let's see. Okay. So Umti's in the air, but I didn't see what happened. So I didn't see how the ult actually happened. So because of course it's different if it's like a tap versus a hold. So let's see. Let's watch this one more time. Vulcan charges in. Oh. His ult just goes on cooldown. Or is that the spectator client bug? Honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, spectator client bugs are common. But since they paused it, I assume that maybe that is.
Because I didn't even see any ulti animation, so I didn't see anything there. But again, it's hard to tell. Because sometimes with the spectator client, if you watch to a replay and they rewind, the cooldowns stay on cooldown that were used.
But if that's what you were also...
Okay, we're watching it again. So the ulti is up.
I mean, if that's what we were looking for, it definitely instantly went on cooldown.
Yeah, I think he pressed ER. I mean, whether or not it would change the fight, I don't know. But yeah, it went on cooldown there, and I didn't see anything. There was no animation that came out, and it goes on cooldown. So that, to me, for sure looks like a bug. And we'll have to see what QC comes up with. Because, of course, you do have to investigate everything in these situations. But, whether or not it would have made the difference is really... very hard to say, because Ven was kind of dead on the other side and it didn't impact that. But we will find out what the result is, of course, here. And if we are going to be winding it back a little bit, or if we are going to be just playing out from this spot. Regardless, it is going to be obviously an incredible spot for TL. And I do believe, even if we were to wind back, they would be in a very, very strong position to take the game, because it still is, that 9,000 plus gold lead. Multiple open inhibitors as well, and multiple dead inhibitors, I should say.
On pins and needles here. Edge of my seat.
Yep. We'll keep you guys updated as soon as we do have it. But of course, they're discussing with players. You can see QC as well, letting them. Banshee, my R went to the void, so they're kind of discussing it. So
yeah, so it is the Poppy ult.
Yeah, exactly. Did Lily have Banshees? Yeah. So it was Poppy ER as the reported bug that I've had confirmed now from QC, from Vulcan. So that is what's being reported. That's what the assumption was, and that's kind of what we saw there. Whether or not it was a bug, honestly, we're not equipped to say. We just sit here, we just talk about it, and they're going to make the decisions.
I've got no equipment up here, honestly.
Yeah. And it's also one of those things that really you don't know unless you can see the pro view, which they have shadow play, which is like a recording of all the screens, so they can go back, they can watch and see every key press that the players made, as well as their full point of view. So they have all the information, they can watch that back, they can make a decision as QC. As obviously decisions in these important moments are very important to get right, regardless of the game state. You have to give the players the chance to play it out on a fair playing field. So we'll determine if that was a gameplay affecting bug. I mean, I'm honest, I just don't see the animation.
Yeah, it's hard because he was right behind a Lily.
And there's a lot of visual stuff going on at the same time. But yeah, we're just waiting, and we will continue forward with this Cloud9 obviously coming out and fighting pretty hard in game number 1, but game number 2 was really where they have shone so far in this series. You know, Loki just looked incredible on the Aurora.
Yeah, and that was, you know, also like a very like high damage comp, and they needed some really good flanks to be able to win with that one, and he delivered and got them. And this time around, unable to get, you know, much at all of those types of plays. And TL with this comp, such a sturdy front line, such good long range DPS for backline, and a jungler that gets to power clear and has the clearing advantage here in a Lilia versus Wukong matchup, all kind of set them up for this type of control that we're seeing in this third game. And I think that the lane swap was very advantageous for them.
Oh, yeah.
Impact's experience lead actually turned into a lot of extra pressure that Blabber had to deal with, because Impact on weak side got to his level 6 first, went into the river, and chased Blabber off the, you know, the dragon that they were trying to get there too, and constant invade. So TL, I think a lot of work put in. So in these types of situations, I guess the hard part is keeping up your focus and your energy here for once we do conclude the investigation and get right back into it.
So we're going to bring the analysts in for a little chat, but I think we're going to be able to chat with them. So hopefully they'll let me know as soon as they can hear us.
What's up, chatters?
We can always hear you.
Hey!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're always listening.
Really?
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Even when we're not on broadcast.
That's creepy. I don't like
pretty
that.
creepy.
I definitely don't want Raz always listening to me.
Can hear.
Raz will clip it. Raz will clip it and ship it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Raz just has a folder. He's just waiting, a blackmail folder.
I've been told that they can pull up the replay here, so
Okay,
I'm
here
in
we
the
go.
spec client.
What's your theory?
That's you, Jet?
This is me. So
hey.
yeah, his ult, I'm pretty sure does go to Narnia. Like,
yeah. All right. Give us the Jet investigation. Give us some nice slow
okay, so I'll show it at full
in.
speed first. I'll show it at full speed first, because I think we have time.
ERs and then R doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's clearly on cooldown, and then like even when I go back, we have like 6 different eyes on this now. So like, tell me at quarter speed, does it? Because there's a lot of visual noise, but even at quarter speed, zoomed in. Like,
no, I see no animation.
Now it's all,
that looks like only the E animation.
Yeah.
Now I don't play enough Poppy to know if there's like, because on some characters, if you press one ability then the other animation overrides it. So I don't play enough Poppy to actually speak to, you know, if you like press RE in the wrong order, then the E just, you know, like cancels it out. But to me, it does look like a bug.
It looks to me like even if the ER, like, you know how some abilities will shoot from the point of like where you start.
Yeah.
Like, but we don't even see the knock up here. And I think the argument that C9 will be making would be, he's no flash. If we get him with the ultimate, that gives Blabber time to knock him up and gives Loki time to dash and charm.
Yeah.
And maybe he doesn't even get sleep off, because Sven's gonna die no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is like a 10,000 gold lead. So it's, to me, it's like right on the edge of like the referee having discretion to just say like, oh, play on, because it's not going to make a difference. But like 2 Drakes to 2, they just killed the jungler. You can make a pretty impassioned argument that maybe they could have played it out from here. So at the very least, I think we'll get a chrono break.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance. It's just hard to know, because obviously we have this view here, but we don't have his key presses. So they have shadow play, and they can actually see the inputs, right? Because there is a chance that you press R, and right as you begin channeling on R, you press E, it should cancel your R. I just think you would still see the animation.
Right. Well, here, no,
I don't really
he
know.
pressed E first, at least according to the game.
If he pressed E first according to the game, then to me, again, I'm more in the like feels like a bug camp.
Yeah, me too. And then pressed R here, kind of at that second. So even if, but airborne, that's from the E, not from the R, probably.
Yeah, you do go airborne when you get E'd while you're actually
and
in
when
motion.
you're ulted as well, so it's...
Personally, I think even if they get his ultimate,
I think they
still lose. I think TL.
Yeah.
I think TL still win.
I mean, Sven is dead, right? Like Sven is dead either way. So it's like if you lose Sven, and you know, even if they kill Umti, I struggle to see how you win the fight. I think the argument can be made, and this is the argument that I'll be most in the camp of. The argument can be made that maybe the game wouldn't end. You know, that we wouldn't win this fight, but like we would trade 1 for 1 and then back off, and then we, you know, blah blah blah. And I could see, you know, making an impassioned argument for that, especially from the side of C9. But these are really difficult decisions to make, right? Because, if there is a bug, you then also have to make the determination, did the bug impact the game? Because a bug does not always necessitate like a guaranteed chrono break, right? Like they have to make sure that it is, gameplay impacting, of course. In this case, probably would be that, but it's tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough job. I don't envy the people's decision to make this, because players are going to be frustrated on either side, regardless of what decision is. Like if you're TL and they give a chrono break, you're frustrated. If you're C9 and they don't give a chrono break, you're frustrated, right? And it's just that's just the reality of these kind of things.
And I don't remember the last time a decision like this is going to impact so much. It impacts who makes the finals.
Yeah.
Like that is, you win that fight, like Team Liquid wins that fight, they're making a charge for the base. That's going to decide who goes up against 100 Thieves. Like I can't remember like a bug-based decision investigating this bug that has like this much stakes.
Especially because the game's over. Like if they don't chrono break, the game probably just ends right after this moment. And yes, it's unlikely that they win the fight, but you can get RE resets. You have the mid lane control at that point, so you could at bare minimum just run away and leave Thanatos to die. I think it was Kobe that was saying like maybe the game doesn't end right there. So
I feel like the game not ending is enough of an argument though for it to have impact.
Yeah.
Because to Azael's point, if they make the argument that this would be impactful enough that they can't end the game, which could set us up for another advantageous fight that we could possibly win, despite being at a pretty ridiculous gold deficit at this point in the game. Will Ziggs die again?
No clue. We're not sure, says Vulcan. Almost surely, yes. And just taking a step back, how crazy of a series this is. I don't think anyone would have expected it to be going this back and forth, Team Liquid being this good, and also the crowd being as vibrant as they are. How's it over there, guys?
It's been amazing. I wasn't sure, would the LTA South fans be really excited for the matchups when the LTA South teams weren't here, but from everyone that I talked to who was working here, they were sure that the fans were going to show up, and it is completely full. Every single seat sold out.
Nice.
The fans are showing up. They're buying jerseys for the North teams. They're having chants for the North teams posters. It's sick.
Yeah, to give you an idea, I don't know how long this pause has been going on, but we still have the entire front row standing up. They're still standing up during the pause.
Shout out to those
They're
guys.
not even sitting down. Like that, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They know that if it unpauses, Team Liquid's going to win at any moment.
He's so ready. He's so ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The celebration is ready as soon as they unpause.
Yeah, they're
It
just
sounds
trapped.
heavily TL favorite too.
We do have an update. So C9 has been offered and accepted a chrono break to, I believe it was 32:09, I believe was the time. So
Let me go check exactly what
32:03. So it's 32:03. So my guess, so generally when there's a chrono break, it's before any action commences. So it's very likely to be prior to the teleport from Sven would be my assumption. But of course we will see exactly that. And maybe we can actually pull up Sven.
I have exactly a 32:03.
Yeah, we can pull up
I just
Jack.
want to throw on my screen.
So the teleport's already coming.
He's midair.
He's already
He's a Dragon Ball. He's
Okay.
going to be flying in.
But it looks
Wait.
like Thanatos is not TPing yet.
That's
Or
so
is it?
funny
Correct.
though, because it answers the question of will Ziggs die?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is a dead ball
He might,
state
he might
because,
not,
like,
yeah.
if we look at when the TP completes, he can just walk away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is the most dead ball state you could do. They usually consider that, what, like 5 seconds before something happens?
Yeah,
So then
yeah, exactly.
This is when something happens 5 seconds after 32:03.
Because you can't unpause and have like projectiles mid-flight and stuff. So it is going to be a couple seconds back, but we can also still see it's a 9,000 gold lead. Its impact has not been able to be killed a single time the entire game. It's still an incredibly desperate spot for C9, but they will get one more chance to try to pull off a miracle, and we'll see if the players can kind of just collect themselves and focus up.
I can't wait to see right as we come out of the pause, Sven spam right-clicking back, and this is Ziggs just waddling out of there like, get me out of this river!
To your point though, Cody, that's usually what happens, right? Because like a big team fight happens, a bug happens. Typically when we see a lot of these chrono breaks, as soon as it goes back to the dead ball state, suddenly everyone's scattering like
away.
bugs, like you lift up a rock
Sven
and
is
they're
for
all like
sure
going
like,
everywhere.
get me out of here. I don't want that again.
But to Azale's point, this is a high-pressure moment for Cloud9. I mean, they're behind. They were favorites coming into this one. A lot of us, at least me and I think it was Raz, said 2-0. Everyone else had them favored to take the whole series.
I said 2-1. You called it out.
2-1? Sorry. There we go. There we go.
What the hell is this?
Oh, I own my else.
I heard Raz say 4-0.
I'm right there
which
with
is
him.
kind of crazy.
It actually is. Oh my God.
But either way, this is going to be a high-pressure moment for this team to try and claw their way back. It would be a miracle to come back from this point.
Yeah, I mean, show of hands in all 6 of us. Who thinks Team Liquid's still going to win? Everyone probably puts up their hands, right?
I am putting up my hand right now.
I would put it at over a 95% chance that TL win from this state, right? Like, it feels like there's just no answer for Sion, which is such a problem because you have to fight through him. And you know, even when we saw that fight mid lane where there was 4 members, there was 4 members from C9 hitting Impact, and even at the end of the day, they still couldn't kill Impact. Like they did get Yon, but Impact literally lived in the middle of 4 people for like 40 seconds. Like it's just so difficult, you know. So it would require some really big catches. I think like the only chance it ever happens is Yon is in a bad spot and gets like Charm Flash 100-0 killed because he's playing Teleport Knock Lens.
So there's a higher chance that C9 wins if the Chrono Break fails. I think that's their best chance. I know I'm being a super cynic here.
Don't put that out there. Don't put that out there.
I just want people to know what's at stake here. Like, this is to me the only suspense left.
Cheering for chaos.
This is the only suspense left in this series.
Jet doesn't have dinner plans. Jet wants to be here all night.
I guarantee you Team Liquid wins. If the Chrono Break works, I guarantee you Team Liquid
We are kicking you out of the studio. I don't know where we're sending you.
I mean, I think GL fans are going to do worse than that if the Chrono Break breaks now. So I think he may need to stay indoors if the Chrono Break fails.
No, because if he stays indoors, he's stuck in here with us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'll beat him. I'll take it right now. I have ample weaponry here. I'm looking for some right now.
I don't, but I'll keep
respect
Raz
your
on.
commitment to it.
Yeah, you're ready to box Emily. I don't know if you can.
Oh, Raz would have kicked my butt.
Oh, he found a weapon. There's no
find a
cameras on
weapon.
Raz right now. Is that
Raz is holding some sort of giant pole thing.
I don't think the producers want me to find
keeping the cameras off for legal reasons.
You probably should. I don't know if you can hear banging in the background, but.
Can't prove anything with noises.
Okay.
It's gonna be AI noises.
Yeah, exactly.
Raz is currently threatening Jet with
I'm gonna
a
teach him a
giant
lesson
pole.
my parents taught me young. All right, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Wow.
And that is to stay in school and be a good boy. I agree with that, Raz.
True.
Eat your vegetables, do your homework.
Yeah, the lesson is don't tempt fate by mentioning a failed Chrono Break.
Which, by the way, talking about tempting fate, Raz had the opportunity to flip-flop, and he didn't take it. Raz, that was your chance.
Well, nobody's allowed to flip-flop now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You get zero credit for flip-flopping now.
Raz?
You actually
you
get
mention
negative
it.
credit for flip-flopping now.
I think Team Liquid wins, guys.
Yeah?
You think?
Yeah.
What do you think the maximum number of cups a player is allowed to bring on stage is? Because I think we're pushing it here.
Wait, I have a fun
With
anecdote
4
about
on Sven and
this.
4 on Vulcan.
I remember, I don't know if you remember the era of like bathroom breaks of ruining the LCS between us and EU LCS. And it got to the point where someone counted over 6 water bottles at G2 Tricks thing, and he drank all of them, and he kept having to go to the bathroom. So everyone,
Gotta be hydrated.
yeah, everyone was like, no more bathroom breaks. We limit the amount of water bottles.
It's funny you say that because Azale's gonna go to the bathroom right now. Bathroom break.
Flag is not
Take
there.
advantage
Jan
of it,
just
you
got
know?
back.
I just reported him. He could hear that. He turned around. He turned. There's nothing he can do though. He's got to go now.
What are you gonna do, huh?
Chrono Break's almost done.
This is the second time we've outed Azale in one series. That's
For the
crazy.
past 2 years, we've been complaining about players staggering bathroom breaks, and Azale is now a culprit.
Yeah.
Can't
He
believe
can no
But
longer
this one-
complain when the players do it.
This one is not him being the cause. This is a
This is
symptom
true.
bathroom break. This is a symptom
okay.
of
Yeah. If we get back in, Kobe, are you ready to play-by-play? Do you think you can take over?
I am not. I'm kind of sick right now. So my nose is like runny.
Yeah, I heard you on the dive. Are you feeling better?
We're all good. But
Drink some tea.
luckily, it wouldn't be very long that I would have to play-by-play for. I don't
true.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
think we could.
over under without that fight. 3-minute game?
Yeah.
3-minute.
I'm actually looking behind me now in the studio. They're loading up a whole bunch of fans for some TL content. I think I see the TL Ben is up there.
Okay.
Okay. We have even more people cheering and standing than usual, and we got a little interview going on too.
With the earlier series, Kobe, Flyquest 100 Thieves, was it more in the favor of Flyquest or 100 Thieves for the fans? Do you remember?
I mean, that one was pretty heavily Blippo because of his mom and everything. Oh, here we go. Now we get a picture.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
So I'd say that one was Flyquest, and this one is TL favored.
Yeah, and if TL wins, closes this out, surely there'll be the majority of fan support tomorrow in TL versus 100, because I don't see many 100 Thieves jerseys there, if any.
Yeah.
I see a few Flyquest jerseys still there.
But how can you not be a fan of Sniper? Okay, he's winning them over.
They were booing. They booed C9 when they walked on stage. It was TL fans.
Let me tell you, they've been booing everybody.
do you think the guy with the Jackie Love jerseys in the crowd right now?
I haven't seen him yet, but I wouldn't doubt it.
We need to give him a Jan jersey. We need to convert him over to our side.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
I think it's going to be pretty hard. You are going to have to like pry the Jackie Love jersey out of his hands. Good luck with that one. He is definitely a Jackie super fan.
What is your funniest story being in Brazil so far? If you have one.
Oh, I cannot tell it on air. we have a really funny story from the first day that we got here, but there is no way. Raz is trying to track me
brought it up then, Kobe.
Raz is trying to collect
just
more.
Teasing us.
Yeah. I mean, there was one really funny story that happened, and that's the only one, and we can not say that one.
Come on, you're teasing us.
Let's make a Mad Lib out of it.
You're teasing us.
Give us an adjective. Hey, are the players back? I think I saw Blabber back, right?
So my question now is, how much time do we have, and can I go to the bathroom?
Nope, too late, buddy.
Dang it.
You guys cannot allow that. Producers cannot allow that.
Producers told me I can, so.
Okay.
Producers, what's the chrono break ETA?
There we go.
I was just in there.
Wow.
We can only have one caster at the desk at a time.
Don't you duck under that camera. You walk in front of that camera like a man. He's trying to limbo it. Oh, you can see that. You can see his dad
on camera.
You can see his nose.
Oh my God.
That guy's gonna reignite his back.
Yeah, wait. He's sick, and now he's gonna re-aggravate his injury.
Yeah, I'm the only one on this trip from the LTA North squad that didn't actually get sick. I was the last holdout here.
It's because you're responsible, Azael. It's because of all the spinach green drinks you have.
That's true, exactly.
Yeah, but Kobe also drinks those.
Well, I didn't know that.
Raz, you want to ask Azael the question you asked Kobe?
True. Now, Kobe couldn't answer this question for whatever reason. He was unwilling to. What has been the funniest experience so far being in Brazil?
Funniest experience. I don't know. I don't really have an answer to that right off the rip. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to think of.
He must not have been with Kobe on day one then.
That's true. Apparently, Kobe had a story that he just could not tell.
For ambiguous reasons. Can't tell it.
No, it's probably because it was inappropriate.
Absolutely.
Oh, I told one on the dive. I can tell this though. It was actually like just some of the fans and stuff. There was obviously some of the fans were like really into the booing and everything. And when TL played last time, so we're in the caster booth, and the caster booth is soundproof, and then you have your headphones, which are also like these soundproof headphones.
Yep. And
I could literally hear in the booth with the door shut, with the headphones on, one of the fans screaming so loud at TL after they lost the game, you know, like just like going in. And he was right at the ropes, like leaning over, popping off at APA, and it was.
Wow.
I was like, you know what? All right, respect. That guy has some pipes on him.
Respect, honestly. What the hell? I need a voice like that. I don't know if you guys heard it as
well. But there was also, everyone was in here singing, and I don't know if you guys got to hear that on your end as well. I know they were showing it, I think, on stream, but when I was walking back, the whole crowd, they were like leading them in chants, and they were singing and stuff. So
that's
even
awesome.
during the chrono break, like the energy and the vibes in here are fantastic. And No one is leaving early. Everyone's staying in for the full games. Tons of people have their posters out. And you can see on stream, this is their co-streamer setup where they have some of their co-streamers hanging out with the stage right kind of behind them in the background. So definitely a cool setup here in the former CB Law, now LTA South studios.
That's cool. I know week 1, there was all the pregame stuff. There were people barbecuing. They had the drums out there. Did you see any of that for today?
Yeah, and I know they've had a lot of stuff. They kind of like to do their tailgate situation kind of outside before the games, which has definitely been really cool.
That's awesome.
A couple of us got to go to one of the local Sao Paulo games for Palmeiras, which is their one of the local football clubs. And that was really cool as well, getting to see kind of the football culture down here and obviously how popular that is. And you can see kind of a lot of the carryover in how they, watch the league and cheer for league and esports and stuff too.
That's so cool.
It's really cool seeing them bring in, the fan chants and the songs. And they don't have drums inside the studio. It's not allowed. But they have all the thunder sticks and they kind of like recreate the same songs and the same beats and stuff with it, which is definitely really cool.
Yeah, I'm taking notes, man. Trying to hype up the crowd here. We're gonna have a live crowd tomorrow.
Our game. We're gonna have to step up our game in the North.
We have to cheer tomorrow from the studio as well, and my goal is to try and get our crowd to at least hit the same volume level. Now, I have been told I'm allowed to give away a bucket.
Your mustache.
I might push it to multiple buckets.
That's not his anymore.
But I'm at least going to give away a bucket.
But
so that always gets the crowd going.
Of your mustache.
Well, apparently, yes, Rez. Apparently, that is happening because in your terms, I'm being sacrificed. Public execution for the mustache.
100%.
I think that we should actually have Raz pull one hair at a time out of the mustache.
Whoa. We never said how we're going to
see how this is going to take.
That sounds worse than like waterboarding.
That
sounds awful.
We could make the whole 30-minute pre-show about that.
That could just
we don't know how long we're going to be here for, okay?
Anyway.
That's true.
Not fun.
Yeah.
No, that sounds horrible. How many hairs do you think you have in your mustache, Genghis?
Oh, thousands, easy. Have you seen
it? It's like one of those guess the number of jelly beans games.
Yeah. If you guess the hairs in the mustache, you win the mustache.
And then we're gonna shave it and count every hair.
Yep.
And we'll figure
you're gonna get on that, right? You gave me a thumbs up. Yeah.
I would like to do a poll in chat. How many hairs do you think are in Kangas' mustache? And we are going to count the hairs after we shave it off. And then we'll award
to the closest hairs.
Yeah, I'm promising a lot of stuff right now.
We're not there, so
they get to keep.
We're the idea people. You have to
Kobe, since it's your poll, we'll shave it and save it for you, and you can count when you come home.
Okay, yeah.
It'll be good suspense.
The preserved mustache. Well, let's see if that gets some traction. There's some weird things that auction off for good prices.
I was just gonna say, I gotta be honest, I'm not counting it. I'm putting that on eBay and see what we can get.
Oh God.
Somebody out there is really gonna like that.
It's a niche market, but there is a market.
Put it in a vial. Yeah,
hey, all I'm saying is that no one has to know the truth.
The fans need some updated info on Kangas' mustache. So
on the mustache?
Go stand in front of the camera. Go stand in front of the camera.
Well, we need lighting on it. Here we go.
Use this. There's no one on the jib. Use one of these straight cameras.
One of the straight cameras? All right, here we go. Yeah. We'll try it out. I don't know if the lighting's going to be good enough.
I don't think we have people in position at the moment, but Kangas is standing in place for the rest of the segment.
I'm giving the face and everything.
Yeah.
There we go.
We do.
Now there's lighting on it.
Here's the jib.
Oh, your final day of having this thing.
I feel like the Team Liquid is in the focus. Maybe we need to back up.
Oh no!
There
close up.
We're good.
Close up. Ooh.
This is it. Soak it in, everybody.
Big mustache.
It's the last time you're going to see it.
It's
only about 3 months.
We can do it right now.
I can pull the Pringles can.
Go for one. See if you can get one.
The Pringles can.
Oh God.
I'm
kind of curious.
He's
allowing it.
Are you counting or are you pulling?
What is he doing?
I didn't even feel that. Did you get it?
It didn't work.
That sounds like a challenge, Raz.
It knows it wants to be there. Raz, I think the razor's going to break when you try and do it. Oh, we're going again? Okay.
One more.
You can let him do that?
What are we
I can't believe this is happening.
I can't do it. I actually can't do it.
You can't do it?
I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough.
You need to go work out.
I've been shamed.
Iron mustache.
Well, you got to work on that grip strength.
I don't want to hear that from Emily.
Did I leave one of the grippers
You really
here? I think I
want
did.
to hear from me. I'm definitely the weakest physically.
The wildest thing to
Everything
watch.
comes back to the grip strength with Kangas.
Everything does.
Does Raz now lose the bet, though? Because Raz can't pull a single hair out of his mustache.
What the hell? Why
I think Raz kind of loses now. So
why are we adding to the bet?
You know what? I think you're right. Let's meet in the middle. We'll still shave it, but you still have to grow yours. I want to see it. The people demand
I do
it,
like
Rez.
though. I do like that they're showing a lot of Cloud9 representation here too. Even though the TL fans are in force and they're loud.
Look at the face paint.
The Cloud9 fans have made custom shirts. They made custom cards, face paint.
Custom faces.
Yeah, and that guy's got a mustache over there, so.
The winner of the poll is 3,000 hairs.
3,000? How do you have a poll for
Wait,
that?
what were the options?
Oh,
I
we are
wasn't looking
back in
yet.
it. We're going back in the game.
Holy,
Oh my
all
God!
right.
There's a
Okay.
triple kill already for Yan. I think that's just going to do it. It's a quadra kill for Yan, and it looks like it's an ace. And I guess we're just walking down mid lane, and just like that, TL are going to seal the deal, knock down C9. APA was on his feet, cheering, and they are marching on the next. It's not going to make you TL fans wait even a second longer. You may have doubted them, but doubt them no longer. TL punched their ticket to the finals. They'll be playing 100 Thieves tomorrow.
Wow. Just like that, it's over. Instantaneous, right up the middle, quadra kill. And TL really did deserve this one. That was very well controlled from them. They brought Spawn over, flew him out immediately after their previous series. They locked in. They certainly locked in versus Cloud9. And they're going to have to lock in tomorrow versus 100 Thieves, as you say.
It's going to be a really good one. Take their bow, a well-deserved win there. They had to wait a little bit longer than they would have liked to, but got back in game, sealed the deal, closed it out, and made no doubt about it. This game started dominantly, finished dominantly. The fans are loving it. TL soaking it in.
And as far as that finals is concerned, in our second round, we did have the matchup with TL and 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves won 2-1. So this is going to have to be more revenge for TL if they want to keep up their momentum. But here's another look at when we resumed play coming out of the pause.
Yeah, exactly. So it was just a resumed out of the pause. Analyst will explain it for you guys, but essentially the chrono break did not work. And as a result of the chrono break not working, because of the game state, it was not going to be, a full remake, because obviously there was a massive, massive advantage for TL. So because of that, it is just a resume. I'm explaining that only because we were watching this on camera, and it would be a little bit confusing if you thought, hey, the chrono break, and then the exact same thing happened as Ven. So that is the deal, the gist of it as I have it. The analyst desk will definitely give you any additional info as they have once we toss it back over to them shortly. It's definitely...
so my takeaway is that Jat did successfully curse it.
He did.
But then they foiled him.
Yeah.
Because they didn't remake the whole game as he assumed they would. They just resumed out of the pause.
Exactly. Well, it was a 6-game day. It was a long one. Thank you all of you who stuck with us the whole day. We're joining Figueira and Lau on stage with Core JJ for an interview.
E minha primeira pergunta é, vocês fizeram muito conteúdo conversando com a comunidade brasileira, aprenderam músicas novas também. Como tem sido estar em contato com essa galera e ter tanto apoio da torcida aqui na arena?
You guys made a lot of content and learned some Brazilian songs this weekend. So how is this experience to talk with the Brazilian community and having the support of the fans here?
I mean, especially today, I was very amazed. I didn't know which team's fans are more, but definitely there was more Team Liquid fans are here. So we could play more competently.
Ele falou que ele não sabe exatamente as dimensões disso, mas é que ele acha incrível que os fãs brasileiros estejam apoiando a Team Liquid e que ter eles aqui gritando no dia de hoje foi esse fator extra para que eles dessem mais no Rift.
Vocês chegaram nessa fase Américas como o Seed 4 da LTA Norte. Chegar nessa final prova que a Team Liquid voltou ao topo?
You guys are the fourth seed in North America and thus reach this final proof Team Liquid is back on top. Yes, you guys are the fourth seed in North America and reach the finals proof Team Liquid is back on the top.
I don't think we are even doing our best play yet, but I guess we won, and then we have a lot of room to grow there, and we'll improve.
Ele falou que eles ainda têm muita margem de crescimento e que ele fez uma autocrítica à performance deles no stage, mas que eles ainda têm uma margem de crescimento muito grande até essa final.
No último jogo que vocês tiveram contra a 100 Thieves, eles saíram com a vitória. Então, como está a expectativa para o jogo de vocês de amanhã?
In the last game with the both teams, Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves won, and how do you expect for the finals?
Yeah, I mean, I thought 100 Thieves improved a lot from last year, but I didn't think they could beat the Flyquest like this convincingly. This team is good. They won against Flyquest. We cannot underestimate them. They also beat us last time. We're gonna revenge it.
Ele falou que basicamente a 100 Thieves melhorou muito desde o último ano e que o jogo contra, apesar de que eles não se viu refletido no jogo contra a Flyquest.
Well, muito obrigada pela atenção. JJ, thanks very much for this interview. E agora a gente fica no aguardo da grande final que acontece amanhã.
Give me mic.
Core JJ trying to slip in a plug at the very end there, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Core, for that interview. Congratulations to Team Liquid on the win. Just want to close the book on the pause as well to explain what happened to everyone watching. So there was the bug investigation. The bug was confirmed. They were offered Chrono Break. The Chrono Break tool doesn't always work.
Yeah.
And it did fail. But luckily, there's ambiguity that the ref has in the rule set that he can decide what's most fair. And in this case, he said because it failed and Team Liquid was so far ahead, there we go.
Yep.
We're just going to continue to play the game. That's why it ended so quickly rather than doing a full remake and having the whole game be played again. So, even though it took a long time, I think ultimately they did end with what was probably the right outcome. We were all agreeing the Team Liquid was most likely winning that game, even if you pulled it to a dead ball state. So, disappointing slow end of the series. And we also have APA and Spawn from Sao Paulo that will be joining us right now.
Yay! Congrats!
Energy level's probably higher 30 minutes ago, but how are you feeling now after the win, guys?
I mean, first of all, I'm probably going to butcher this, but I just want to say El Te Amo Brazil and Obrigado Honda. We're feeling very, very good, I think. In the coaches' room, we're a little bit more chill. I think the players on stage were a little bit uncomfortable because like 5 of them wanted to go to the bathroom. But it was a rough end to the series, but I'm really happy with how we played.
How did it feel, APA? I saw you at the end standing up, like just going through the series. The split was like difficult for the team as a whole. How did it feel to be able to know that you now have notched your place into the finals?
I mean, I always make it to the final, so it wasn't really a surprise to me. I just found it funny. We waited like 30-some minutes just for the game to end with the umpties literally asleep at the very end.
Yeah, that was a crazy way for the series to go, but it was well fought. I gotta say, and I'll own up to it, I think a little bit of underdogs coming in. We heard Jan talking about that. First one coming in kind of as underdogs felt good. What did it feel like for you? Did you feel like you were the underdogs coming into this series?
I think C9 was a good team, but personally, I don't think we've ever lost to them. Like, this team hasn't lost to that team, so I didn't view us as underdogs.
At the beginning of the day, Spawn, you talked about how what you really wanted to do in flying in and like being with the team in person was to make sure that you weren't focusing as much on mistakes as you were what the team does well. So I wanted you to get into like, what do you think the ultimate strength of Team Liquid is?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, right, anyone that knows me knows that I'm the negative presence in the room. So then when I left, I expected the team to be so happy. And then, like, apparently everyone just decided to take my role as a negative person. So, like, Core calls it the common enemy theory. Like, the players need a common enemy, which is me, so that they all get along with each other. So, but genuinely, I think what we do really well as a team is we decide when we want to fight. And then when we fight, especially in the early game around objectives, I think we fight relatively well. I think when we're winning games, that's like how the game goes. If we want to trade, like in game 1, we just give Impact a full top lane turret. He goes 1,300 gold up. But I think that what we were doing in the past is we were just fighting everything. We weren't choosing our fights. And when you don't choose your fights, you can't fight well. I think potentially we got a little bit of our own head. Maybe people are reading Reddit or something and being like, Team Liquid can't team fight. And it's like, well, no, you should just take good fights. And when we take good fights, we win them. And that's good enough for me. We want to split taking good fights. We went undefeated last summer for 3 months. I think you all forgot like how good we were. And if we get back there, I don't think anyone in the region will really touch us.
That's going to be fun to watch tomorrow. I got to ask, though, about the Jan reaction in Game 1. I know it's going back a bit. He killed Sven on Corki and had this reaction on cam, which then we saw your reaction to the reaction.
Nah, I don't know what that is, to be honest. You know, maybe I'll have to chat to the guys, but I've never seen it before in my life. We'll be doing that a lot tomorrow, don't worry.
So that was unprompted because I thought it was
No,
like
it was
something
definitely
from
prompted.
Scrim.
They're not that coordinated.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on?
Oh my God. APA, you're going to be playing against Quid tomorrow. Like, I feel like you guys have that banter or like a kind of relationship since last year. How does it feel going to be going up against him?
It's going to be really fun. I think Quid's a really good player, and like, I would like to consider myself friends with him. We do chat a decent amount, so it would just be fun to face him in the finals as a friend. And both mid laners played insane today, right? You see Quid on that Victor game, his movement's just like insanely clean. I think Ian completely smurfed on Loki today, so it should be a really fun mid lane matchup.
All right, AP, I got one more question for you because you are also a mustachioed brother, and I gotta say it looks great on you. How long are you committed to the mustache? Everyone's been wondering. Is this a permanent thing? Is this just your look now?
Yeah, there's going to be 2 more tomorrow. They're multiplying.
Oh, what?
How?
Spawn and Swiffer are both going to have mustaches tomorrow.
Okay.
Whoa.
I love it. I love it.
All right, looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. Rest up.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
2 more.
Yeah. But you're losing yours.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm paying it forward. Yeah.
Paying it forward. Player of the series for the series today. Series 1,
drum roll.
Sniper. Ooh. Series 2, Jan. Jan is cleaning up.
He is.
He's the impact of this year.
He actually is. He actually is. Jan has just been on the ball every series. It feels like every series you're like in the back of your head is like, okay, it's a Jan series. And the focus that he's had to be able to do this throughout like some of the bad games, the good games, has been, I think, tantamount to the focus that he's had and the progression that he has as a player.
And by contrast, Sniper came into this matchup, again, like heavily Bwipo favored, right? Like Flyquest did such a great job the last time they had met of keeping Sniper down. So to have him come out and win Player of the Series for today is really impressive.
Is it what, 1-7, I think was their head-to-head record? That's crazy.
Bwipo Sniper, yeah.
Sniper, he's back, baby.
Now it's 3-8. Totally
oh,
different.
yeah.
It's different. It's a new day.
Look, that's 2 more wins.
It is.
Than
3 times the wins that he had before. Let's check in with our Kia Most Fearless leaderboard. As a reminder, this is the most unique champions played by a Northern player throughout the split. At the start of the day, we had a 3-way tie for first. Now it looks to be a 5-way tie up at the top with 9 unique champions. Reminder, though, Busio, he can't play anymore. Neither can Sven. So it looks like it's likely to be Jan or Impact if they can pull out another pick in that best-of-5 series, or if someone from 100 Thieves can sneak up, because we know Quid's sitting at 8.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I feel like Quid is also just lurking right behind because he did repeat champions today in his match for the first time. But I feel like there's a whole host of 100 Thieves players who are just like lying tied at 8 that could also overtake it, especially in a best-of-5 Fearless.
Yeah, but Jan, shout out again, 80 carry player. He was tied with the mid laners, and now he's still tied at 9 champions. That's crazy.
He's running out of picks. Here's the bracket that we have as well to remind people what we have seen, and also a reminder that this final series is best-of-5.
Yes.
Deep sigh. Please be more than 3 games. I need to see a game 4 or 5 series Fearless for the LTA.
No, don't
Raz!
do that.
We've had too many curses today.
That's true.
100 Thieves for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. I've seen this series before.
We all expected this, right?
I have, but I got both of my predictions wrong today.
Same.
Yeah.
So Kangas was the only person with a single correct prediction today with the 100 Thieves 2-1.
You were a part of
Isn't
a 100
that weird?
Thieves versus Team Liquid series.
And he's the one. No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was after I left. They got swept. That's it for us. Happy days. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific for 100 Thieves vs. TL. Now let's send it over to Titan's stream.
Coming in as the #1 seed from LTA North, 100 Thieves looking to prove the doubters wrong that are still thinking that Flyquest is the top dog.
Whoa, just block the schedule. Wait, head this and then we can maybe fight.
I'm watching.
I saw this. Nice Bwipo. Nice Bwipo.
Thank you very much.
Nice Bwipo. Something on TB. Next game.
This was domination, start to finish. Flyquest really gave 100 Thieves no chances at all.
Kai'Sa flash channel is getting. Kai'Sa no flash. I will kill him, I think.
Nice one.
Nice.
And she cleanse as well.
That's all I can do, guys. That's all I can do.
Oh.
It looks good. It looks good.
Help Kai'Sa.
Thieves. Look at you. Peach. Nice. Nice. We can have that, yeah.
Jack's left side. Jack's TP left side. Jack's TP left
I'm
side.
just okay. I'm just Oh, I got fucked. I got fucked a bit. And Bev is like standing there. And Bev don't flash walk into us. Can we hit her? I can't help, okay? All you.
I will. GG, baby girl! Flyquest! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, 100 Thieves take Flyquest down. They're going to finals tomorrow.
This is going to be exciting, and again, it's feeling like a home game for Liquid here in Brazil.
Because TL have been the team that everyone is looking at.
I'm looking. Chippy, orange, but yeah, cookie.
Yeah, Stash, okay?
Yeah.
Chippy orange,
Nice. 5 seconds. 4 seconds.
In front. I'm busting the flash.
Go for it.
I'm busting the flash. I'm busting the ghost.
I didn't know he had flash.
I can't go forward. We can go forward.
1-0 TL off of a really strong start.
So going to Sao. They're too low. We go forward.
Yeah, we came in. I'm going up.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa.
We can the bottom.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, go bottom. I'll take that one again.
I'm so good this game.
W.
Do it first.
Let me do last team. Yeah. Great play, guys.
Oh, this one.
Okay.
I'm looking side.
I'm walking.
They're too low already.
Go. 10 minutes. Chokes flash. Yep.
I hit sunset.
We go better now.
You may have doubted them, but doubt them no longer. TL punched their ticket to the finals. They'll be playing 100 Thieves tomorrow.